Good evening, and welcome to the Quiet Nightmare. This is a space where silence speaks, and shadows tell stories. Every story you hear is completely uninterrupted, no ads, no distractions. If you enjoy this experience, you're always welcome to stay. Before we begin, tell me where you're listening from, and what time it is. Now, get comfortable. The quiet isn't as empty as it seems. For as long as I can remember, I have had dreams about people I did not know. They were not like normal dreams where faces come and go and are forgotten by morning. These people felt real. Some were children, some were adults, and some looked only a little older than me at the time. They would appear in my dreams at night, but sometimes I also felt them around me during the day. It was as if they followed me from sleep into waking life. No matter where I was or what I was doing, I never felt fully alone. When I was very young, I did not understand any of it. I had no way to explain why strangers kept showing up in my mind, why their faces stayed clear, or why their presence felt so strong. At first, I thought maybe I just had a very active imagination. I wondered if I was making everything up without meaning to. I even worried that maybe something was wrong with me and that my mind was different in a bad way. As a child, I kept seeing dark things in my sleep. I saw scenes of death, war, blood, fear, and loss. They were not always clear from beginning to end, but they were strong enough to leave a heavy feeling in me when I woke up. Even when I could not remember every detail, I remembered the fear. I remembered the sadness. I remembered the feeling that I had been shown something terrible that I was not supposed to see. Those dreams stayed with me during the day and followed me like shadows. I would try to play, talk, laugh, and act normal, but part of me was always thinking about what I had seen the night before. Sleep, which should have felt safe, slowly became something that frightened me. I began to fear going to bed because I did not know who I would see next or what images would be waiting for me there. I could not stop thinking about the people in my dreams, the ones I later called my imaginary friends, even though at the time I did not really understand what that meant. Back then, I truly thought they were imaginary because I did not know what else to call them. I had no language for spirits, no understanding of signs, and no one around me who would even consider that what I was experiencing might be real in some spiritual way. Neither of my parents were open-minded about those things. They did not believe in spirits, energy, or anything beyond what could be touched and seen. Even now, they still are not open to it. Because of that, nothing I said was taken seriously. If I talked about the people I saw or the things that frightened me, I was not met with comfort or curiosity. I was met with doubt. My mother thought there might be something mentally wrong with me. My father became angry that I stayed up late and seemed to be talking to myself. From their point of view, I was a child making strange claims. From my point of view, I was a child trying to make sense of something that felt far too real to ignore. The hardest part was that the experiences did not stop just because no one believed me. If anything, the lack of support made everything feel more intense. When you are a child and the adults around you tell you that what you are seeing is not real, you begin to question your own mind. You wonder if you can trust yourself. You wonder if fear is creating pictures that are not there. You wonder if silence would be easier. But even when I tried to ignore it, the dreams came back. The figures came back. The strange feelings came back. It did not matter whether it was day or night. It did not matter whether I was trying to focus on school or trying to sleep. They kept returning, as if they wanted to be noticed. As if they had something to say. As if they had chosen me for a reason I was too young to understand. My mother once told me about something that happened when I was around 2 years old. I do not remember it myself, but she said she saw me standing there 1 minute and then falling down a flight of stairs the next, as if something invisible had tripped me. It was sudden and violent. There was no clear reason for it, no obvious way to explain it. She said I fell badly enough to crack my skull and had to be taken to the hospital. That alone sounds frightening enough, but what always stood out most was what happened after. According to her, I did not seem to feel pain the way I should have. For an injury that serious, my reaction did not make sense. I was hurt badly, yet somehow the pain seemed far away, almost blocked from reaching me. I did not understand it then, of course, but over time that memory became tied to the spiritual side of my life. Even now, I often have nightmares about falling. They are some of the most common nightmares I have. In them, I feel that same sudden drop, that same helpless moment when the ground disappears, and I wake with my heart racing. Not every presence around me felt harmful. That is something important I learned early, even before I understood what was happening. Some of the spirits I sensed felt dark or restless, but not all of them gave me that feeling. There was one in particular who kept returning to me over and over again, and his name was Danny. Unlike the others who frightened me or left me confused, Danny brought me comfort. His presence did not fill me with panic. It made me feel less alone. I cannot fully explain why I trusted him, only that I did. Even when I was too young to understand anything about spirits, I looked forward to his visits. There was something gentle about him. Something warm. He never felt threatening. If anything, he felt familiar, like someone I had known for much longer than I could explain. In a world where so much of what I saw left me afraid, Danny stood out as someone whose company I actually enjoyed. When I was about 7 years old, my little sister was born, and not long after that I began dreaming of 2 little blonde girls I had never met before. Their faces were not random dream faces that vanish when you wake up. They stayed clear in my memory. I remembered their hair, their age, and the strange sense that I was somehow supposed to notice them. At the time, I did not know who they were. I only knew that they kept appearing. Years passed, and like many children, my little sister eventually began talking about imaginary friends. Normally, that would not have surprised me. Children say things like that all the time. But when she described her friends, something inside me became very still. One of them, she said, was named Chloe. Chloe was the one who visited her most often. She spoke about Chloe with the easy confidence children have when they describe something they fully believe in. She did not sound like she was inventing a game. She sounded certain. By then, I was old enough to be deeply torn between belief and doubt. Part of me still wondered whether I was seeing spirits, or whether I was simply losing touch with reality. I had spent so many years seeing things that others dismissed that I no longer knew where the line was between a spiritual experience and a troubled imagination. I wanted answers, but I did not know how to get them. I wanted proof, but the kind of proof I needed did not come easily. Then one day, when I was around 12 or 13, something happened at school that stayed with me for years. The lights throughout the entire school began flickering. It was not just one room. It felt bigger than that, wider, stranger, harder to explain. Even now, no one else seems to know why it happened. To everyone else, it was just a weird moment, a technical issue maybe, a short problem that came and went. But right before it happened, I could have sworn I saw figures move out of the room from the corner of my eye. They did not walk the way living people walk. They seemed to phase away, quick and unnatural, like they were there 1 second and gone the next. That moment stayed in my mind because it felt like a bridge between what I had seen in dreams and what I experienced while awake. It was one thing to see strangers and sleep. It was another to sense movement beside me and then watch the lights react as if something unseen had just passed through. Around that same time, things in my room at home would not stay where I left them. Small objects would be moved. My lights would flicker even after I changed the bulb. I tried to think logically because I wanted to be fair with myself. I did not want to blame every strange thing on ghosts just because I had grown up feeling watched. Maybe the wiring was bad. Maybe I was forgetful. Maybe I was connecting things that had nothing to do with each other. I wanted to believe there was a normal answer. But the pattern kept growing, and the feeling that I was dealing with more than simple accidents became harder and harder to ignore. After the incident at school, I told my little sister how strange it was that all the lights had flickered. I expected her to react like any child might react to a strange story, but instead she smiled as if the answer was obvious. She said very casually that it had just been Chloe and her friends, Ellie and Grace. The way she said it sent a chill through me. She was completely calm, completely sure, and she spoke as though she knew those names the same way she knew the names of living friends. Then she started describing Chloe's friends, and with every word I felt my disbelief break apart. The girls she described were the same girls from my dreams. The two blonde girls I had seen and could not explain were being described by my little sister as if she knew them personally. Not only that, but she went on to say that Chloe had a brother named Danny. I remember the shock of that moment more than almost anything else. It was not just hearing the name Danny. It was hearing my sister describe him exactly the way I had seen him. She described his red hair, his hazel eyes, his age, and other small details that matched what I already knew in my heart. There was no easy way for her to guess those things. I had never told her enough for her to copy my words back to me. She was simply describing someone she believed was real to her. In that moment, I felt both terrified and relieved. Terrified because it meant I might not have been imagining everything after all. Relieved because, for the first time in my life, I had something close to confirmation. Someone else, especially my little sister, was seeing what I was seeing. Maybe not in the exact same way, but close enough that I could no longer dismiss it as coincidence. The figures, the names, the repeated visits, the shared details between us all began to feel like pieces of one truth. From that point on, my sister and I started talking much more openly about spirits and ghosts. It became one of the few spaces in my life where I did not have to pretend I was normal in the ordinary sense. I did not have to hide the things I saw or soften the strange details to make them easier for others to accept. With her, I could ask questions and compare experiences. We could talk about which spirits felt kind and which felt heavy or troubled. We could talk about names, feelings, dreams, and the sense of being noticed by something beyond the living world. Those conversations changed me. They made me feel less isolated. They made me realize that what I had lived with since childhood might be a gift, even if it had begun as a burden. Little by little, I stopped seeing myself as broken. I began to wonder whether I had been given a purpose, though I still did not fully understand what it was. As I started taking these experiences more seriously, I began looking for ways to protect myself. I found protection spells and other spiritual practices that seemed to help me feel safer and more grounded. Whether someone believes in those things or not, for me they brought comfort and a sense of structure. They gave me the feeling that I was not completely helpless in the face of what I sensed. Around this time, I also kept talking to Tiffany, my guardian angel. Tiffany became a steady presence in my life. She did not feel like the restless spirits I had encountered. She felt calm, guiding, and protective. I came to believe that she had always been with me, even during moments when I did not realize it. In my heart, I believe she was the reason I felt no pain when I fell down the stairs as a child. Where there should have been only fear and injury, there was also some kind of protection, some kind of soft barrier between me and the full force of what happened. The more I practiced, the more my abilities seemed to grow. I began to understand that seeing spirits was only one part of what I could do. I found that I could help some of them move on. Over time, I started crossing ghosts over. It was not something I learned overnight, and it was never as simple as saying a few words and being done with it. It required patience, focus, and a willingness to sit with difficult energy. Some spirits felt lost. Some felt attached to places, memories, people, or pain. Some seemed confused, as if they did not fully understand that they had died. Others felt stuck because of unfinished business, guilt, fear, or strong emotion. I came to see that part of my role was not just to notice them but to help them. I did not always know exactly what they needed right away, but with time I learned to listen better. I learned that crossing someone over often meant understanding what still held them here. One thing that surprised me was learning that once spirits crossed over, they were not always gone forever in the way people expect. I had assumed that helping a ghost move on would mean never sensing them again. But that was not always true. Some were crossed over and still returned as spirits. They felt different afterward, lighter somehow, but not erased. Danny was one of them. I crossed Danny over, yet he still comes back to visit me. His presence is not frightening to me. If anything, it reminds me that death may not be the ending people think it is. It also taught me that the spirit world is more layered and more complex than I once believed. Things are not always simple. Not every spirit is trapped in the same way, and not every crossing follows the same path. Some are ready to leave fully. Some return gently, not because they are stuck, but because there is still a bond. Danny remained special to me through all of this. Even after I began learning more, even after I started helping other spirits, Danny never felt like just another presence. There was history there, or at least that is how it felt to me. He had been with me since I was young, long before I had names for any of this. When he visited, I did not feel drained or afraid. I felt seen. It is hard to explain that kind of connection without sounding strange, especially to people who have never experienced anything similar. But some spirits feel cold and distant, while others feel familiar in a deep and quiet way. Danny was familiar. He had first appeared during a lonely time in my childhood when no one around me believed what I was going through. In that way, he became part comfort, part mystery, and part proof that my life had always been tied to something unseen. As the years passed, I became more intentional about developing my abilities. I no longer wanted to only react when strange things happened. I wanted to understand them better. I wanted to strengthen myself. I wanted to know how to help without becoming overwhelmed. So I started setting aside time for spiritual work. Meditation became important to me because it helped quiet the noise of daily life and made it easier to sense what was truly there. It gave me a calmer state from which to notice the difference between my own fears and something coming from outside me. I also visited graveyards, not out of fascination with darkness, but because I felt drawn there in a peaceful, serious way. Graveyards did not always feel scary to me. Often they felt quiet, honest, and full of stories that had not ended as neatly as people hoped. In those quiet places, I learned to listen more deeply. Sometimes it was not about hearing actual words but about feeling emotion, memory, or unfinished energy. I learned that patience mattered. Spirits did not always communicate clearly. Sometimes what came through was only a feeling or an image. Sometimes all I knew was that someone needed help. I came to believe that fear blocks understanding, while calm attention opens it. That did not mean I was never afraid. I still felt fear many times. But I learned to move through it better. I learned that when I approached the spirit world with respect instead of panic, things became clearer. The work became less about being haunted and more about being of service. That shift changed my life. It gave meaning to experiences that had once only confused and frightened me. At some point in my spiritual journey, I visited the Akashic Records. For me, that experience was deeply personal and deeply important. It felt like opening a door into a level of truth that was larger than my everyday life. In that space, I read that I had always been meant to help resolve ghosts' unfinished business. When I understood that, so many scattered parts of my life suddenly seemed to fit together. The dreams from childhood, the fear, the strangers who kept coming to me, the comforting presence of Danny, the connection my sister and I shared, the flickering lights, the moved objects, the need to protect myself, the urge to meditate and help spirits move on, it all felt connected. Instead of being random strange events, they became signs of a path I had been on all along. That realization did not erase the difficulty of growing up with these experiences, but it did give them purpose. Looking back now, I see how lonely it was to be a child carrying all of this without support. I remember the confusion of not knowing whether I was gifted or broken. I remember the fear of sleep, the weight of violent dreams, the frustration of not being believed, and the strange pain of keeping so much hidden. Children need language for what they go through. They need comfort. They need someone willing to listen without rushing to dismiss them. I did not always have that. For a long time, I had to find my own meaning in silence. But in a strange way, that silence also forced me inward. It pushed me to trust what I sensed, even when no one else understood. It taught me to keep searching for truth, even when that truth did not fit neatly into the world around me. My little sister played a huge part in changing that loneliness. Without even knowing it, she gave me confirmation at a time when I desperately needed it. The names she shared, the way she described Chloe, Ellie, Grace, and Danny, the ease with which she accepted their presence, all of that helped me stop rejecting my own experiences. Through her, I saw that spiritual sensitivity did not always have to feel like a curse. It could also be natural, even ordinary in its own way, if you accepted it. The fact that we could speak to each other openly about ghosts and spirits gave me a safe place to grow. It gave me a witness. And sometimes one witness is enough to change everything. When someone else sees even part of what you have seen, you no longer feel trapped inside your own doubt. I also think often about Tiffany, my guardian angel, and the role she has played in my life. In many of my experiences, spirits felt like souls carrying stories, pain, or longing. Tiffany felt different. Her energy felt clean, steady, and protective. Whenever I felt lost, I would return to that sense of guidance. Even when life felt chaotic or spiritually heavy, there was something in me that knew I was not abandoned. Believing that she protected me when I fell down the stairs gave me a new way to understand one of the earliest strange events in my life. Instead of seeing it only as a scary accident, I came to see it as a moment where I was watched over. That belief brought healing to a memory that had long carried fear and confusion. It reminded me that the spiritual world was not only made of restless ghosts. There was protection there too. Over time, my fear of what I could do changed into gratitude. That does not mean everything became easy. There are still things I do not understand. There are still experiences that leave me shaken, moments when I wonder why certain spirits come to me and not to someone else, and nights when I feel the old childhood fear return. But the difference now is that I no longer see my sensitivity as something wrong with me. I see it as part of who I am. I see it as work I was meant to do. And because of that, even the difficult parts feel meaningful. If someone is stuck, if someone is unheard, if some unfinished pain is still echoing after death, maybe I am meant to help in whatever way I can. Maybe that is why they came to me all those years ago when I was still too young to understand them. There is also something deeply humbling about helping spirits. It changes the way you think about life, death, and the bonds between people. It reminds you that unresolved pain does not always disappear on its own. It teaches you that love, grief, fear, and memory can outlast the body. It also teaches compassion. When I sense a spirit now, I do not immediately think of horror the way many people do. I think of story. I think of someone who once lived, felt, lost, hoped, and maybe did not get closure. Of course there are frightening moments. Of course there are energies that feel heavy or harmful. But beneath all of that is the understanding that many spirits are not trying to terrify anyone. Many are simply trying to be seen, understood, or released. That understanding has shaped me more than almost anything else in my life. Sometimes I think about how different my childhood might have been if someone had sat me down and said, "I believe that you are seeing something, even if I do not fully understand it." Just hearing those words might have changed everything. Instead, I spent years doubting myself, hiding things, and trying to decide whether I was imaginative, unstable, or somehow chosen. In the end, I had to become my own source of belief until life provided the proof I needed through my sister and through repeated experiences I could not explain away. That journey was hard, but it made me strong. It made me listen carefully. It made me respect the unseen, not because I read about it somewhere, but because I lived with it directly from the beginning. Now, when I think back on the long line of dreams that shaped my life, I no longer see them as random nightmares or strange interruptions. I see them as the beginning of my calling. The children and adults I dreamed of, the blood and war that disturbed me, the spirit named Danny who kept returning, the blonde girls I later learned were connected to Chloe and her friends, the flickering lights at school, the moved objects, the comforting guidance of Tiffany, and the deep realization in the Akashic records, all of it forms one story. It is the story of learning that what scared me most as a child was also pointing me toward purpose. It is the story of slowly understanding that not everything unseen is imaginary. Some things are simply waiting for the right person to notice them. I still continue this work. I still meditate. I still try to strengthen my abilities with care and respect. I still help where I can. And I still feel grateful, even after everything, that I was given this gift. There was a time when I would have called it a burden and wished for a normal life without frightening dreams or ghostly visitors. But now I see that being different does not always mean being damaged. Sometimes it means being prepared for a role others may never understand. I do not claim to know everything about the spirit world, and I am always learning, but I trust what my life has shown me. I trust the years of experience, the moments of confirmation, the healing I have seen, and the guidance I have felt. Most of all, I feel grateful for the chance to make a difference. If I can help a spirit cross over, if I can help resolve unfinished business, if I can offer peace where there has only been confusion, then all the fear and loneliness from my early years were not meaningless. They were part of the road that brought me here. Even Danny, who still comes to visit after being crossed over, reminds me that these connections do not always end in the simple ways people expect. Some bonds continue. Some lessons continue. Some forms of love and purpose continue. And that, to me, is both mysterious and beautiful. What once filled me with dread now fills me with a sense of responsibility and wonder. I am grateful for this gift, and I am grateful for every chance it gives me to help, heal, and bring light to those who are still searching for their way home. I had just returned from a business trip to Kansas City, Missouri. The trip had been for work, and I was there to attend a seminar connected to the clinic. The seminar itself was being held in a very old hotel in the area, one of those places that had clearly been standing for a long time but still managed to feel elegant and well cared for. It was not run down or unpleasant at all. In fact, it was lovely. The building had that kind of old charm that newer places never seem to have. The hallways were polished, the furniture looked classic instead of outdated, and the rooms were surprisingly beautiful. Everything was clean, neat, and comfortable. I chose to stay there mostly for practical reasons. It made more sense for the clinic's budget if I stayed in the same hotel where the seminar was being held. That way there was no need for a rental car, no extra transportation, and no extra expense beyond the room itself. It was the easiest choice, and at first it seemed like a very good one. When I checked in, I felt comfortable almost right away. I have traveled pretty regularly because of my career, so hotels usually do not bother me. I am the kind of person who can settle into a room quickly, unpack just enough to feel organized, and sleep without too much trouble. Strange rooms, unfamiliar beds, the silence or noise of a new place, none of that has ever really affected me. I have spent enough nights away from home that I know how to relax in a hotel. If the room is clean and quiet, I am usually fine. This one was more than fine. The bed looked inviting, the room smelled fresh, and everything seemed in order. I remember thinking that I had made a smart choice staying there. My first night, though, was not a good one. There was a problem with the air conditioning in my room, and by late evening the temperature had climbed to 93 degrees Fahrenheit. It was miserable. The windows were sealed shut, so there was no way to crack one open and let in some air. There was no breeze, no relief, and no escape from the heat except to lie there and hope exhaustion would eventually win. But heat like that settles into everything. It makes the sheets feel heavy, the pillow feel damp, and every attempt to get comfortable turns into a struggle. I tossed and turned for hours. Sleep came in short, broken stretches, and every time I woke, I felt hotter and more irritated than before. It was one of those long nights that seem to move in slow motion, where you keep checking the clock and feel as though morning will never arrive. By the time the sun came up, I felt tired, sticky, and annoyed, but I assumed that once the air conditioning was fixed, the next night would be much better. Thankfully, by the second day the problem had been repaired. The room was cool again by the time I returned that evening, and I was relieved the moment I opened the door and felt the temperature. After the poor sleep from the first night, I had been looking forward to a quiet evening and a proper rest. The seminar sessions had gone well, but I was running on less energy than usual, and I could feel it. I decided to go out for a walk later in the evening just to get some fresh air and clear my head. That is something that often helps me when I travel. A short walk after a long day helps me unwind, and when I come back, I am usually ready to sleep almost immediately. That was exactly how I felt when I returned to the room that night. I was tired in a good way, the kind that makes you look forward to climbing into bed. The room felt comfortable, the air was cool, and everything seemed settled. I remember moving around quietly, getting ready for bed, and feeling grateful that the second night would likely make up for the first. I was relaxed. I was already thinking ahead to the next day's sessions and how much easier they would be if I got a solid night of sleep. Nothing felt strange at that point. Nothing felt tense or wrong. If anything, it was the most ordinary moment imaginable. I got into bed and looked at the bedside clock. It read 11:30 p.m. I remember that detail clearly because I had a brief thought that if I fell asleep quickly, I could still get a very decent amount of rest. The television was on, but only as background noise. I clicked off the remote, and I was so tired that I think I may have fallen asleep before I even had the chance to set the remote back down properly. It was one of those fast, sudden drops into sleep where there is no long drifting stage. One moment I was awake, and the next I was gone. The next thing I knew, I woke to the sound of knocking. At first I did not know where I was. That is common enough when you wake in the middle of the night in a hotel room. For a few seconds there is that confused, heavy feeling where your mind is trying to catch up with your body. The room is dark, the furniture is in the wrong place compared to home, and it takes a moment to remember where you are. I lay there, blinking into the darkness, listening. Then I heard it again, knocking. Firm enough to wake me, distinct enough that it did not sound like part of a dream. I looked at the bedside clock. It was 2 a.m. Still partly foggy with sleep, I got out of bed and made my way to the door. My first thought was that someone must have knocked by mistake. Maybe they had the wrong room. Maybe there was some issue on the floor. I leaned toward the peephole and looked out into the hall. There was no one there. The hallway appeared empty. No hotel staff. No guest. No movement at all. I stood there for a second, listening, waiting to see if someone had slipped around the corner or gone into another room. But there was nothing. Just the stillness of a hotel corridor in the middle of the night. By then I had woken up enough to feel slightly embarrassed with myself. I started thinking that maybe I had imagined the sound in my sleep. The mind can do strange things when you are overtired, and after the restless first night, I was certainly tired enough. I told myself that was probably all it was, a dream, or some half-sleep sound that had pulled me up too fast. That explanation felt reasonable, and I was too tired to spend much time questioning it. So I went back to bed, pulled the covers up, and tried to settle in again. I had barely closed my eyes when the knocking came again. This time it was different. There was no mistaking it. It was not coming from the door. It was coming from the wall behind the bed. That got my attention immediately. I opened my eyes and sat still, listening. The sound had come from very close, close enough that it felt as if someone had knocked directly against the wall at my headboard. I got up again, but this time instead of going to the door, I moved around to look at the other side of that wall. On the other side was the bathroom. There was no one in there, of course. Nothing unusual. Nothing fallen. Nothing tapping. Just the bathroom, quiet and empty. I stood there for a moment, trying to think it through. Hotels are full of odd noises. Plumbing carries sound. Walls echo. Guests in nearby rooms make noise that seems to come from impossible places. This hotel was especially busy, too. There were multiple seminars being held there, and the building was full of visitors. I told myself that was surely the explanation. Some noise from another room, or from the hall, must have echoed strangely through the old walls. Old buildings have their own language at night. Pipes click. Floors settle. Doors close down the hallway and sound much closer than they are. It had to be something like that. So once again I lay back down. The problem now was that I was fully awake. That 2 a.m. knocking had shaken me out of any easy sleep, and now my mind was alert in that annoying way it gets when all you want is rest. I tried to relax. I shifted the pillows, adjusted the blankets, and sat up in bed for a moment to get comfortable. I remember feeling irritated more than afraid. I was exhausted, and all I wanted was to settle down and get some sleep before morning. As I sat there fussing with the pillows and getting ready to lie back down again, something across the room caught my eye. There was a glass on the night table. I had left it there earlier, and I watched it move. It did not tip. It did not wobble. It did not simply slide across the surface like it had been nudged by vibration. It lifted. I watched it rise about 2 inches off the table, move to the right roughly 4 inches, and then set itself down again gently, as if placed there by an invisible hand. I just stared at it. There is a very particular kind of silence that happens in a moment like that. Not the silence of the room itself, but the silence inside your own mind when it is trying to catch up with something it knows should not be possible. I remember not reacting right away because I did not know how to react. My mind kept trying to offer explanations and rejecting them just as quickly. Was I still half asleep? Had I blinked wrong? Had the light played some trick on my eyes? But no explanation really fit what I had just seen. I had not seen a blur or a shift. I had seen the glass rise, move, and settle. Clearly. Calmly. Quietly. I remember thinking only one thing: okay, that was strange. Not terrifying. Not dramatic. Just strange in a way that went beyond anything I could explain. I did not rush out of the room. I did not scream. I did not call the front desk. Maybe if I had been less tired, I would have reacted differently. But exhaustion does odd things to the mind. It makes even the most unusual event feel distant, as if your brain is too tired to fully process what is happening. I told myself I needed sleep, and more than that, I needed to stay calm. I lay back down again and closed my eyes, almost stubbornly, as if refusing to let whatever that was ruin the rest of my night. Then the knocking came back. Same area. Same sharp sound from behind the bed. This time I sat up at once and looked across the room. Now there were 2 glasses sitting on the nightstand. Not 1. 2. And they were not where I had left the first glass before. They had been moved about 18 inches from the original spot. That was when the feeling in the room changed for me. Until then, I had been trying very hard to fit everything into some normal explanation. Echoing noise. Overtired imagination. Strange shadows. Hotel sounds. But there was now a second glass where there had only been one, and both were positioned differently. I cannot explain why that detail unnerved me more than the first movement, but it did. Maybe it was because it felt more deliberate. More playful, almost. Less like a noise or a trick of the senses and more like intent. Then I heard it, a faint giggle. It sounded female, though I could not be certain. It was light and soft, more like a whisper than a full laugh. What struck me most was how close it sounded. If it had come from the hallway, it should have sounded muffled through the door and walls. But it did not. It sounded as if it was in the room with me, or at least very near me. Not loud, not sharp, just there. A brief, quiet little sound that somehow felt more unsettling than anything else so far. I stayed very still, listening. Nothing followed. No footsteps. No voice. No more laughter. Just silence again. By that point, fear had started mixing with frustration. I was not someone who frightened easily in hotels. I had stayed in enough of them over the years to know how to ignore creaks, knocks, and strange late-night sounds. And because I traveled so often, I also knew how important a decent night's sleep was, especially when I needed to be alert and focused the next morning. I could not afford to lie awake all night chasing noises and wondering what had happened to a pair of glasses. Whether what was happening had an ordinary explanation or not, I needed sleep. That became my main thought. More than understanding it, more than reacting to it, I just wanted it to stop. So I turned on the television very low, more for comfort than entertainment, and lay back down. The soft noise of the TV made the room feel less empty. It gave my mind something ordinary to hold on to. I hoped it would help cover any more random sounds from the hall or neighboring rooms. I pulled the blanket up, kept one lamp of awareness on in my mind, and must have drifted off again despite everything. I woke once more at about 4:15 a.m. Again, it was the knocking that woke me. At that point, whatever patience I had left was gone. I was no longer startled. I was disgusted, tired, irritated, and deeply unwilling to play along with whatever was happening. It is strange how quickly the mind can move from fear to annoyance when it has been denied enough sleep. I got out of bed, used the restroom, and tried not to think too much about the earlier glass movement or the giggle. I was tired enough to feel almost numb. When I came back into the room and looked across it, I saw that the two glasses were now on the floor. I stood there and just looked at them for a second. Not shattered. Not rolled away. Just sitting there on the floor as if they had been placed there. I walked over, picked them up, and carried them away from the nightstand entirely. This time I put them on the desk across the room because I had no interest in spending the rest of the night watching them shift positions near the bed. As I moved them, I found myself muttering out loud. I was talking partly to myself, partly to whatever might have been listening, and partly out of pure exhaustion. I remember mumbling something along the lines of how I was not putting up with this tonight, that I was tired, that I needed sleep, and that was that. It was not a speech. It was the kind of grumbling, half-angry talk people do when they are too worn out to care how they sound. The moment I finished, there were 3 very sharp raps behind the bed. Not random knocking. Not a far-off sound from another room. 3 clear, deliberate raps. Then silence. Complete silence. Nothing else happened after that, or at least nothing else woke me up. Whether the room stayed quiet because I had finally said enough, or because whatever had been making itself known had grown bored, I cannot say. I only know that after those 3 sharp knocks, the disturbances stopped. At some point after returning to bed, I finally slept. In the morning, daylight made everything feel less dramatic, but not less strange. That is often the way with nighttime events. The morning light gives the room back its ordinary shape, and part of you starts trying again to fit everything into reasonable explanations. Maybe I had been more tired than I realized. Maybe old hotels make odd noises. Maybe some sound had carried through the walls in a particularly strange way. But none of that explained the glasses. None of it explained hearing a giggle that seemed to come from inside the room. None of it explained why the activity stopped after I picked up the glasses, moved them to the desk, and said out loud that I was not putting up with it anymore. I did not mention it to many people while I was there. What would I even say? That I spent the night in a lovely old hotel and woke to knocking in the walls, moving glasses, and a whispering laugh? It sounds ridiculous when you put it into words, and I am not the kind of person who enjoys telling stories just to sound dramatic. I had gone there for work. I had sessions to attend, people to speak to, notes to take, and professional things to focus on. So I carried on with the day, tired but functioning, and tried to leave the whole thing in the room where it happened. Still, it stayed with me. The hotel itself had felt so pleasant during the day. That was part of what made the experience so strange. It was not a place that felt dark or threatening when I first arrived. It was beautiful, well-kept, and welcoming. Even after the first night's trouble with the air conditioning, I still liked the room. The discomfort of the first night had been ordinary. Annoying, yes, but normal. What happened on the second night was something else entirely. And maybe that old atmosphere, the age of the building, had something to do with why the whole event felt so vivid. Old hotels hold a kind of presence all their own. They have layers of guests, years of stories, and the quiet weight of time in every hallway and room. Whether that means anything supernatural or not, I cannot say. But I will admit that the age of the place crossed my mind more than once after that night. I also kept replaying the details because they were so specific. The clock reading 11:30 before sleep. The first wake up at exactly 2 o'clock. The wall behind the bed. The first glass lifting itself and moving gently across the table. The 2 glasses later appearing together in a different position. The faint female giggle. The final wake up around 4:15. The glasses on the floor. The 3 sharp raps after I spoke aloud. None of it felt like a vague dream or a memory blurred by panic. It felt clear. That was what unsettled me most in the end, not that it was frightening in some dramatic sense, but that it was so precise. Even now, if I think back on that trip, I do not first remember the seminar sessions or the business meetings or the walk I took that evening. I remember the room. I remember standing in the dark, trying to decide whether what I had heard came from the door or the wall. I remember staring at that glass as it rose into the air. I remember feeling too tired to be properly afraid and too aware to fully dismiss what was happening. That combination of exhaustion and clarity made the whole experience feel especially real. I have wondered since then whether anyone else who stayed in that room ever noticed anything unusual. Maybe they slept through it. Maybe they heard noises and ignored them. Maybe they had their own odd experience and never spoke of it. Or maybe it was only that one night, only me, only that moment. There is no way to know. Hotels are temporary places. People pass through them carrying their own stress, schedules, and distractions. Even if something strange happens, most people would probably tell themselves not to think about it too much and move on. That is largely what I did too. I moved on. I finished the trip, attended the sessions, and returned home. Life continued as usual. But every so often, the memory comes back with surprising sharpness. Not because it was the most terrifying thing that ever happened to me, but because it was so impossible to explain in a way that satisfies me. If it had only been the knocking, I could dismiss it. If it had only been one moved object, I could question my own memory. If it had only been the giggle, I could blame sound carrying through the walls. But all of it together, layered over those hours in the middle of the night, has stayed with me as one of the strangest hotel experiences I have ever had. And the oddest part of all may be the ending. After all the knocking, movement, and whispering laughter, it ended with me picking up the glasses, carrying them across the room, and muttering that I was too tired to deal with any of it. Then came the 3 sharp raps behind the bed, almost like a final answer, and then nothing. No more interruptions. No more movement. No more giggling. As if whatever it was had made its point or accepted my refusal. That is the part that has always made me pause when I think back on it. It did not feel random in that last moment. It felt responsive. And that is why, even after all this time, I still come back to the same conclusion whenever I remember that second night in that lovely old hotel in Kansas City. Weird. A few days after I came back from vacation, my friend Paige came over to hang out, and what started as a normal visit quickly turned into one of the strangest conversations I have ever had in my own house. While I was away for the week, Paige had been helping me by taking care of everything. She watched my cat, my dog, and the house itself, and I trusted her completely. She had been stopping by every day, feeding the pets, checking on things, and making sure everything stayed in order until I got back. It was a huge help, and I had not thought much about it beyond being grateful. I expected that when she came over after my trip, we would talk about my vacation, maybe laugh about what my pets had done while I was gone, and just have an easy afternoon. Instead, she brought up something that immediately made the whole room feel different. She told me that 2 days after I had left, she had come over to check on the house like usual, and when she walked in, the radio upstairs and the TV were both on. Not only were they on, but they were loud, blasting sound through the upstairs as if someone had switched them on and turned up the volume on purpose. She said it was not the kind of thing you could miss. It was loud enough that the moment she came in, she noticed it. At first she thought maybe I had somehow forgotten to turn them off before leaving, but then she stopped and realized that was not possible. She had been there the day before, and neither one had been on then. She had not turned them on herself, and neither had I before leaving for vacation. The house had been quiet. Then suddenly, on that day, both were on upstairs and making noise for no reason either of us could explain. That story got my attention right away. It was not just that the TV or radio had turned on by itself, although that would have been strange enough. It was the fact that both were on, both were loud, and both were upstairs, as if something had moved through the rooms and switched them on one after the other. The house had been locked. Paige had only been coming and going to take care of things. There was no sign that anyone had been inside. Nothing looked stolen. Nothing looked broken. It was just that strange detail, those two devices on and blaring sound into an empty part of the house. The more I pictured it, the stranger it felt. It did not sound like a simple mistake. It sounded like something trying to be noticed. At first, though, I was not ready to jump to anything paranormal. Strange things happen in houses all the time. Electronics can be weird. Maybe there had been some power issue. Maybe one remote had fallen between cushions somewhere and buttons had gotten pressed by accident before I left. Maybe there was some normal explanation neither of us had thought of yet. But even as I tried to tell myself that, I could feel that familiar sense of curiosity growing. There is something about unexplained things in your own home that gets into your mind quickly. It is one thing to hear a ghost story about some old building or some stranger's experience. It is something else when the story is about your house, your rooms, your belongings, and something happening while no one should have been there at all. That conversation with Paige stayed in my head. We talked about it for a while, going over the details more than once. She kept saying she knew she had not left either of those things on. I knew I had not either. The longer we talked, the more we drifted into that place between joking and actually wondering. We both wanted to act casual about it, but the truth was that we were curious. Once you get a strange idea into your head, it starts growing. What if something had really been there? What if the house was not as empty as we thought? What if the radio and television turning on had been more than some random glitch? It started as a weird story, but before long it became a question we both wanted to test. That was when we decided to do something that, looking back now, probably changed the whole feeling of the house. I do not own a Ouija board. I never had one sitting in a closet, and I had never been the kind of person who spent a lot of time trying to contact spirits before this. But after hearing what Paige told me, we got curious enough to start searching online for ways to make one ourselves. It felt half serious and half like something people do just to prove it will not work. We searched for how to make your own Ouija board, and found a website that gave us instructions. It all seemed almost too simple. We followed the steps, setting up a homemade version instead of a real board. Instead of using a proper pointer, we used a magnifying glass. Even as we got everything together, I stayed skeptical. In fact, that was one of the main reasons I went along with it. I did not really believe a homemade board and a magnifying glass were going to open some doorway or contact anything real. If anything happened, I expected it would be one of us moving it without meaning to or just our minds playing tricks on us. Still, once we had everything set up, the atmosphere changed. It is strange how even when you do not fully believe something will happen, the act of sitting down and asking questions into an empty room creates tension. It felt silly and serious at the same time. We placed our hands on the magnifying glass and looked at each other. I remember feeling that mix of disbelief and nervousness, like I was sure nothing would happen but still bracing myself a little just in case it did. We started with the most basic question we could think of. Is anyone there? For the first second, nothing happened. And in that second, I almost felt relieved because it fit exactly what I expected. Of course nothing was there. Of course this was just some weird experiment we were doing because of a story about a TV and a radio turning on. But then the magnifying glass began to move. At first it only shook a little, so little that I almost thought it might just be from our hands resting on it. Then it moved more clearly. Slowly, steadily it slid toward. Yes. I remember looking up at Paige right away. I wanted to see her face before anything else. If she was moving it, even without admitting it, I felt like I would be able to tell. But the expression on her face was the same shock I knew was on mine. She did not look like someone playing a joke. She looked surprised. And I know for a fact that I was not moving it on purpose. That is one of the hardest parts to explain. When you are touching something like that, you can usually tell when you are guiding it yourself, even just a little. This felt different. There was motion there, but it did not feel like either of us was the one directing it. That was the moment the whole thing stopped being a harmless joke. We kept going. Once you get a response to the first question, even if you are still not fully convinced, it becomes almost impossible not to ask more. We started asking who we were talking to. The answers came slowly, moving letter by letter. It spelled out the name Ron. We asked more questions and got more pieces of information. We were told he had a sister named Agatha. We were told he died in a fire. Some of the answers came clearly, while others felt confusing or uncertain. Whenever we tried to ask about dates, we kept getting different numbers. It was hard to understand whether the dates were wrong, whether we were misreading something, or whether whatever we were talking to simply was not giving us a clear answer. That confusion only made the whole experience stranger. If someone had been trying to fake it, the answers probably would have been neat and dramatic. Instead, some things came through clearly and other things stayed messy and difficult to pin down. That made it feel more real, not less. The biggest question, the one that sat under everything else we asked, was simple. Were we actually talking to someone? That was what I kept coming back to. I did not know if I believed in the board, not fully. I did not know if a homemade setup should have worked at all. I did not know if there was some hidden reason behind the movement. But at the same time, I could not shake the feeling that something had answered us. Something had moved when we asked if anyone was there. Something had given us a name, details, a story. Even if part of me remained skeptical, another part of me had already started to feel uneasy. Once you ask questions into the dark and get answers back, doubt starts to mix with fear in a very uncomfortable way. After that night with the makeshift Ouija board, things in the house started feeling different. I do not mean only emotionally, though that was part of it too. Once you do something like that, every little sound gets your attention more quickly. Every quiet room feels a bit less empty. Every unexplained movement makes you wonder whether it is connected. But it was not just my imagination running wild. Other strange things started happening, and not in the vague way where you can easily dismiss them. These were moments that stood out because they felt physical, direct, and personal. One night, I was lying in bed, trying to settle down, when I suddenly felt the bed sink the way it does when someone sits down on the edge of it. It was not a tiny shift. It was that clear, familiar pressure you feel in a mattress when weight presses into it. My first thought was completely normal. I assumed it had to be my dog or my cat. Pets jump onto beds quietly all the time, and sometimes you feel the mattress move before you even look. So I turned right away, expecting to see one of them there. Neither of them was on the bed. Not only that, but I could actually see the imprint. The mattress was pressed down as if someone invisible was sitting there. That image stayed with me because it was not just a feeling. It was visible. There was the shape of pressure on the bed and no body there to explain it. I stared at it, waiting for my mind to catch up and tell me I was seeing something wrong. But it looked exactly like what it felt like, someone sitting down beside me, except there was no one there. Moments like that do something to your nerves. Even if you try to stay calm, your body knows when something is wrong. Your mind starts running through explanations too fast. Maybe it was the blanket shifting. Maybe it was the mattress settling. Maybe one of the pets had just jumped down and I missed it. But when you know what you felt and you know what you saw, it becomes harder to force those explanations to fit. I remember staring for a long time, feeling the room around me become very still. It was not loud. It was not dramatic. That almost made it worse. Quiet experiences can feel more real because there is nothing to distract you from them. Another time, I was standing in front of my mirror doing my hair when I heard the bed creak behind me. Again, it was a familiar sound, the kind that happens when someone gets onto the mattress or shifts their weight on it. It was such a clear sound that I turned without even thinking. I fully expected to see my dog or cat there, or at least something obvious to explain it. But once again, there was no one. No pet. No person. Nothing on the bed at all. Just the mattress and the blankets exactly as they had been. By then, the strange things did not feel isolated anymore. They were building on each other. First there was the story from Paige about the TV and radio both being on upstairs. Then the homemade Ouija board and the movement of the magnifying glass. Then the name Ron, the sister Agatha, the story about dying in a fire. Then the pressure on the bed, the visible imprint, the creaking mattress with no one there. Each event added another layer to the feeling that something in the house had changed after we tried to make contact. Maybe that sounds dramatic, but that was honestly how it felt. It was as if before the board, strange things had happened at a distance, and after the board, the oddness had moved closer to me. There were other things too, smaller at first, but still hard to ignore. While I was on vacation, I had bought a charm bracelet. It was the kind that can be hard to put on by yourself because of the clasp. Like most people, I would rest it on my wrist first, and then try to hook it closed with my other hand. Normally that takes a little patience, but it is doable. For some reason, every single time I got close to fastening it, the bracelet would fall. It did not make sense. It was not slipping off naturally the way jewelry sometimes does when you are moving too fast. It was as if just as I reached the clasp, it would suddenly drop. Over and over. At first, I only found it annoying. Then, because so many other strange things had already happened, I started wondering whether it was connected to. Finally, out of frustration more than anything else, I said out loud, "Stop it, please!" I do not even know exactly why I said that. Maybe because by then I had started half believing there really was something in the house paying attention. Maybe because when weird events keep happening around you, you start speaking into the room just to see if anything responds. Whatever the reason, I said it clearly. Then I picked the bracelet up again and tried one more time. That time, I got it on without a problem. That small moment stuck with me more than it should have. On its own, a bracelet clasp finally working is nothing. But in the middle of everything else, it felt like a response. As if whatever had been making it difficult had stopped because I asked it to. I know how that sounds. I know it can be explained away as coincidence. But when you are the person living through all of it, patterns begin to matter. Timing begins to matter. It becomes difficult to ignore when something shifts the moment you speak aloud. Not long after that, I bought 2 necklaces at the mall. There was nothing unusual about them when I got them. They looked fine. But both of them ended up breaking for no clear reason. The chain would crack, just break without warning. One breaking might have been bad luck or cheap jewelry. But both of them? That felt strange. I kept trying to figure out what I was doing wrong. Was I pulling them too hard? Was there something defective about them? I had no real answer. The more I thought about it, the more it felt as though anything delicate or personal I brought close to me lately was somehow affected. The bracelet, the necklaces, the bed, the noises, the electronics in the house, it all started blending into one long line of unexplained things. At that point, I began asking myself the question that kept hanging over everything. Was all of this happening because I threw out the makeshift Ouija board? That thought bothered me more than any single event by itself. I could handle weird sounds. I could even handle telling myself that maybe my house had some strange energy, or maybe I was becoming too alert to ordinary things. But the idea that we had deliberately tried to contact something, gotten answers, and then thrown away the board afterward, that made me wonder whether I had somehow interrupted something or angered something. I did not know enough about Ouija boards to know what people claim you are supposed to do or not do. I only knew what I had heard in stories, and most of those were not comforting. Some people say making contact is dangerous. Some say using a board invites things in. Some say once you open a line of communication, you have to close it properly. I had no idea whether any of that was true. But after everything that happened, I found myself replaying it in my mind. We searched for instructions. We made one. We asked if anyone was there. We got a yes. We talked to something calling itself Ron. Then later, I threw the homemade board away. What if that mattered? The problem with unexplained experiences is that they make ordinary decisions feel heavy afterward. Throwing away a paper board and a magnifying glass should have meant nothing. But when the nights start feeling different, and your bed creaks without anyone on it, suddenly even simple actions begin to feel connected. I wondered if getting rid of the board had been rude in some way to whatever had spoken to us. I wondered if something had attached itself not to the board, but to the house or to me. I wondered if Ron had really been Ron at all, or if whatever answered us had only given us a name because we asked for one. And yet, even with all that fear, I still could not completely let go of the practical side of my mind. Part of me kept trying to stay grounded. Maybe Paige had forgotten and really had left the TV or radio on somehow. Maybe the magnifying glass moved because of the pressure from our hands. Maybe the bed had shifted naturally. Maybe the bracelet and necklaces were just badly made. Maybe I was only connecting unrelated things because once you think a house might be haunted, every little thing begins to look suspicious. That side of my mind was still there, still trying to protect me from panic. But the trouble was that the strange events kept feeling too personal, too well-timed, too direct to dismiss comfortably. The house itself started feeling different to me after that. It was still my home. It still looked the same in daylight. The rooms had not changed, the furniture had not changed, my pets still moved around the same way, and everything should have felt normal. But something in the atmosphere felt altered. It is hard to explain unless you have felt it. A house can suddenly seem like it is listening. Not in a dramatic, movie-like way. More in the sense that silence no longer feels empty. Silence starts to feel occupied. The upstairs would seem too quiet during the day and too watchful at night. Every sound pulled my attention more sharply than before. If a floor creaked, I noticed. If something shifted, I looked. It became impossible to relax the way I used to. I also kept thinking about the details of what the board told us. Ron, a sister named Agatha, died in a fire. Those details came back to me at odd times. I would find myself wondering whether those names meant anything at all or whether they had only been random answers from some strange movement neither of us understood. The problem was that they did not feel random when we got them. The board had moved with a kind of slow certainty. It did not feel like nonsense at the time. So then I would wonder if Ron was really there in the house, if it was him making the bed sink or touching the jewelry, or if once we used the board, something else had taken the opportunity to move in closer. The human mind hates unanswered questions, and I had too many of them all at once. At night was when everything felt strongest. Daytime has a way of pushing strange thoughts back. The world is louder, brighter, more ordinary when the sun is up. But at night, especially when I was alone in my room, the memory of the imprint on the bed and the creak behind me would come back hard. I started bracing myself before sleep without meaning to. I would listen for sounds from the mattress. I would check where my cat and dog were before turning off the light, almost as if I was preparing to rule them out in advance. That is not a peaceful way to live. It wears on you. Even if nothing happens on a given night, the waiting becomes its own kind of stress. I sometimes thought back to the moment Paige first told me about the TV and radio being on upstairs. It seemed so simple then. Just a weird detail. If I had shrugged it off completely, maybe we never would have made the board. Maybe none of the rest would have happened. Of course, there is no way to know that for sure. Maybe the strange activity would have continued either way. Maybe it had nothing to do with the Ouija board at all, and we only made ourselves more aware of something that was already there. But the timing made it hard not to connect everything. The electronics being on came first. The homemade board came next. Then the physical things started happening closer to me. That order mattered in my mind whether or not it would matter to anyone else. There was also something unsettling about how ordinary all the strange moments looked from the outside. If someone had walked into my room while the bed had its imprint, they might have seen it flatten before they noticed. If someone heard the bed creak while I was at the mirror, they could have blamed the frame or the floorboards. If someone else saw the bracelet finally clasp after I said, "Stop it, please," they would probably only laugh and call it coincidence. That is part of what made it so difficult. Nothing was big enough to prove easily, but each thing felt real enough to me that I could not ignore it. It was like being trapped between certainty and uncertainty all the time. Sometimes I wondered whether the thing making itself known was actually trying to hurt me or whether it only wanted attention. The moments with the bed felt invasive, yes, but not violent. The bracelet and jewelry breaking felt frustrating and eerie, but not openly dangerous. The radio and TV being on upstairs felt more like a way of announcing presence than causing harm. That almost made it harder in some ways. If something had been openly threatening, I would have known to treat it one way. But this felt almost playful at times, and then unsettling at others. Like something testing boundaries. Like something that wanted to remind me it was there. The question about throwing out the makeshift Ouija board kept coming back because it seemed like the one thing I had done that might have changed the situation. I had treated the whole thing lightly in the beginning. We made the board from instructions online, used it, asked questions, got answers, and then later I threw it away. What if that was not something you were supposed to do casually? What if by doing that, I had left something unfinished? Maybe the board itself was nothing, just paper and writing and a magnifying glass. But if the act of using it had mattered, maybe throwing it out did not erase anything. Maybe that was why the house still felt wrong afterward. Maybe that was why the activity had shifted from weird electronics to what felt like physical presence. At the same time, I hated giving the board that much power in my mind. I did not want to believe that one impulsive experiment could really change the feeling of my home. I wanted to believe there was still some normal answer waiting to be found, some simple reason behind all of it. But if there was, I could not find it. And when you cannot find a clear answer, your imagination fills the gaps whether you want it to or not. Looking back at it all, what stands out most is how quickly one strange incident led to another. It did not begin with a dramatic haunting or a frightening sight. It began with my friend telling me that while I was on vacation, she found the radio and TV upstairs on and blasting sound even though no one had left them that way. That alone was enough to spark curiosity. Curiosity led to the homemade Ouija board. The board led to questions. The questions led to answers, or at least something that looked like answers. And after that, the strange activity seemed to move into a more personal space. The bed, the jewelry, the sounds, the feeling that something unseen was now close enough to touch the mattress beside me. That progression is what makes the whole story hard for me to dismiss. Even now, the part that stays with me most is not the name Ron or even the bed imprint, though both of those were unforgettable. It is the overall sense that after we asked, "Is anyone there?" something answered in more ways than one. First it answered on the board. Then it seemed to answer in the house. In the electronics. In the mattress. In the small moments that kept happening when I was alone. Whether that was truly a spirit or some chain of coincidence that grew heavier in my mind, I cannot say with complete certainty. But I do know that after that night, my house did not feel the same for a long time. And the question I kept asking myself over and over was always the same. Was this happening because I threw out the makeshift Ouija board, or because making it at all had already been enough? Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. I have always thought of myself as a regular guy. I lived what most people would call a normal life, and for a long time I believed there was nothing especially unusual about me at all. I went to work each day, came home tired, and when I had the time, I did the usual things I enjoyed. I played ball, spent time with the fellows, had a few beers, and tried to enjoy life in the simple ways most men do. If someone had asked me then what kind of person I was, I would have told them I was practical, ordinary, and not the type to chase strange ideas. I was not someone who spent time thinking about ghosts or the spirit world during the day. I had responsibilities, routines, and a life that felt grounded in normal things. But even with all of that, there was one part of my life that I could never fully ignore. No matter how normal my days seemed, my nights were different. From time to time, after a full day of work and ordinary life, I would find myself lying in bed thinking about the things that happened when I fell asleep. I could never stop myself from thinking about them. It was as though my life split in two. During the day, I was just another man trying to get by. At night, I entered places and situations that felt more real than dreams should feel. Those nights stayed with me. They followed me into the next morning and into the next day, no matter how hard I tried to push them aside. One night, I fell asleep like I always did. There was nothing special about that evening. No warning. No reason to expect anything unusual. I lay down as I had done countless nights before, closed my eyes, and drifted off. But almost immediately, it was as if I had been dropped into another place entirely. I found myself sitting in the back of a car. At the time, it did not feel like a dream at all. It felt real in the way only the most vivid dreams can feel, the kind where you do not question where you are because everything around you seems complete and solid. I was sitting in the rear passenger side of the car, and it was already moving. I had not seen myself get into it. I had not seen who started driving. I was simply there. There were 3 figures in the car with me, and they were all still. They were not moving, not shifting in their seats, not speaking. They were only there, sitting like shadows. I tried to make out their faces, but I could not. Their features were not clear. It was like looking at people through a darkness that refused to lift, as if they had shape and presence but would not allow themselves to be fully seen. Even though I could not clearly recognize them with my eyes, something else in me knew who they were. The only way I can explain it is like that moment when you close your eyes and still know someone is standing beside you. You may not see them, but you feel them. Their presence enters you before your eyes confirm anything. That was what happened in that car. I felt, without any doubt, that my dead grandfather was driving. I felt that my dead grandmother was sitting in the front seat, and beside me, in the back, was my dead father. I could not explain how I knew, only that I did. The knowledge arrived in me all at once, and when it did, fear came with it. I looked around the inside of the car again, hoping I was wrong, hoping maybe I had mistaken what I felt. But the more I looked, the stronger that certainty became. I was in a moving car at night with the spirits of my dead family members. Outside the windows, the night was incredibly clear. It was one of the sharpest nights I had ever seen. I could see for what felt like miles. Everything outside looked vivid and clean in a way that almost made it beautiful. The darkness was not empty or blurry. It had depth. The road stretched ahead, and the world beyond the car seemed brighter and more visible than any normal night should have been. That strange clarity outside only made the stillness inside the car more disturbing. My grandfather, grandmother, and father sat there without moving, without turning their heads, without giving any sign of emotion. They were present, but silent and motionless, and that silence was what finally broke me. Fear settled into me all at once. It was not a slow uneasiness. It hit hard. I panicked and shouted, "Let me out!" I screamed it because that was the only thing I could think to do. I did not want to stay in that car another second. The idea of being trapped in that moving vehicle with 3 dead relatives filled me with a fear so deep that it felt physical. The moment I shouted, the car pulled over near a corner. I did not wait to see anything else. I jumped out as fast as I could, desperate just to be away from them. When my feet hit the curb, I stood there trying to steady myself. I was out of the car, but the relief I felt was mixed with something else almost immediately. I began noticing the world around me. The streets were wet, as if it had recently rained. The smell of rain was in the air, that fresh, damp smell that lingers after a storm has passed. As I walked toward a nearby light pole, I could see the street shining under the light. The wet pavement gleamed like diamonds, reflecting light in a way that made everything look strangely beautiful and unreal at the same time. For a moment, being out of the car gave me a false sense of safety. I was glad to be standing on the street instead of trapped in that vehicle. But under that relief was another truth I could already feel. I knew I was not in the normal world anymore. That feeling settled in the back of my mind almost at once. I cannot explain it in logical terms, but standing there on that wet street, under that light, I knew I was on the other side of something. I did not feel like I could simply decide to go home and wake up. It felt like I had crossed into a place where my own will was not enough to get me back. The thought that came to me was simple and terrible. I had died. I really believed that for those moments. I thought I was dead and alone in another world, cut off from everything familiar, and forced to find my own way through whatever came next. That thought brought a new kind of terror because now I was not just afraid of the figures in the car. I was afraid of the whole place around me and what it meant that I was there. My mind raced with one thought after another. If I was dead, how had it happened? Why was I here? Why had my dead relatives been in that car? Why had they not spoken? And most of all, how could I get out? Every thought moved too fast, and none of them helped. The only thing I knew was that standing still would not solve anything. I felt that I had to keep moving. Somehow, somewhere, there had to be a way out of what I had started thinking of as a living nightmare. So I forced myself to walk. Across the street, on the opposite corner, I noticed a small shop. It did not stand out in some bright or inviting way. It was simply there, quiet and dim, but it looked like someplace I might find answers or at least another living person. I crossed over and went inside. The moment I entered, I realized there was only one man there. I did not know what to say to him. I had no idea how to explain where I had come from or what had just happened. So instead of asking anything direct, I began with small talk. I asked him about the place while trying to look around and understand what kind of shop it was. From what I could tell, it looked like an antique store. Everything inside felt old. Not just old in appearance, but old in smell and atmosphere. The whole place seemed filled with the odor of age, dust, wood, cloth, and time. It smelled exactly the way it looked, old. The shelves and objects inside had that quiet stillness that old things often carry, like they had not been moved in years. There was something uncomfortable about it. It did not feel like a normal store open for business. It felt more like a place being preserved exactly as it was, waiting in silence. As I started to leave, the man asked me if I wanted to buy something for my home. That question struck me in a strange way because at that moment I did not know where my home was. In fact, I felt as though I had lost all memory of my real life. I did not know where I had come from. I did not know where I was. I did not know how I had gotten there. Even the idea of home felt blurry, distant, and unreachable. So when he asked me if I wanted to buy something for my home, I remember thinking, I do not even know where my home is. That thought made me feel even more lost. I told him no and began walking out. But then I stopped. At the far end of the store, I saw two figures standing there. They were motionless, staring at me with an intensity that left no room for doubt. It was my grandmother and grandfather. I knew it immediately. There they were, standing silently and watching me. Their stillness was the same stillness from the car. The same unnatural quiet. In that instant, I understood something else too. The man in the shop was not just some stranger. He was my father's spirit. Somehow, I knew that as clearly as I knew who the other two were. And what I felt in that moment was that he was trying to keep me there. The question about buying something for my home had not felt casual anymore. It felt like an attempt to delay me, to hold me in the store long enough for those two figures to confront me. The only thought in my head was that I had to run. So I did. I bolted out of the shop and back onto the street without wasting a second. Panic had fully taken over by then. My mind was no longer trying to understand. It was only trying to escape. Once I was back outside, I looked around desperately, trying to decide where to go next. Across the street there was a parking lot, so I went back toward the area where I had first found myself after leaving the car. I thought distance might help, that if I moved fast enough and far enough, I might leave whatever this was behind me. But even as I moved, I never really felt free. Every place seemed to hold another threat, another face, another silent watcher waiting for me. At a distance, I noticed a bar. There were 2, maybe 3 people standing in front of it. They looked as though they were waiting for me to come over. That was the impression I had immediately, and it filled me with dread. There was something in the way they stood, something too still, too aware, that made me certain they were connected to whatever was happening. I remember thinking, no, absolutely not. I was not going over there. I was not walking into another place where people with dead eyes and silent stares would be waiting for me. I needed out of the nightmare, not deeper into it. So I ran again. As I ran, I glanced back and saw a man standing in front of that bar with the same intense look I had seen on the others in the store. That same fixed stare. That same certainty that he knew me and was waiting. I turned away and kept moving until I came to an alley. For a moment I felt hope. I thought if I cut through the alley and reached another street, maybe I would finally be safe. Maybe I could lose them. Maybe I could put enough distance between myself and whatever world this was. I rushed through the alley and came out onto another street. Once I stepped onto it, I stopped and looked up and down the road. It was empty. Completely empty. I remember telling myself, I'm safe. I'm safe. I repeated it inside my head as though saying it might make it true. The silence of that street felt different from the others. There were no figures waiting, no storefronts with watchful eyes. But then I noticed something. The street was lined only with apartments. That detail stood out because it made the whole place feel closed in, like a long stretch of private spaces where I did not belong, and where anything could be behind any door. Still, I had nowhere else to go, and one of those apartment doors was right in front of me. I walked up to the nearest one. I did not knock. I just went in. The moment I stepped inside, I felt another wave of shock. The first thing that hit me was the smell. It smelled like an old wool military blanket, heavy and aged, like something stored for decades. The whole place was dim, and I stood still for a moment waiting for my eyes to adjust to the poor lighting. Directly across from me was what looked like a living room. On a sofa lay a very thin old man. At first glance he appeared lifeless, almost like a body rather than a sleeping person. He was so still that for a second I thought he might already be dead. Then suddenly he sprang up from the sofa and ran straight at me. He shouted, "You don't know how to speak when you come into someone's house?" The suddenness of it terrified me. I reacted without thinking and knocked him to the floor. But he got up as quickly as he had gone down, and came right back into my face before I had time to move. He stood maybe 6 to 8 inches from me, close enough that there was no way not to see him clearly. And what I saw broke something in my mind for a moment. He had no face. Or at least, no face in the sense that a man should have one. The place where his features should have been looked wrong, empty, ruined. The eye sockets were hollow, and the absence of normal features sent my mind into a kind of shock. I do not know if I can even properly describe the fear of standing inches away from something shaped like a man but lacking the face that should make him human. It was more than simple fright. It felt like my brain itself recoiled, unable to process what I was seeing. Even so, somehow I forced myself to speak. I was terrified beyond what I can easily describe, but a part of me still needed answers. Out of fear, out of desperation, I reached down inside myself and found just enough courage to ask him who he was. Standing there in my face, he answered, "I am your uncle." Then he stepped back and went quiet. The moment he said that, my mind started racing again. I knew who he really was. I did not believe he was my uncle. I knew he was the spirit of my dead father. Just as with the others, the knowledge came from that same deeper sense rather than from his appearance. He may have spoken the words, but something in me knew his real identity. That realization only made the whole encounter more disturbing. Why would he call himself my uncle? Why speak in riddles? Why hide behind wrong names when I already knew him? The whole place felt like a test or a trap, filled with figures who knew me and yet refused to meet me honestly. Still trying to understand anything at all, I asked him another question. I said, "How can you see me? You haven't any eyes. How can you speak? You haven't a mouth." As I asked, I took 2 steps back. Running was already returning to my mind. I wanted out again, away from him, away from the apartment, away from every face and half-face in that place. Nothing was making sense anymore. I remember thinking very clearly, I am dead for sure. There was no other explanation that felt possible then. I believed I was trapped in some place beyond life, surrounded by the dead. And then, out of the corner of my eye, she appeared. A little girl simply manifested there, as though she had stepped out of thin air. One moment she was not there, and the next she was. She walked forward and stood between me and the faceless old man. She did not speak. She just stood there quietly for what felt like maybe a full minute. It was one of the strangest parts of the entire experience because her silence felt different from the others. The dead relatives and shadow figures had felt frightening because of their stillness. This little girl felt tragic because of hers. I studied her as closely as I could. I looked at what she was wearing, at her face, at every detail I might be able to use to understand who she was. She had on a yellow dress with a large rounded white collar, the kind of dress that looked like it could have come from the 1940s or 50s. Everything about her clothing felt old, like it belonged to another time. Her face was pale white, and when I looked into her eyes I saw sadness. Not ordinary sadness, but a deep, helpless kind. I did not just see it. I felt it. Looking at her, I felt distress, sorrow, and the terrible sensation of being trapped and unable to do anything about it. It was as though her feelings entered me the way my relatives' identities had entered me earlier. She said nothing, but she communicated pain all the same. Her blonde hair was tied into 2 ponytails on the sides of her head. I remember noticing the way they swayed gently when she turned. Then, without a word, she walked away. She moved toward the front door and passed right through it. Literally through it. Not opening it, not touching the handle, but walking through it as if the solid door was nothing at all. After she was gone, my attention returned to the old man. For some reason, the mood shifted in a strange way. It felt like he thought it was time for jokes. He asked me for a glass of water. There was nothing funny to me about any of it. I was trapped in a nightmare world, face to face with a corpse-like figure who I believed was my dead father, and now he wanted water as though this were some ordinary visit. I stood there for a few seconds, maybe longer, trying to decide what to do. Finally, I thought the safest thing was to comply and look for the kitchen. As I moved toward what I assumed was the kitchen, I noticed a curtain covering a closet. Curiosity got the better of me for a second, and I pulled the curtain back to look inside. The smell that came out was incredible. It was strong and stale, like clothes that had been hanging there for 50 years without ever being touched. Everything about the place suggested that time had stopped in it long ago. I was still looking when someone gently touched my shoulder. My first thought was that it was the old man behind me. But when I turned around, it was a woman. She looked to be around 60 years old. Her voice was soft and calm in a way that stood in sharp contrast to everything else around me. She said, "You're not supposed to look in there." Then she told me, "The glasses are in the sink." There was something eerie about how ordinary those words were. In the middle of this impossible place filled with dead relatives, faceless men, and vanished children, this woman spoke to me like a hostess giving directions in her home. There was no anger in her voice, only quiet correction. That calmness made the whole thing feel even stranger because it suggested that to them, this place and these events were normal. And that was the last thing I remembered before waking up. The entire ordeal ended there. No final answer, no escape that I can recall, no resolution. I simply woke from it, returning to my normal life, to my bed, to the world I knew. But waking did not make it feel less real. If anything, the memory of it stayed with me in a way most dreams never do. I have tried over and over to make sense of it, to figure out whether it was only a dream, some form of sleep disturbance, or something else entirely. I keep returning to the feeling that it was more than ordinary dreaming. It did not have the shifting nonsense of a random dream. It had structure, presence, and a kind of reality to it that made me believe something entered that state with me. That is why, after thinking on it for a long time, I came to believe it was what some might call dream interruption. The way I understand it, this happens when a spirit enters the body and mind through the soul while a person is asleep and in a semi-subconscious state. I know not everyone would agree with that explanation, and maybe some would say it was only a vivid nightmare shaped by memory and fear. But I was there, and I know how it felt. I know how real the car felt, how real the wet streets looked, how real the smell of rain was in the air. I know the antique store smelled old in a way I can still remember. I know the apartment smelled like an old wool military blanket. I know the faceless old man stood inches from me. I know that little girl in the yellow dress filled me with sorrow just by looking at me. None of it felt like loose dream fragments. It felt like an experience. What troubles me most is that the entire thing carried a strange pattern, almost as if I had entered a world where the dead recognized me but would not fully explain themselves. My grandfather drove the car. My grandmother sat in front. My father was beside me, and then again in the antique store, and again in the apartment, only changed and hidden behind different forms and titles. It was as though one presence was meeting me in many places, trying to lead me somewhere, trap me somewhere, or show me something I still do not fully understand. The fact that he called himself my uncle instead of my father still bothers me. It suggests a kind of deception, or at least a refusal to be direct. Why? What was I meant to understand from that? Was it confusion on his side, or a test on mine? Then there is the little girl. Out of everything I saw, she remains one of the saddest parts of the experience. She never spoke, and yet I understood more from her silence than from all the words of the others. Her dress, her pale face, her eyes full of sorrow, and the way she walked through that door without opening it all stay in my memory with painful clarity. She felt trapped. That is the best word for it. Trapped and helpless. I felt it from her as surely as I had felt the identities of my dead relatives in the car. I sometimes wonder who she was and why she appeared between me and the old man. Was she protecting me? Warning me? Simply revealing herself because she could? I do not know. And then there is the setting itself, the city of wet streets, dim shops, bars with waiting figures, alleyways, silent apartment buildings, and rooms that smelled of age and death. It did not feel like heaven or hell or any place described in religious language. It felt like another layer laid over the world, a place where the dead remained in shapes and settings that matched their memory or condition. A place where they sat motionless, stared, waited, and spoke only enough to draw you deeper in. That thought has unsettled me for a long time because it suggests a world much stranger than anything I had imagined before that night. I have gone over every detail many times. I have replayed the moment I shouted to be let out of the car. I have thought about whether I should have stayed and listened instead of jumping out. I have asked myself whether entering the shop was a mistake, whether running made things worse, whether walking into that apartment was the turning point that took me deepest into the experience. But when you are in fear like that, you do not act with calm logic. You look only for escape. Every decision I made in that place came from panic and survival, not curiosity. I was not trying to explore the world of the dead. I was trying to get out of what I believed was my own death. What is strange is that even after waking, my daytime life continued as always. I still went to work. I still spent time with the fellows. I still played ball when I could and did the ordinary things I had always done. Outwardly, nothing changed. I remained the same regular guy. But inwardly, I had this experience locked inside me, this memory that did not fit with my normal life. It created a quiet tension in me because part of my mind wanted to dismiss it and go back to being only practical. Another part knew I had crossed into something that did not care whether I believed in it or not. That is what made the nights hard. It was not only the fear of another such experience happening again, though that fear was real. It was the knowledge that my life was not as simple as it appeared from the outside. I could laugh with friends, drink beer, and talk about normal things, yet still carry the memory of standing in front of a faceless man who claimed to be my uncle while I knew in my soul he was my dead father. I could go through all the motions of an ordinary day and still remember the look of a pale little girl in a yellow dress who never said a word but filled me with sorrow. Those things do not disappear just because the sun comes up. Maybe that is why I still think about it so often. It was too structured to ignore, too vivid to forget, and too emotionally powerful to dismiss as random. It felt like I had been taken somewhere rather than merely shown images in my sleep. Whether that place was created by my own subconscious, opened by grief and buried memory, or entered by spirit influence, I cannot prove. I only know that when it happened, I believed completely that I was dead and moving through a world populated by the dead. And even now, part of me still wonders whether that belief was closer to the truth than I am comfortable admitting. I do not claim to understand it fully. I only know what I lived through that night. I know what I saw, what I smelled, what I felt, and how deeply it shook me. And even though I still live an ordinary life, and even though I still think of myself as a regular man who does regular things, there is a part of me that will never again believe that sleep is only sleep. Some nights may just be dreams. But some nights feel like doorways. Some nights feel like the soul steps into places the waking mind is not prepared to understand. That night was one of them. So when I say I still think about my nights from time to time, I mean more than simple dreams or restless sleep. I mean that sometimes, after a normal day, I lie there and remember the car, the wet streets, the antique store, the bar, the alley, the apartment, the faceless old man, the woman with the soft voice, and the little girl in the yellow dress. I remember believing I had died. I remember trying to run from the dead. I remember feeling like I was in a place I was never meant to enter without losing myself. And I remember waking up with the terrible understanding that whatever it was, it had felt real enough to change me. Lately, I have been having a hard time sleeping. It has not just been 1 or 2 restless nights here and there. It has become a real problem, the kind that slowly starts affecting everything else. Some nights I lie awake for hours, staring into the dark, waiting for sleep that never seems to come. Other nights I drift off only to wake again not long after, unable to settle back down. It leaves me feeling tired even before the day begins. It also gives me too much time to think, which is probably one reason the strange things around me have started to feel heavier than they used to. When you are already worn down, the unusual seems even more noticeable. Small things stay in your mind longer. Sounds feel sharper. Shadows seem more important. And once enough strange things pile up, even an ordinary night can start to feel wrong. 2 nights ago, I was still awake at around 3 in the morning. I could not sleep at all, so I decided to take my dog outside to use the bathroom. There was nothing unusual about that at first. I have taken him out late plenty of times, and although 3 in the morning is not my favorite hour to be outside, it was still just another sleepy trip into the yard. I was fully awake at the time, not half asleep, not dreaming, not confused. That part matters to me because I know how easy it is for people to dismiss strange experiences by saying you were tired or not fully aware. I was tired, yes, but I was awake. I knew exactly where I was and what I was doing. At first, everything seemed normal. My dog came with me the way he always does, and I was mostly focused on getting back inside as quickly as possible. But then he suddenly stopped. He did not just slow down a little or get distracted the way dogs sometimes do. He stopped completely and sat down. At the same time, he made a faint whining sound. That sound caught my attention, but not enough for me to think much of it right away. He has done similar things before, and sometimes he gets weirdly stubborn about using the bathroom. So I figured it was just one of those moments. I walked forward a bit, and told him to hurry up and do his business, not really giving it much importance. The next thing I noticed was the air. It was cold outside. That may not sound dramatic to most people, but I live in Florida, and this kind of cold at this time of year felt unusual. It was not just cool in the way late night air sometimes is after rain. It felt sharply cold, enough that I noticed it right away and found it strange. Even then, I still tried to explain it away. I knew there had been a storm earlier that day, and storms can change the temperature. I told myself maybe the weather had just shifted. Maybe some cold air had come through after the rain. It was odd, yes, but not impossible. At that point, I still was not thinking about anything paranormal. I was only aware that my dog had stopped, the air felt colder than it should have, and the night had a different feeling than usual. A couple of minutes later, I saw someone. At first, I only caught the shape of a person standing near the man-made pond that sits diagonally to the left of my house. I had to squint to see better because it was dark, and I thought maybe one of my neighbors was outside. That was the explanation I reached for immediately, because it was the one that made the most sense. Maybe someone else was awake, and outside for some reason. Maybe they were just standing there looking at the water or checking something near the edge of the pond. I narrowed my eyes and stared harder, trying to make out more details. But the more I looked, the stranger it felt. The figure looked like a person, but not in a clear, normal way. It had the form of a person standing there, but I could not see any real facial details. No eyes. No expression. No clear features. Even with that lack of detail, I had a very strong feeling that it was looking directly at me. That was the part that unsettled me most. I could not see eyes, but I felt watched. It was not a casual glance or the feeling that someone just happened to be nearby. It felt focused. Intent. Like whatever was standing there was aware of me in a very direct way. For a moment, I stood there trying to understand what I was seeing. My dog still did not want to move, and that suddenly felt more important. He had sensed something before I had. Even if I had ignored it at first, he had clearly noticed something was wrong. I started walking forward a little, partly because I wanted a better look and partly because I needed to know if it was really a person. But before I could get close enough to understand it better, the figure disappeared. It did not slowly walk away. It did not move behind something. It did not step off into the dark where I lost track of it. It was just there 1 second and gone the next. I stopped right there. Now, I cannot say with total certainty that what I saw was paranormal. I know how that sounds. I know how easy it is to question yourself after something like that. Maybe I misjudged the light. Maybe I saw a shadow in the wrong shape. Maybe someone really was there and moved away faster than I realized. I cannot prove otherwise. But I can say that the whole thing felt wrong. The cold air, my dog's reaction, the shape by the pond, the sense of being watched, and then that sudden disappearance all came together in a way that left me deeply unsettled. Even if I wanted to explain it logically, something about it did not sit right with me at all. Still, as strange as that was, it is not even the main reason I feel so confused and worried lately. What has really been bothering me is what has been happening when I wake up. For a while now, I have sometimes been waking with scratches, cuts, and swollen marks that look like insect bites. At first, I tried not to panic. People wake up with random marks all the time. You scratch yourself in your sleep, you bump into something without noticing, or maybe there really are bugs you have not found yet. I tried every normal explanation I could think of. I checked for insects. I examined my room. I changed things around. I paid more attention to my bedding, my clothes, my pets, and anything else that might explain why I kept finding marks on my skin. But no matter how much I checked, I could not find a reason that made sense. The scratches and cuts were not always in places that seemed easy to explain either. Sometimes they were on my arms. Sometimes on my back. Sometimes they looked like little scratches, other times like swollen bites. They were real enough that I could see them clearly and feel them. This was not just me imagining some small mark and convincing myself it meant something. They were there. That was what made it so hard to dismiss. If it had happened only once, I might have shrugged it off. If it had happened only after being outside a lot, maybe I would have blamed bugs. But it kept happening, and not in a way that felt random anymore. I became so unsure of myself that I started wondering whether maybe I was missing something obvious. Maybe I was scratching myself in my sleep without realizing it. Maybe there was some insect in the room that only bit me and somehow avoided everyone else. Maybe stress and lack of sleep were making me more sensitive, and causing me to overreact to things that had ordinary causes. I really tried to stay reasonable about it. I did not want to jump to something supernatural just because I was already uneasy about the house. I wanted proof that it was not all in my head. That is why, about a month ago, I invited a friend over to spend the night. I wanted another person there partly because I needed company and partly because I needed to know whether this was really happening only to me. If something in the room was causing the marks, then surely it would affect someone else too. We slept in the same room. Everything about the situation was equal. Same air, same space, same night, same environment. I thought that if I woke up with bites or scratches and she did too, then maybe I would at least know to keep looking for a normal cause like insects or something in the bedding. But that is not what happened. When morning came, I woke up with small swollen bites and scratches on my arms and back. She had nothing. Not a single scratch. Not a single bite. Nothing at all. That was the moment when my confusion started turning into real worry. If there had been bugs in the room, why would they only bite me? If there had been something wrong with the bed or sheets, why would only I wake up marked? If I had been scratching myself badly enough to leave marks, why was it happening in that specific way, and why only sometimes? The more I thought about it, the less sense it made. It felt personal. That may not be the most logical word, but it is the most honest one. It felt like whatever was happening to me specifically. And that is what I cannot understand. I have felt for a while now that things in this house were not always right. That may sound vague, but it is the truth. Even before all of this, before the marks and before that thing by the pond, I had heard strange sounds and seen figures in the house from time to time. Those experiences were unsettling, yes, but I had never gotten the impression before that whatever I was seeing or hearing wanted to hurt me. It did not feel aggressive. It did not feel as though anything was trying to communicate with me directly either. It was more like living with an atmosphere I could not explain. A feeling that the house was not always as empty as it should have been. Strange sounds in the wrong places. Figures glimpsed when no one should have been there. Moments that felt off but never clearly threatening. That is why this feels different. The scratches, cuts, and swollen bites feel like a change. They feel more direct than anything that happened before. Hearing something or seeing a figure in another room is one thing. Waking up with marks on your own body is something else entirely. It crosses a line. It makes the situation harder to ignore and much harder to explain away. It also raises questions I do not know how to answer. If something really is happening here, why is it changing now? Why is it affecting me physically? Why now, after all the other strange things I had mostly learned to live with? I keep going back over the details because I want some clear pattern to appear. The sleeping trouble came first, or at least became much worse recently. Then the late-night walk with my dog, the cold air, the figure by the pond, and the sense of being watched. Around the same period, the scratches and bites became harder to ignore. The strange things in the house also felt more noticeable than before. It all seems connected, but I cannot see how. I do not know whether I am becoming more aware because I am tired and stressed, or whether something has actually changed in the house and I am only now realizing how serious it is. The lack of sleep has made everything harder. When you cannot rest properly, your mind is always half-strained. You start doubting yourself even more because you know exhaustion can distort things. At the same time, the very fact that I am losing sleep makes me pay even more attention to what is happening. It becomes a cycle. I stay awake because I am uneasy, and being awake too much makes me notice more things, and noticing more things makes me even less able to sleep. I find myself listening to the house at night in a way I never used to. Every small sound matters. Every movement catches my attention. I do not think I am frightened exactly, not in the sense of feeling helpless panic, but I am deeply unsettled. Confused is probably the best word, with worry just beneath it. What bothers me too is that I do not know whether this can get worse. That question sits in the back of my mind all the time now. If the marks are already happening, what comes next? Will it stay at this level, just weird and uncomfortable and impossible to explain? Or is it building towards something? I do not like thinking that way because I know fear can make everything feel bigger. But it is hard not to wonder. If I have already gone from hearing out things and seeing figures to waking up scratched, then it feels natural to ask whether the situation is escalating. I do not know if that is really what is happening, but I cannot pretend I have not thought it. At the same time, I do not want to overstate it either. I am not sitting here shaking in terror. I am not too afraid to be in the house. That is part of why this feels so strange. I am not consumed by fear. I am mostly confused. I do not feel a dramatic evil presence closing in on me every moment. What I feel is a growing list of things that should have ordinary explanations but do not. That might actually be worse in some ways. At least if something were obvious, I would know how to react. Instead, I am left in this uncomfortable middle space where I cannot prove anything and cannot fully dismiss it either. I also think about my dog a lot now. Animals notice things people miss. I know that is something people say all the time, but in that moment outside at 3 a.m, he clearly reacted before I did. He stopped, sat down, and whined. He was uneasy before I ever saw the figure near the pond. That matters to me because it means the experience was not entirely inside my own head. He responded to something in the environment. Maybe it was a real person. Maybe it was an animal. Maybe it was something else. Whatever it was, he did not want to move forward. That reaction has stayed with me, especially because he is usually not that bothered unless something is genuinely wrong or unfamiliar. Then there is the cold. I know weather changes happen. I know storms can bring in strange air. But that cold felt wrong in the moment. It felt like one more thing that set the whole scene apart from an ordinary late-night walk. The house, the yard, the pond, the dark shape standing there, my dog refusing to go on, and the unnatural chill all felt tied together somehow. I do not know if that matters in any objective sense, but it mattered to me because it was part of the atmosphere. It was part of what made the encounter feel unlike anything normal. When I try to look at everything together, I see a pattern of presence without clarity. That may be the best way to describe it. I feel presence. I hear things. I see figures. I wake with marks. I sense that something is wrong. But I do not get clear answers. There is no voice. No direct message. No obvious source. Just repeated signs that something is off. That uncertainty is what wears on me the most. If something is really there, why not make itself known in a way that can be understood? Why scratch and mark and appear only in glimpses? Why not be clear? Or if nothing paranormal is happening, why does every logical explanation feel incomplete? Sometimes I wonder if the house itself has something to do with it. I do not know the history of every corner of it, and maybe that means nothing. But houses can hold strange atmospheres, especially if enough unsettling things have happened in them over time. I have had that sense before in this place, long before the marks began. The feeling that the air shifts in certain rooms. The feeling that some parts of the house are heavier at certain times, especially late at night. Again, that sounds vague, and I know vague things are hard to trust. But living in a place gives you a sense of its normal rhythm. When something does not feel right in that rhythm, you notice. I also cannot ignore how isolated the physical marks make me feel. The night my friend slept in the same room with me and woke up perfectly fine, while I woke scratched and bitten looking was a turning point. Before that, there was always a part of me holding on to the possibility that the cause was environmental. But when the exact same room, exact same night, and exact same conditions affected only me, it became harder to stay grounded in that explanation. I keep coming back to that. Why me and not her? Why does this seem to follow me instead of just happening in the room itself? That question makes me wonder whether it is not only about the house. Maybe that is why I feel more confused than scared. If it were only the house, I could think in terms of a place. A room. A history. A location. But if it is attached to me somehow, that is a very different thought, and one I do not know what to do with. I am not saying I believe that for sure. I am only saying that it has crossed my mind because I cannot explain why another person in the same room would be untouched while I keep waking up marked. There have been nights when I have tried to stay awake longer on purpose, as if watching for something would help. But that does not really work. Either nothing obvious happens, or I become too tired to focus. And then morning comes, and sometimes there are marks and sometimes there are not. The unpredictability makes it worse. If it happened every single night, at least there would be a pattern. Instead, it comes and goes enough to make me question everything each time. Was the last one real? Was this one from sleep? Is tonight safe? Is tomorrow morning going to bring more of the same? I also think about the figures I have seen before in the house. They were never clear enough for me to say exactly what they were, but they were there often enough that I could not pretend they had never happened. Quick glimpses? Shapes in the wrong place. That feeling of turning and thinking someone is there only to find nothing. Those moments had become almost background noise in my life, strange but manageable. Now, though, in light of everything else, I see them differently. Now I wonder whether they were warnings, early signs, or simply evidence that whatever is happening has been around longer than I wanted to admit. The strange sounds fit into that too. Houses make noise, of course, and I know that. Pipes, walls, floors, roofs, all of them shift and settle. But not every sound feels the same. Some sounds in this house have always seemed more deliberate, or at least more difficult to place. Footstep-like noises when no one was there. Sounds in rooms that should have been empty. Faint things that stop when you focus on them. Again, none of that felt clearly harmful before. Just strange. But now, because of the marks and because of the figure by the pond, those sounds no longer feel harmless in the same way. I keep trying to decide whether I should be more afraid than I am. Maybe that sounds odd, but it is true. Part of me thinks that if I were really in danger, I would feel it more strongly. Another part says maybe I have just grown too used to these things and that is why I am not reacting with the fear I should have. What I do know is that confusion can be just as exhausting as fear. Not knowing what is happening, not knowing whether it is getting worse, and not knowing what to do about it creates its own kind of stress. More than anything, I want an explanation. I want to know whether there is something physical I have missed, something medical, something environmental, something psychological, or something spiritual. I want to know why I wake with scratches and swollen marks. I want to know why my dog reacted the way he did that night. I want to know what I saw by the pond, and why it disappeared. I want to know why strange things in the house seem more common lately, and why the whole atmosphere feels heavier than it used to. I want to know whether these things are connected or whether I am only linking them because they all happen close together. And yes, I want to know whether it will get worse. That may be the simplest and most honest question I have. Because if this is only a passing stretch of bad sleep and heightened nerves, then maybe it will fade and life will settle down again. But if it is not, if something really is changing around me or around this house, then I do not know what to expect next. I am not trying to be dramatic. I am trying to be honest about where my mind is. I am not terrified, but I am unsettled enough that I cannot keep brushing it aside. The strangest part is that all of this has become almost normal in its own way. Not normal in the sense of acceptable, but normal in the sense that I have started expecting strange things. That realization bothers me more than I like to admit. When hearing out sounds, seeing unexplained figures, waking with marks, and feeling watched become part of your routine, something is wrong, even if you cannot name it. No one should get used to that. And yet here I am, living with it, trying to make sense of it one piece at a time. I do not know what is going on. I only know that lately the strange things have become more frequent, more personal, and harder to ignore. I know that my sleep has gotten worse, my nights feel longer, and my house no longer feels entirely ordinary to me. I know that my dog sensed something that night before I did. I know I saw a figure by the pond that vanished when I moved closer. I know I keep waking up with scratches, cuts, and swollen bite-like marks that I cannot explain. I know my friend slept beside me and woke untouched while I did not. I know I have heard things and seen things in this house before. And I know that whatever this is, it feels different now than it used to. That is why I keep asking myself the same questions over and over. What is happening to me? Why is it happening now? And if this really is something more than bad sleep, strange weather, or random marks, then what comes next? 2 towns over from where we lived was Chester, New Jersey, and even if you had never read a single page about its past, you could still feel that it was old just by driving through it. It was one of those places where history did not seem buried or forgotten. It seemed to sit right out in the open. The streets, the preserved buildings, the quiet pride in the town's appearance, all of it gave the feeling that time had moved forward there without completely erasing what came before. Everything looked cared for, almost too carefully cared for, as if the town understood that its greatest charm came from how much of its past still remained standing. You could drive through and see old storefronts, old houses, old stone and brick, and feel that you were passing through a place that had lived many more lives than the people in it now. Chester had deep roots long before it became official as a town. I had heard that it first grew where two major Lenape Indian trails crossed. Those trails had been used for hundreds of years before Chester was formally established in 1799. That detail always stayed with me because it meant the ground itself had already been carrying footsteps long before stagecoaches, mining, inns, and restored storefronts ever came into the picture. People had been moving through that land for generations before it was given the kind of official history towns usually point to. That makes a place feel older in a different way. Not just old in the sense of preserved buildings, but old in the deeper sense, like human movement, memory, and purpose had been passing through it for centuries. Some towns feel built. Chester felt layered. Part of that feeling centered around one place in particular, a building known as the Brick House. Back in 1810, a man named Zephaniah Drake and his son Jacob built it. In those early years, it served as a stagecoach stop during a time when mining had started bringing work into the area and immigrants were arriving to take part in it. I always found that image easy to picture. Travelers coming in tired and dirty from the road, horses outside, lamps glowing through the windows, the noise of boots and voices and dishes, the feeling of a place that had purpose because it stood at a busy point in other people's journeys. Buildings like that absorb life. They see people arrive hopeful, exhausted, sick, rich, poor, lonely, angry, hungry. A place used as a stop for travelers does not just exist physically. It becomes part of the movement of a whole era. Then, as time passed and mining cooled down, Chester quieted into something else. The town changed. What had once been a place of practical traffic and work slowly became the sort of sleepy little town people later admire for its charm. The brick house changed too. It no longer needed to serve the same purpose it had in its early days. The guest rooms closed, and the place became only a restaurant. It became the public house. Around it, the town kept reshaping itself. Craft shops appeared. Taylor's ice cream became part of the local feel. There were Halloween parades, antique stores, the small-town traditions and attractions that make a place feel both historic and alive. What had once been a stop in a working landscape became part of a preserved and charming one. That is often how people talk about places like Chester. They talk about them with affection. They talk about history and charm and tradition, and that is all true. But I have always felt there is something else in such places too. Old towns that preserve themselves well can feel beautiful, yes, but they can also feel crowded with what came before. Not physically crowded, but emotionally. As if all the years are still close to the surface. Every building has layers in it. Every room has held different lives. Every restored wall has kept something besides paint and timber. That may be one reason I was so drawn to the story I eventually heard about the brick house, because it fit that uneasy feeling I sometimes get in old places where the past feels just a little too present. For about a year or so, the brick house had been closed. I do not remember every detail of why I first heard about what had happened there, but I remember clearly the way the story was told. A contractor was involved. I believe the subject came up casually at first, almost as if he did not mean to get into it. He was asked about Coyote, and he danced around the issue before finally telling me and Billy what had happened. It was one of those conversations where you can tell the person is deciding, in real time, how much they want to say and how much they would rather keep to themselves. But once he started, the whole thing came out. According to him, when the new owners took over, the building was in terrible condition. It was not just a little worn or in need of cosmetic work. It was apparently in horrible disrepair. The kind of shape that forces people to ask a hard question, save it or tear it down. The new owners wanted to raise it and start over. The Historical Society wanted to preserve it. That struggle alone already gives a place tension, because whenever an old building reaches that point, people are not just debating wood and stone. They are debating whether the past deserves to stay standing. In this case, that debate meant long hours and late nights while they tried to decide if the building could be saved. And those late nights were how the strange part of the story began. The contractor said that after closing, there were times when only he, his wife, and the electrician remained in the building. The restaurant would be empty, the public gone, the outside world quieter, and the three of them would still be there trying to figure out whether the structure could be restored or not. That setting alone is enough to make a story feel eerie. An olden, empty after hours, half falling apart, with only a few people moving through its dark rooms trying to measure damage and decide its fate. It is exactly the sort of place where every creak sounds like a warning and every cold patch feels personal. One night they went upstairs to where the guest rooms used to be. That part of the building had not been part of the public restaurant for a very long time. The rooms had been closed for years and were more like forgotten spaces than active ones. When they started digging into the upstairs area, they found old things still there. Oil lamps, candle sconces, a Bible with Zephaniah Drake's name in it. Old furniture too, beds and other things that seemed to have been sitting there for ages. That detail is what hooked me when I first heard the story. It is one thing to know intellectually that a place has history. It is another to uncover that history physically, to put your hands near the objects people once used, prayed over, lit, and lived beside. Finding Zephaniah's Bible upstairs in those old rooms must have made the past feel very close. The contractor's wife even quoted a psalm from the Bible to me later, though I cannot remember now which one it was. I only remember that she remembered it clearly enough for it to matter to her. What happened next was the part that made the story turn from interesting old building history into something much darker. When they came back downstairs, the dining room had been thrown into chaos. The tables had been upset. Chairs had been knocked over. Silverware was scattered around. Doors stood open. The dining rooms were freezing. That image has stayed with me for a long time. Imagine being in an old building after hours, going upstairs to explore forgotten rooms and finding objects from another century, then coming back down and discovering that the rooms you had left in order were now in complete disorder. Not in a small way either. Not one fork on the floor or one chair knocked loose. This was a full disturbance. Tables upset. Chairs overturned. Silverware strewn around. And the cold matters too. Old places are often drafty, but there is a difference between a chilly room and a room that feels suddenly, unnaturally freezing. That cold is what makes stories like this feel more physical, more immediate. As if something has moved through and left a change behind that can be felt in the air as well as seen in the room. And still, even after that, they stayed on the job. That says something to me, because if the story is true, then whatever they experienced that first time was not enough to make them leave immediately. Maybe they were more curious than frightened. Maybe they wanted to believe there had to be some explanation. Maybe when you are already deep into work, invested in a building and the decision around it, you convince yourself that you have to keep going. Whatever the reason, they went back and continued working late. That alone makes me think the atmosphere of the place must have been strange in a very particular way. Enough to disturb them, but not enough to send them running right then. Then came the incident that made the contractor quit. One night, he was there alone. He was downstairs, reviewing whatever it is contractors review at the end of the day. Plans, notes, costs, damage, who knows? The point is that he was alone and working, and he heard footsteps upstairs. There is something about footsteps in an old empty building that unnerves people more than almost any other sound. Footsteps imply intention. Wind can rattle. Pipes can bang. A building can settle. But footsteps suggest presence. Someone, or something, is moving from one place to another. So naturally he went to investigate. I can picture him starting up the stairs, already on edge from the earlier incident, probably telling himself it might be nothing and at the same time knowing he did not really believe that. As he reached the stairs, he felt something move straight through him. That was how he described it. Not brush by him. Not bump him. Pass through him. He said it took his breath away. Not metaphorically, but physically. He said it felt like being hit in the stomach with a bat. That is a strong description, and it is one of the reasons I always remembered the story. People use dramatic words all the time, but that image is specific. A blow to the stomach. Sudden loss of breath. Shock. Pain. It suggests that whatever happened was not just an eerie feeling or a touch of cold. It was forceful. It affected his body. And when he spoke about it, he also mentioned hearing voices as it passed through him. Not clear speech. Not words he could understand. Just voices, and especially a girl's voice. Female in pitch, but not speaking anything he could make out. Then nausea came with it. That combination is what makes the experience so disturbing to me. Physical impact, the sense of something passing through him, a female voice, and sudden sickness. It sounds less like a ghostly cliché and more like a violent crossing of spaces that should not have touched. The contractor did not make it sound theatrical when he told it. He made it sound like something he wanted no part of ever again. And after that, he was done. He quit. As far as I know, they brought in someone else to finish the restoration. The building survived. It still stands. In fact, it is there today, though it has changed. The look is different now. The decor is starker, more modern, trying to be chic in the way many restored old places do. The old warmth and clutter of history often gets stripped away in favor of polished surfaces and carefully chosen style. But the important thing is that the building was saved. The good news, if you want to call it that, is that they reopened the rooms upstairs. People can stay there again. That fact fascinates me more than it probably should. Because if the story about the contractor is true, then the guest rooms are not just charming restored rooms in a historic inn. They are rooms above a space where tables overturned on their own after old artifacts were discovered. Rooms above the stairs where something invisible hit a grown man like a bat to the stomach and passed through him, while a girl's voice sounded in his ears. Once you know that, the building becomes something else in your imagination. It is no longer just a preserved bit of local history. It becomes a place asking questions. And that is where my own questions began too. Who were the Drakes really? That is what I kept coming back to after hearing the story. The contractor's experience was eerie enough on its own, but what made it grip me was the possibility that whatever had happened there had roots in the building's actual past. I had heard stories. Not verified history, not things I could prove, but whispers. I had heard that Mr. Drake Jr. was not exactly a gentleman. I had heard rumors about his interest in young Lithuanian immigrant girls who came to work for him. I had heard that one of them may have died while in his employ. Those are the kinds of stories that cling to old places, especially places that mix wealth, labor, and power. But despite looking into it later, I could not find real evidence to prove any of it. That is one of the most frustrating things about places like this. The stories survive, but the proof often does not. Official records do not always preserve the suffering of the powerless. Rumors stay alive because something happened that made people whisper, but the details get lost, softened, denied, or buried. If a young immigrant girl had truly died there under suspicious or terrible circumstances, would there necessarily be a neat historical record waiting for me to find? Probably not. Especially if the people who mattered most at the time had every reason not to preserve such a truth. So when I say I heard those stories, I mean exactly that. I heard them. I cannot prove them. And yet the atmosphere of the building, the contractor's account, and the oldness of the place all make the rumors feel difficult to shrug off. Then there is the older layer beneath all of that. The Lenape trails. Whenever a place is very old, and especially when it stands where people traveled long before official records began, you cannot help wondering what else happened there before the named history started. If Chester grew where two major Lenape trails crossed, then the ground around it was already significant long before the Drakes built anything. That raises all kinds of questions. Were there old camps there? Gatherings? Sacred associations? Burial places nearby? People love to jump straight to the idea of burial grounds whenever hauntings are mentioned, and I know that can become careless and disrespectful if treated like a dramatic shortcut. But still, when land holds that much age, it is natural to wonder what earlier histories remain unspoken beneath the official town story. Maybe it has nothing to do with the Drakes at all. Maybe the building sits on a place that was already full of memory. Or maybe it is more than one thing. That possibility seems truest to me in old places. Not one clean haunting with one neat explanation, but layers of sorrow, movement, labor, and silence. A stagecoach stop. Mining traffic. Immigrant workers. Family ownership. Rumors of exploitation. A once busy inn becoming a restaurant. Closed rooms full of old objects left behind. A restoration interrupted by violence from something unseen. If you pile enough history on one building, it stops feeling surprising that something in it might feel disturbed. What stayed with me most from the contractor's story was not even the upset dining room, though that image is vivid. It was the girl's voice. That detail made all the difference. If he had only described a force or a cold or a feeling, it would have been easier to put it in the usual category of ghost stories told about old inns. But the mention of a female voice, and specifically the sense that it belonged to a girl, brings a whole different emotional weight with it. It suggests personhood. It suggests history. It suggests someone, not just something. And once you hear that detail, all the rumors about young immigrant girls working there become impossible not to connect, whether or not the connection can ever be proven. Maybe that is unfair. Maybe the voice had nothing to do with those rumors. Maybe it belonged to some completely different layer of the building's history. But when stories, places, and rumors start crossing over one another, the mind naturally reaches for patterns. That is what old buildings do to people. They make you listen harder. They make you wonder whether beauty and preservation are only the surface of something much darker underneath. The fact that they found Zephaniah Drake's Bible upstairs adds another kind of tension too. A Bible in an old room should feel comforting to many people. It should suggest protection, faith, family, ordinary life. But in ghost stories, old religious objects often feel like witnesses rather than shields. They remind you that whatever happened in that place happened in a world where people prayed, believed, sinned, lied, loved, harmed, and asked forgiveness under the same roof. The Bible does not erase any of that. It sits there with it. And the contractor's wife remembering the song from it makes me think the find affected her deeply in a way even she may not have fully understood. I sometimes imagine what those upstairs rooms must have looked like before restoration. Dusty, still, full of objects left behind as if time had simply paused there. Old beds, lamps, sconces, a Bible with the builder's name in it. That image feels almost more haunting than any direct ghostly event. Abandoned rooms are unsettling because they look like people meant to come back and never did. They hold traces of intention. Someone placed those objects there. Someone used them. Someone lived, or worked, or waited in those rooms. And then decades passed. When modern people go back into such spaces, it can feel less like entering a room and more like intruding into a memory. Maybe that is why things downstairs were thrown into disorder when they came back down. If the story is true, perhaps something did not like being disturbed. Perhaps something connected to those upstairs rooms reacted. Or perhaps the discovery of those old belongings stirred up whatever had long been quiet in the building. Again, I know how that sounds, but the story was told in such a way that it did not feel like a made-up haunted house scene. It felt like something that had happened to people who were there to work, not to chase ghosts. After hearing it all, I became obsessed not just with whether the building was haunted, but with who exactly might still be there. Was it one of the Drakes? A worker? A girl? A servant? An immigrant who had no place in the official story? Something older than the house itself? Or none of those, and only the force of human suffering tied to a place where too much had happened over too many years. That is what frustrates me most about historical hauntings. The experience may be vivid, but the names are often missing. You can feel a place straining with story and still not know whose story it is. And I would love to know. That, more than the fear itself, is what drives my fascination with old places. People always assume that if you are interested in haunted buildings, it is because you want to see something, get scared, or prove a point. But for me, it has always been more about wanting the hidden story. Wanting to know who passed through there. wanting to understand what happened in the shadows beneath the official version. Town brochures will tell you dates and architecture and restoration history. They will tell you who built the place and when it changed hands. But they will not tell you about the girls no one bothered to record. They will not tell you who cried in those rooms, who worked there unwillingly, who died badly, who was forgotten, or who never got justice. Just once, I would love to know the whole story behind one of these places. Not the polished story. The real one. That is why I still think about the brick house and why I plan on staying there someday. I know that probably sounds foolish to some people. If I have heard a story about an invisible force hitting a contractor in the stomach and voices passing through him, why would I want to sleep upstairs in the reopened rooms? But I do. Partly because I am curious. Partly because I want to feel for myself whether anything remains in that place. And partly because if there really is some trace of the past still active there, some story pressing up through the polished new decor, I want to know what it feels like. The building is still there, restored and refined, trying to look elegant and stylish for modern guests. But old places can change curtains and light fixtures without changing what lives underneath. New paint and sheet design do not erase history. They only cover it. Sometimes they make the contrast even sharper. A building can be made fashionable again while still holding whatever pain, memory, or presence has lingered in it for generations. In some ways, I think reopening the rooms makes that more interesting, not less. Now people sleep upstairs again. Now strangers come in and stay where old lamps and beds once sat untouched in the dark. If anything remains there, it now has fresh witnesses passing through. And yes, a part of me hopes that if I stay there long enough, something will happen. Not because I want danger, but because I want confirmation. I want the place to feel like more than rumor. I want to know whether the contractor was telling the truth exactly as it happened, whether the rooms themselves carry anything unusual, whether the halls feel heavier at night, whether the air shifts in certain spaces, whether any voice still lingers where he heard one. I know my husband does not believe in these things. He is the kind who would need something undeniable to convince him. Maybe one day, if we stay there together, he will finally get it. Maybe he will feel what I mean when I say some places are full in ways that have nothing to do with furniture or people currently standing in them. Or maybe nothing will happen at all. That is possible too. Maybe I will stay there and sleep perfectly well and wake up only with admiration for old preserved walls and expensive sheets. Maybe all the strange energy belongs only to the restoration period, when old things were disturbed and the building stood half open between ruin and renewal. Maybe the stories will remain just that, stories. But even if nothing happens, I think the wanting to know will still remain. Because once a place gathers enough mystery, it stops being only a building. It becomes a question. And the brick house is still a question to me. Who were the Drakes really? What happened in those rooms upstairs? Were immigrant girls harmed there? Or is that only dark local rumor? Was the voice the contractor heard connected to someone forgotten by history? Is the haunting rooted in the building's 19th century life? Or in the older land beneath it where Lenape trails crossed? Is the cold only draft and old architecture, or the kind of cold people talk about because it comes with presents? Did the building react because the old rooms were disturbed, or because something in it had been waiting a long time not to be disturbed at all? I do not know. But that is exactly why I cannot stop thinking about it. Some places feel old. Some places feel historic. And some places feel as though history is still unfinished inside them. Chester has always felt like that kind of town to me. Beautiful, preserved, lovely to drive through, and yet full of undercurrents if you are willing to imagine them. The brick house sits right at the center of that feeling in my mind. It is not just an old and restored for modern guests. It is a building that began as a stagecoach stop on old ground, stood through shifting industries and changing lives, closed rooms full of forgotten objects, inspired rumors of cruelty, and frightened at least one man badly enough to walk away from his own job. That is not the kind of place you forget once you hear about it. And one day, I still intend to sleep there and see what remains. In 2004, My family moved to a small town about 20 miles south of where we had been living before. At the time, it did not seem like some dramatic move into a place that would later become tied to memories I still cannot explain. It was just a new house in a quieter town, the kind of place where you expect life to settle into a normal rhythm after a while. In the beginning, that is mostly what happened. The first year we lived there was not completely normal, but nothing happened that felt big enough at the time to turn into one of those stories you never forget. There were strange noises in the house sometimes. There were voices too, or at least sounds that seemed like voices, enough to make us notice but not enough to make us feel certain of anything. At that point, those things sat in the background. They were unsettling, but they were not what scared me most. They were only the early signs that something about that house did not feel right. The real story, the one I still think about, began about halfway through our second year living there. By then, the house had already become familiar to me in the normal sense. I knew the rooms, the sounds it made at night, the way the hallway light looked from my bed, and all the little ordinary details people stop noticing after they have lived somewhere for a while. That is part of why what happened stood out so strongly. It happened in a setting that should have felt completely known to me. It was my room. My bed. My hallway. My house. There was nothing unfamiliar about any of it. And maybe that made it worse, because when something impossible appears in a place that should feel safe and ordinary, it shakes your trust in the whole environment around you. Suddenly, even the things you know best stop feeling dependable. One night, I got ready for bed like I always did. Nothing about that evening felt unusual. I remember that clearly because if something strange had happened before I went to sleep, I think I would have held on to that detail. But as far as I remember, everything was fine. The house was quiet in the normal late-night way. I was in my room, settled into bed, and from where I was lying, I could see the light from the hallway outlining the edges of my bedroom door. That was a familiar sight. It was one of those small background comforts that come from living in a house long enough to know exactly how light falls at night. The hallway light gave a faint glow around the doorway, and I was used to seeing it before I fell asleep. It made the room feel less completely dark. There was nothing threatening about it then. It was only a small detail of an ordinary night. I fell asleep around 11 o'clock. At some point in the middle of the night, I woke up. When I looked around, I noticed the hallway light was still on. That alone was not alarming. What caught my attention was that I could not see all of the light the way I normally should have. At first, I was still in that half-awake state where your mind is trying to catch up with your eyes. The room was dark, and I was just lying there, letting my vision adjust. It was only as the seconds passed and my eyes began focusing properly that I realized why the light looked wrong. There was something standing in front of my door. At first, my mind wanted to call it a man, because that was the shape it had. It was tall, standing directly in front of the doorway and blocking part of the light from the hall. But even in those first seconds, I knew it was not simply a person standing there. Something about it was wrong in a way I felt immediately, before I could even take in details. It was standing there staring at me. It was not moving. It was not speaking. It was only watching. The more clearly I saw it, the worse it became. The figure was tall, and the first details that stood out to me were its black hair and the black hooded cloak it was wearing. That cloak is one of the clearest things I remember because it made the figure look even less like a normal person. This was not someone standing in my doorway in ordinary clothes. It looked like something from another place, another time, or another kind of reality altogether. The cloak hung around it heavily, dark enough to blend into the shadows but distinct enough for me to see its shape. And on the cloak, holding it closed, was a small clasp shaped like a leaf. That detail is one of the strangest parts because the clasp glowed. Not like a reflection from the hallway light. Not like metal catching a bulb at the right angle. It glowed with a light that looked unnatural, as if it gave off its own faint brightness. I remember lying there, staring at that small glowing clasp almost as much as I stared at the figure itself. It is strange what the mind focuses on in moments of fear. Sometimes it locks onto a detail, maybe because the detail is so specific that it proves what you are seeing is real. The clasp did that for me. It made the whole figure feel more solid and more impossible at the same time. A glowing leaf-shaped clasp on a black hooded cloak standing in the doorway of my bedroom in the middle of the night is not something the mind easily turns into an ordinary explanation. I lay there frozen. That is the part people often understand best if they have ever experienced real fear. Not movie fear, not being startled by a sound, but the kind of fear that shuts your body down. I did not jump up. I did not scream. I did not run. I was stuck there in bed, fully awake, seeing this thing standing in front of me and feeling unable to do anything. Terror has a way of making the body feel heavy and useless. I could see it. I could feel that it was looking directly at me. I could understand that something was wrong. But I could not force myself to move. The figure kept staring. Then it began to raise its hand toward me. That was when the fear became even worse, because until then it had only stood there. Terrifying, yes, but still motionless. The moment it started to move, the whole situation changed. I could tell it was coming closer. It lifted one hand toward me, and then it began walking toward my bed. It only took the beginning of a step, but that was enough. I knew it was moving in my direction, and in that moment, lying there unable to move, it felt like the worst thing that could possibly happen. And then, just as it took that first step, my bedroom door suddenly swung open. The door hit the figure. The impact was immediate, and the effect was even stranger than the figure itself. The instant the door hit it, the figure turned into smoke. Not mist in a vague or dreamlike way, but smoke, something dark and shifting that lost its shape all at once. It floated upward, rising toward the ceiling, and then passed through it as if the ceiling were not even there. 1 second the figure had been standing in solid form in my doorway, walking toward me. The next second it had become smoke and vanished up through the ceiling. And standing in the doorway, in the exact place where that thing had been only a second earlier, was my younger sister. She looked at me and asked what I wanted. That question confused me almost as much as everything else. I was still lying there shocked and terrified, trying to understand what had just happened, and now my sister was standing in the doorway acting as though I had called for her. I told her I had not said anything. I had not called her name. I had barely been able to breathe, much less shout. But she said I had called her. She seemed sure of it. According to her, she heard me say her name, and that was why she came to my room. That part has always stayed with me because it raises as many questions as the figure itself. If I did not call her, why did she think I had? Did she hear something else? Did something imitate my voice to bring her into the room at that exact moment? Was it only her mind mishearing a sound from the house or the television in the other room? Or was there something about that moment that needed her to come in when she did? I still do not know. All I know is that if she had not opened the door right then, I have no idea what would have happened next. She turned to leave, then stopped and turned back toward me again. She said she had been about to ask me something, but she forgot what it was. Then she went back into the living room and finished watching her movie. That detail made the whole scene even stranger, because it gave the moment a weird ordinary ending. My sister came in because she thought I called her, interrupted whatever that figure had been about to do, almost asked me something, forgot, then casually went back to the living room to finish her movie. Meanwhile, I was left lying in bed completely shaken. It was as if the room had briefly become the center of something impossible, only for the rest of the house to continue on in a normal way. That sharp difference between her calmness and my terror only made the experience feel more isolated. I was the one who had seen it. I was the one left with the image of the cloak, the clasp, and the smoke disappearing through the ceiling. I did not sleep for the rest of that night. There was no way I could. After something like that, every shadow in the room felt charged. Every sound in the house seemed like it might mean something. I stayed awake, staring, thinking, listening, replaying what had happened again and again. I kept going over the details in my mind, trying to convince myself I had not really seen what I knew I had seen. But the memory was too clear. The figure in the doorway. The black hair. The black hooded cloak. The glowing leaf-like clasp. The way it raised its hand. The step toward my bed. The door swinging open. The sudden change into smoke. All of it sat in my mind too firmly to dismiss as a half-dream or sleepy confusion. In the days after that, I am sure I thought about it constantly. Something like that does not leave you quickly, especially when you are younger and still learning what fear really feels like. But life has a way of continuing around even the strangest experiences. Time passed. Days went on. The house stayed the same in outward appearance. People kept living in it. The hallway light remained just a hallway light again. The bedroom door was just a door. Nothing dramatic happened every single night after that. The figure did not become an everyday sight. But once something like that happens, it changes the way you see the space around you. Even when nothing is there, you remember that once something was. Years passed. 3 full years, actually. A lot changed in that time. By then, my room was no longer upstairs in the same place it had been during the first encounter. My room had been moved to the basement. That alone changed the atmosphere of sleeping. Basement rooms feel different from upstairs rooms no matter what. They are quieter in a deeper way, more cut off from the rest of the house, more enclosed. Even ordinary basement rooms carry a certain feeling at night because they sit lower, farther from windows, farther from the usual sounds of the street or yard. So even without any paranormal experience attached to it, the basement already had a different mood from the old bedroom. Then, about 3 or 4 nights before telling the story, I had the second encounter. This time, it happened at around 3 in the morning. Again, I had been asleep. Again, I woke in the middle of the night, and had to let my eyes adjust. There is something about that state, waking from sleep into darkness, that makes every detail feel unnaturally sharp once your mind catches up. The room was still. I was lying there as my vision focused, and then I saw it. A tall, dark figure stood by my closet, staring at me. The moment I noticed it, I knew. Or at least some part of me knew before I fully processed the details. There was that same sense of wrongness, of something standing in the room that should not be there. And then, as I took it in, I saw the detail that confirmed it more than anything else. It had the same clasp. That small leaf-shaped clasp was there again, exactly like the one from 3 or 4 years before. That is what made this second encounter impossible for me to brush aside as imagination or dream residue from childhood. If I had only seen another dark shape years later, maybe I could have told myself that fear had filled in the similarities afterward. But the clasp was the same. That glowing clasp attached to a dark cloak-like shape was too specific, too unusual, too unlikely to be coincidence in my own mind. This time, I was still frightened, but not in exactly the same way. The first time had caught me as a child in my own bed with no expectation and no experience of anything like it. That terror had frozen me completely. This time, although I was still partly frozen, the fear was mixed with recognition. I was shocked, yes. My body still locked up at first. But there was also this terrible awareness that I had seen this thing before. That strange familiarity somehow made me react a little differently. I was not less scared because it was harmless. I was less completely stunned because some part of my mind already knew what it was like to see that figure in the room. I sat up in bed. The figure kept staring at me. I do not remember it making any sound. I do not remember it moving the way it had the first time, at least not right away. What I remember most is the staring. The sense that it was fixed on me and aware of me in a very direct way. That gaze, even without seeing facial details, felt unmistakable. You can tell when something is simply there in a room, and you can tell when something is there for you. This felt like the second kind. I grabbed my phone. Luckily, my phone had a built-in flashlight, and in that moment it became the first thing I reached for. Maybe because I wanted proof. Maybe because I wanted to force the darkness back. Maybe because light feels like control when something unnatural is standing in your room at 3 in the morning. Whatever the reason, I turned the flashlight on and shined it directly at the figure. The moment the light hit it, it turned into smoke. Again, just like before. It lost its solid form and floated upward through the ceiling. That was the exact same pattern. Not disappearing sideways. Not fading slowly into the dark. turning into smoke and moving up through the ceiling. The repetition of that alone is enough to stay with me forever. Seeing the same thing, years apart, in different rooms, with the same clasp and the same impossible ending, takes it out of the category of one weird night and places it firmly in the category of something I cannot explain away. The figure was gone. I quickly turned on the light in my room and looked at the time. It was 3 in the morning. And again, just like the first time, I stayed awake for the rest of the night. There was no chance of sleep after that. My room felt changed instantly, just as the first bedroom had after the earlier encounter. The closet area where it had been standing no longer looked ordinary. The corners of the basement room felt heavier. Every shadow seemed deeper. The light was on now, but light does not erase memory. Once something has stood in a room and stared at you, you do not easily settle back into that room as if nothing happened. I spent the rest of the night thinking about the first encounter and the second one together. That is really when the whole experience became a bigger mystery instead of just one terrifying event from childhood. The second sighting connected everything. It turned the first event from a single disturbing memory into part of a pattern. The same figure. The same style of dark cloak. The same leaf-like clasp. The same smoke when interrupted or exposed to sudden force or light. And the same time of night, more or less, those dead hours in the early morning when the world feels thinnest and farthest from normal. What I keep returning to is how deliberate the details were. People often try to dismiss things like this by saying shadows can look like figures in the dark. And that is true, in a general sense. Shadows can deceive. A chair can become a person for half a second if you wake suddenly. A coat hanging the wrong way can look human. But a shadow does not have black hair, a black hooded cloak, and a glowing leaf-shaped clasp one time, then appear again years later in a different room with the same clasp and disappear into smoke when light hits it. That is not how mistaken shadows work. The consistency is what has always convinced me that whatever I saw was real in its own way, even if I do not know what that way is. I have also thought many times about my younger sister's role in that first night. Why did she come in right then? Why did she believe I had called her name? I know I did not call out. I was too frightened even to move at first, and by the time the figure started moving toward me, I was still frozen in panic. So where did that voice come from? Did she hear something else in the house and mistake it for me? Did the figure somehow project my voice to her? That sounds impossible when you say it plainly, but the whole event was impossible. Her timing was too exact to ignore. She entered at the precise moment the figure took its first step toward my bed. The door struck it, and that ended the encounter. If she had come in 30 seconds later, what would have happened? If she had not heard her name at all, would that figure have reached me? Those questions still sit with me because there is no answer that really satisfies me. Then there is the leaf-shaped clasp. That detail bothers me in a strange way because it feels symbolic, though I do not know of what. A leaf is such a specific shape. It is not a random piece of metal or some ordinary clasp you would forget. It stood out enough the first time that I remembered it years later, and when I saw it again in the basement, it was what confirmed for me that this was the same being. I have wondered whether the clasp meant something. Was it decorative? Was it some kind of sign or emblem? Was the glowing part important in itself, or was it only there so I would notice it? I do not know. But if I had to pick the one detail that tied the two encounters together most powerfully, it would be that glowing clasp. The black cloak matters too. A hooded cloak is such an unusual thing to see in a modern home that it gives the figure an otherworldly quality immediately. If I had seen a man in dark clothes, maybe it would have felt more grounded in reality, at least for a moment. But a black hooded cloak belongs to a different kind of imagery, something older, darker, more ceremonial almost. It makes the figure feel less like a ghostly version of an ordinary person and more like something with a role or purpose. That may sound dramatic, but it is honestly how it felt. It did not seem like a confused spirit wandering through the house by accident. It seemed like something that came there in a form it had chosen. I have wondered many times whether the house itself had something to do with it. The first year there had already been strange noises and voices. Those things were not the focus of the story I told. but they matter because they show that the house did not feel completely normal even before I saw the figure. There was already an atmosphere there, already the sense that unexplained things happened from time to time. So maybe the figure was connected to the house itself. Maybe it belonged to whatever history the place carried. Maybe it was tied to something that had happened there long before we moved in. Or maybe it was not bound to the house so much as to me, since it found me again years later after my room changed locations. That question unsettles me more than the idea of the house alone being haunted. If it was only the house, then at least the explanation stays in one place. Something about the building, the land, the history. But if the figure came for me, if it appeared in different rooms because I was there and not because of the room itself, that is more disturbing. I do not know which possibility is true. The fact that it reappeared after 3 years suggests persistence. It suggests memory. It suggests intention. It did not feel random. It felt like something unfinished. The first encounter also makes me think about fear differently than the second. The first time, the fear felt absolute. It owned my body. I could not move, could not think clearly, could only lie there and watch as the figure stood in the doorway and then began moving toward me. That was pure terror. The second time, I was frightened, but I also acted. I sat up. I grabbed my phone. I turned on the flashlight. That difference says something about how people change after surviving fear once. The memory of the first encounter may have prepared me in some way, even if only by teaching me that doing nothing would not protect me. Or it was simply that I was older, more able to force movement into my body in spite of fear. Either way, I always think about how different those two moments were. First total helplessness, then fear mixed with action. What I cannot decide is whether the light itself harmed it, or merely disrupted whatever form it had taken. The first time, it disappeared when my door struck it. Physical interruption. The second time, it disappeared when I shined a flashlight on it. Light interruption. In both cases, the result was the same: smoke and upward movement through the ceiling. That makes me wonder whether such a figure can only hold shape under certain conditions, and whether sudden contact or strong directed light breaks that shape apart. I know that sounds like speculation, and it is. But when the same impossible thing happens twice in nearly the same way, your mind starts looking for rules. It wants to know what mattered. Did the door save me? Did my sister save me? Did the flashlight save me? Was light itself important? Was direct confrontation enough? I have no firm answers, but those questions have never really left me. Sometimes I also think about the time. 2 in the morning for the first encounter. 3 in the morning for the second. Both took place in that deep night stretch when the house is quietest and the world feels farthest away. People talk about 3 in the morning as an eerie hour, and I understand why, though I do not know if that matters here beyond the fact that it was the kind of time when you are vulnerable, alone, and surrounded by darkness. Still, it is one more similarity between the two events. I did not wake in the evening or near dawn. I woke in the middle of the night both times, and each time the room felt as though it had been waiting for me to notice what was already there. I have told myself many times to look for normal explanations. Maybe the first event was sleep paralysis mixed with a waking dream. That is the explanation people often reach for when someone describes seeing a figure in the room while lying frozen in bed. And I understand that. Sleep paralysis can feel real and terrifying. But that explanation stops feeling sufficient when my sister enters at the exact moment the figure moves and interrupts it, and especially when years later I wake again, sit up, grab my phone, turn on the flashlight, and see the same type of figure with the same clasp vanish into smoke. Sleep paralysis does not easily cover both events together. And while waking dreams can create vivid images, they do not explain repeated unique details years apart. Another explanation would be that I dreamed both times and only believed I was awake. But again, the consistency of the details and the physical action I took the second time make that difficult for me to accept. I remember the phone in my hand. I remember turning on the flashlight. I remember then switching on the room light and seeing the time. Those are not the kinds of details that feel like dream fragments. They feel grounded, sequential, and real. So I am left where I have always been, with an experience I cannot explain, only describe. The thing I saw did not feel human. That is maybe the simplest truth I can say. It had the shape of a man, yes, but not the feeling of one. Its presence carried something else with it, something colder and more focused than an ordinary intruder would have. There was no confusion in it. No panic. No hesitation. It stood and stared. It moved toward me with purpose. And when interrupted, it did not react like flesh and blood. It became smoke. That alone is enough to put it outside normal categories. And still, what stays with me most is the stare. Not the cloak. Not the clasp. Not even the smoke, though those things are unforgettable. It is the way it looked at me. The certainty that it was aware of me in a direct and personal way. That kind of gaze changes how a room feels forever afterward. Even now, when I imagine those moments, what comes first is not the outline of the figure but the feeling of being watched by something that knew exactly where I was and exactly who I was. The basement encounter, coming years later, made that feeling worse because it meant the first time had not been a one-time event. It meant the memory was not just a sealed piece of childhood fear I could lock away. It returned. And the return gave the first sighting weight that only hindsight could provide. Suddenly the black-haired cloaked figure with the glowing clasp was not just something I had seen once at age whatever. It was a recurring presence, or at least one capable of returning after years of silence. There is also something unsettling about the fact that it came when I was asleep both times. That makes me wonder whether sleep itself was the opening. Whether whatever it was could only approach when I was in that vulnerable state between sleep and waking. Both times I woke to find it already there. I did not hear it enter. I did not sense it approaching. I woke and it was standing in the room. That suggests it did not come from the hall or the stairs or the doorway in any ordinary sense. It simply manifested there, present already, as if waking was not what brought it but what allowed me to see it. If that is true, then it may explain why it felt so unnatural. It was not using normal pathways. It was not bound by doors or walls or ceilings, which would fit with the way it disappeared upward through the ceiling both times. The architecture of the room did not seem to matter to it. It could stand in front of a door, move through ceilings, and vanish when interrupted. That is not how any physical intruder behaves. I sometimes think about whether my sister remembered that night the same way I did. Did she truly believe I called her? Did she later wonder why she forgot what she had wanted to ask me? Did she feel anything strange when the door opened? Did she see even the smallest trace of smoke, or did she arrive only in time to see me terrified in bed? I wish I knew how much of that moment existed from her point of view, because it might help me understand it better. Maybe from her perspective it was ordinary. She heard me, came in, saw nothing, and left. Or maybe she sensed something and never said it. I do not know. But she remains part of the story in an essential way, because without her, the first encounter might have ended differently. What happened after the second encounter has stayed simpler, at least in practical terms. I stayed awake the rest of the night, just as before. I watched the room with the light on and waited for morning. I do not remember sleeping easily in that basement room after that, at least not right away. Once a thing like that stands by your closet at 3 in the morning, that spot is never just a spot again. The shape of the closet door, the darkness around it, the space near the ceiling where the smoke had disappeared, all of it becomes marked in your mind. Even in full daylight, you remember what you saw there in the dark. I still wonder why it returned after so many years. Why wait 3 years? Why appear once in the upstairs bedroom and then once again in the basement? Why not more often, if it could come at all? Was it tied to certain conditions? Certain times? Certain points in my life? Or had it appeared in ways I never fully noticed between those two major encounters? Maybe the strange noises and voices in the house were part of the same pattern. Maybe there were smaller moments I did not connect then. When you look back on a haunting, or whatever word best fits such experiences, it is often hard to know which moments belong to the same story and which were separate. The only thing I know for certain is that the two encounters belong together. The same being, or the same kind of being, stood in my room years apart, and showed itself in nearly the same way. It wanted me to see it. It wanted my attention. That feels obvious now. It did not hide in a vague corner where I could doubt it. It stood where I would notice it, first in front of the doorway blocking the hall light, then by the closet where my eyes would land once they adjusted. The placement felt intentional both times, as if it understood how to make itself visible in a way I could not miss. And maybe that is why the memory still lingers so strongly. It was not only frightening, it was deliberate. There is a difference between a strange shape glimpsed by chance and a figure that stands in the room and waits for you to wake. This felt like the second thing. It was not an accidental haunting of space. It was an encounter. Even now, I can picture both scenes clearly. The first bedroom with the hallway light outlining the door. The figure standing there in the doorway, black hair, black cloak, the leaf-shaped clasp glowing strangely. The raised hand. The first step toward me. The door swinging open. Smoke rising through the ceiling. Then years later, the basement room, the closet in darkness, the same clasp, the same presence, the flashlight beam, the sudden smoke, the room light turning on, the clock reading 3 in the morning. Those moments are separated by years, but in my mind they sit right beside each other, almost like two parts of the same night. I do not know what it was. I do not know whether it was a spirit, some darker entity, something attached to the house, or something attached to me. I do not know why it wore that cloak, or why the clasp glowed. I do not know why it vanished the way it did, or why it appeared only when I woke in the middle of the night. I do not know why my sister heard me call her when I had not said a word. I do not know whether the light mattered or whether being interrupted mattered more. I only know that both times it was real enough to leave me awake until morning and real enough that I can still describe it in detail years later. Some experiences fade because they were probably dreams after all. This was never one of those for me. This stayed. It stayed because it came twice. It stayed because the details matched too perfectly. It stayed because of the fear, yes, but also because of the mystery. Fear alone can pass. Mystery lingers. And there is something especially hard to leave behind about seeing the same impossible figure years apart, and knowing, in the quietest part of yourself, that it was not an accident. That is why, whenever I think back on that house and those years, the noises and voices are not what come to mind first. They were strange, but they were only the background. What I remember most is waking in the middle of the night, and seeing a tall cloaked figure standing there, watching me, the glowing clasp on its chest like a mark I was meant to recognize. And maybe I was, because I recognized it the second time immediately. And if I ever saw that clasp again, I know I would recognize it just as fast. That thought alone is enough to keep me from ever forgetting either night. When I was about 14 years old, one of my friends had a huge slumber party for her birthday. I am 22 now, and even after all these years, this memory still scares me more than I like to admit. Time has passed, I have grown up, and I can look back on a lot of things from my teenage years and laugh at how dramatic we all used to be. But this is not one of those memories. This is one of the few that still makes me uneasy when I think about it too long. Even now, if I picture that house, that night, and the way everything changed in just a few seconds, I feel the same cold fear I felt back then. My friend's house already had the kind of feeling that could make any ordinary night seem creepy. It was a very old house, the kind that feels full of stories before anyone even tells you any. You could sense its age in the way it looked, in the way it sounded, and in the way the rooms seemed to hold shadows differently from modern houses. Nothing about it felt new or easy or bright. It was the kind of house where the floors creaked, the corners felt darker than they should, and every part of it seemed to remind you that many people had lived there before you. It was also rumored to have once been part of the Underground Railroad, which only made it feel even more mysterious. Whether that was true or not, I cannot say for sure, but it was one of those stories tied to the house that everyone knew. And when you're a teenager, hearing that a house might have a hidden history like that makes every strange detail feel more important. One of the things that made the house stand out most was the attic. It was not just a normal attic used for old boxes and forgotten decorations. It was a series of rooms, almost like another version of the downstairs, except older, stranger, and much more unsettling. The layout up there mirrored the rooms below, which already made it feel unusual, but there was one room in particular that none of us ever forgot. In the floor of that room, there was a hole. Not a tiny broken patch of wood or some harmless opening, but a real cutout in the floor. It looked like a tunnel had once led from it. You could see it go back about 3 feet before it was blocked off with rubble and bricks. Even if you tried to stay calm and logical about it, it was creepy to look at. It was the kind of thing that instantly made your mind start imagining what might have been there before, and why it had been sealed off. My friend was used to the house in the way people get used to places they live in, but even she would tell us stories about strange things that had happened there. Her bedroom was connected to the attic stairs, which made it even creepier because she was closer than anyone else to that dark part of the house. She said she would hear sounds coming from up there sometimes, like people walking around. Not random settling sounds or quiet creaks, but the kind of footsteps that make you stop and listen because they sound too much like someone actually moving. She also told us that once, the electric keyboard she kept up there had gone off on its own. That story stuck with all of us because it sounded so ridiculous, and so unsettling at the same time. The keyboard had started playing, "Oh Susanna," over and over again, and what made it even stranger was that my friend's name was Susan. Maybe that was only a coincidence, but at the time it felt too weird to ignore. It was exactly the kind of detail that teenage girls remember and repeat to each other in whispers, especially late at night in an already creepy house. So by the time her birthday slumber party came around, the house already had a reputation in our minds. It was not just the place where our friend lived. It was that old house with the strange attic, the blocked tunnel, the footsteps at night, and the keyboard that played by itself. That alone was enough to create the perfect mood for something scary to happen. And since we were all a bunch of teenage girls at a sleepover, of course we leaned into it instead of staying away from it. That is what groups of girls that age do. We scare ourselves on purpose, tell creepy stories, dare each other to do stupid things, and then act shocked when we end up truly terrified. At the time, it all felt exciting. That nervous kind of excitement where you know you are making yourself more scared, but you keep going because everyone else is doing it too. There were a lot of us there that night. At least 10 girls, maybe more. The house was full of noise earlier in the evening, full of laughter, talking, birthday energy, and all the usual chaos that comes with a big sleepover. We were in that age where everything feels louder and bigger when you are with a group of friends. We were probably eating junk food, gossiping, telling stories, laughing too hard, and trying to keep the night going as long as possible. In a group that size, nobody wants to be the one who says something is too scary or too weird. Everyone wants to seem brave, even when no one really is. At some point, the idea came up to play. Light as a feather, stiff as a board. It is one of those silly games that groups of girls always seem to end up trying at sleepovers, especially when the mood turns creepy and everyone wants to pretend they are doing something mysterious or supernatural. Looking back, it sounds ridiculous. At the time, though, it felt serious enough. We all sat in a circle with candles, trying to get into the right mood. We were concentrating on making one girl float, or at least pretending to. The room was dark except for the candlelight, and that alone changed the feeling completely. A room full of girls joking around feels one way with the lights on. The same room feels very different when you are all sitting quietly in a circle with candles, focusing on something weird and half believing that maybe, just maybe, something could happen. At first, it was probably more funny than frightening. We were likely trying to be serious and failing, then trying again, half laughing, half committed to the game. But little by little, the atmosphere shifted. It is hard to explain exactly how that happens, but it does. A room can slowly feel different even before anything obvious takes place. Everyone gets quieter. The candlelight starts to feel too still. The dark corners seem darker. The air feels heavier, and the jokes start coming less often because everyone is paying closer attention than they want to admit. That is the stage we were in when everything changed. All at once, the room temperature dropped. That is one of the clearest parts of the memory for me, because it happened so suddenly. It was not a small cooling or the kind of change where you wonder if maybe someone opened a door somewhere else in the house. It felt immediate and sharp. 1 second we were all sitting there in the candlelight, and the next second the room felt cold in a way that did not make sense. At the exact same time, the candles all flickered together. Not one candle. Not two. All of them. They moved as if a breeze had passed through the room, except there was no breeze. No open window, no fan, nothing that should have caused every flame to react at once like that. It happened so fast and so clearly that there was no time for anyone to pretend it was nothing. We all screamed. The whole circle broke apart in a second. Any attempt to stay calm disappeared immediately. We jumped up and scrambled away from where we were sitting as if we all had the exact same thought at once, which was that we did not want to be there anymore. It is almost funny to picture now because there were so many of us, and instead of spreading out sensibly, we all rushed toward the couch and piled onto it like that was somehow the safest place in the world. There were at least 10 of us, so you can imagine the chaos. Girls pushing, grabbing each other, trying to climb on top of the same spot, all of us wanting to be as far away from the center of the room as possible. It was loud and frantic and messy, but underneath the panic there was one shared feeling. Something had just gone wrong. For a few seconds, all we could do was hold on to each other and stare around the room, trying to figure out what had happened. And then we heard it. A loud boom came from the coat closet and entryway area that connected to the room we were in. It was not a soft knock or some little sound that could be dismissed as the house settling. It was loud enough to get everyone's attention immediately. The kind of sound that makes your whole body react before your mind even catches up. It was as if something had slammed into the space or knocked something over hard enough to echo. The moment it happened, the fear in the room doubled, because now it was not just the cold and the candles. Now something else in the house was moving too. Almost at the exact same second, we saw a dark shadow moving around the wraparound porch outside. That part is one of the reasons I still cannot shake this memory. It was not just one strange thing. It was several things happening together in a way that made the whole night feel connected, like one event unfolding all around us. We were all crowded together on the couch, staring in panic, and then through the windows we watched this shadow run around the porch. It moved fast, but not so fast that we could not track it. We saw it pass from one window to another, crossing our line of sight as it circled the outside of the room. At one point, it passed right by the window closest to where we were sitting. What made it even stranger was that we never heard the sound of anyone running. If an actual person had been out there sprinting across that porch, we should have heard footsteps. We should have heard the boards creak, or shoes hit the wood, or something. But we did not. We saw movement, but we did not hear the kind of sound that should have gone with it. That silence made it worse. It took away the one normal explanation we could have held on to. A person making noise outside would have been scary, yes, but at least it would have been understandable. Seeing something move while hearing nothing at all felt wrong in a deeper way. The shadow stopped at the front door. And that was when we realized the door was not locked. That detail added another sudden wave of panic. We were already terrified, already huddled together on the couch, already trying to process the cold, the candle flames, the boom from the coat room, and the dark shape outside. Then we realized the front door was unlocked. It was the kind of realization that hits your stomach fast because no matter what you believe is going on, an unlocked front door feels like danger. Of course, in that moment, locking it would not really have solved whatever was happening if it was truly paranormal. We all knew that on some level. But still, an unlocked door is an unlocked door, and it felt wrong to leave it that way. For some reason, I decided to be the brave one. That sounds nice when I say it now, but honestly it was probably a mix of panic, adrenaline, and the fact that I happened to be in the position to do it. I was one of the girls on top of the pile, and maybe that made it easier for me to move first. Maybe I did not want to sit there feeling helpless. Maybe I wanted to prove to everyone, and to myself, that I was not as scared as I actually was. Whatever the reason, I jumped up from the couch and ran to the front door to lock it. Even now, I can remember how exposed that felt. The seconds it took to get off the couch and cross the room felt much longer than they really were. I was painfully aware of the windows, of the porch outside, of the idea that something could be standing right there on the other side of the glass. My heart was racing so hard that I could barely think. Still, I got to the door and locked it. When I did, I could clearly see out the window. And no one was there. At least, no human was there. That is the only way I can put it, because the space where that shadow had just been seemed empty. There was no person standing on the porch, no one crouched down, no one running away, nothing at all. The darkness outside was just darkness again. But the feeling that something had been there did not leave. If anything, seeing nothing made it worse because it removed the last simple explanation. If a person had been standing there, maybe I could have blamed a prank, a trespasser, or some neighborhood creep. Seeing nothing left me with only the impossible version of events. I turned on the lights as I ran back to the couch. That was almost instinctive. I think all of us wanted the room bright again as quickly as possible. Darkness had become part of what made the whole thing feel threatening, and turning on the lights felt like reclaiming at least a little control. Once the room was fully lit, the house looked more ordinary again on the surface, but none of us felt ordinary. The lights did not erase what had just happened. They only made it easier to breathe. Slowly, very slowly, we began to calm down enough to stop screaming and start talking. That part of the night is blurry in the way panic often is. I remember all of us trying to explain what we had seen, talking over one another, asking if everyone else saw the same thing, repeating details, trying to make sense of it. We were still scared, but once the lights were on and we were all together, we could at least talk. There is a strange comfort in shared fear. It does not make the thing less frightening, but it does make you feel less crazy. If it had only been me, I might have spent years wondering if I imagined part of it. But there were so many of us, and we were all reacting to the same event. Eventually, once our nerves settled enough for someone to suggest it, we went to open the door to the coat room and entryway. None of us wanted to do it, but we also could not stand not knowing what had caused that loud boom. That kind of uncertainty gets under your skin. As terrifying as opening the door felt, leaving it closed felt worse. So finally we did it. Inside, we found that the coat rack had been knocked over. That was it. No person hiding there. No animal. No obvious cause. Just the coat rack knocked down by something. The sight of it on the floor should have been less scary than the shadow on the porch, but in a way it made everything more real. It was physical evidence that something had happened in that space. Something had made that loud noise, and the coat rack being down was the result. If the room had been untouched, maybe we could have tried to convince ourselves that we misheard the sound. But no, something had clearly been moved hard enough to fall. And after that, none of us slept. There was simply no chance of that. Even if one or two people had wanted to pretend they were tired enough to try, the atmosphere in the house had changed too much. Every room felt worse now. The attic felt worse. The entryway felt worse. The windows felt worse. Even sitting together with all the lights on, we still felt on edge. The idea of lying down, closing our eyes, and trusting that nothing else would happen was impossible. So we stayed up the rest of the night, talking, watching, probably huddled together far more closely than we would have admitted outside of that moment. I remember how long that night felt after the incident. Once fear sets in like that, time changes. Every hour feels stretched. You notice every small sound in the house. Every shift in the air makes you look up. The house that had already seemed old and strange before now felt openly hostile in some way, or at least awake. That is what I remember most from the hours afterward, the feeling that the house itself was no longer passive background. It felt active. Like something in it had responded to us or been stirred by what we were doing. And that is part of why the memory stayed with me so strongly. We were not just sitting around chatting when this happened. We were in the middle of playing. Light as a feather, stiff as a board. sitting in a circle with candles, focusing our minds on something strange and supernatural, trying in our silly teenage way to call on something mysterious. I do not know whether that game really had anything to do with what followed. Maybe it was only terrible timing. Maybe the house had its own energy, and would have done something weird that night no matter what we were doing. But it has always felt connected to me. The temperature dropped, the candles flickered, the booms sounded, and the shadow ran the porch right in the middle of that game. The order of events made it feel like a response, and that is hard to ignore. Looking back now as an adult, I can try to be logical. I can tell myself that old houses make strange sounds. I can tell myself that a coat rack can fall over for ordinary reasons. I can tell myself that a porch shadow could be misread in a moment of panic. But the truth is that the details do not line up neatly enough for those explanations to satisfy me. The cold was too sudden. The candles moved too perfectly together. The boom came too clearly. The shadow moved too visibly across the windows. And the silence of that movement, the lack of running sounds, is still one of the strangest parts for me. You do not forget seeing something move quickly right past you and hearing nothing at all. I also think the setting of the house mattered. If this had happened in a bright, modern suburban home with no eerie history, it still would have been frightening, but maybe not in the same way. In my friend's house, everything already felt loaded. The old attic with its strange rooms. The block tunnel in the floor. The stories of footsteps upstairs. The keyboard that played by itself. The rumor that the house had ties to the Underground Railroad. All of that created the kind of atmosphere where fear had room to grow. It made the house feel like the sort of place where history had not fully settled. And when something strange happened there, it did not feel random. It felt like it belonged to the house. That does not mean I think I know exactly what happened. I do not. I still do not know if the house was haunted, or if something in the house had been disturbed by us, or if some darker history tied to the place was pressing through for a moment. I only know what we experienced. And I know how real it felt. The fear was real. The cold was real. The sound was real. The shadow was real enough for all of us to react to it at once. Those are not the kinds of things my mind can easily file away as a silly teenage misunderstanding. I also still think about that shadow stopping at the front door. That detail bothers me more than almost anything else, because it felt intentional. It did not just run by and disappear into the night. It stopped at the one point where entry into the house mattered most. It was almost like it was waiting, or checking, or at least aware of the boundary between inside and outside. Then we realized the door was unlocked. Even though I know locking it would not have mattered if what we were dealing with was truly supernatural. The fact that the shadow stopped there right before we noticed the lock has always stayed with me. It felt too pointed to be meaningless. And then there is the coat rack. Such a simple object, but in ghost stories, it is often the ordinary thing that makes the whole event impossible to forget. Anyone can question a shadow. Anyone can question a feeling of cold. But a heavy object lying where it should not be gives shape to the fear. The coat rack had been knocked over by something. That was not imagination. That was not nerves. It was there on the floor when we opened the door. Something had moved in that space while we were all piled on the couch watching the windows. After that night, I never spent the night at her house again. That was not some dramatic promise I made in the heat of the moment, and then later ignored. I meant it, and I stuck to it. There are some places that, once they scare you deeply enough, lose any sense of comfort forever. Her house became one of those places for me. I could visit during the day if I had to. I could hear stories about it. I could think about it from a distance. But the idea of sleeping there again, of being in that house at night, and putting myself back under its roof while the dark settled in and the attic loomed overhead, was more than I wanted to handle. Maybe some people would say that is silly, that we were just teenagers at a sleepover who scared ourselves too much. And maybe from the outside that is exactly how it sounds. A bunch of girls in a creepy old house, playing a spooky game by candlelight, then panicking when the atmosphere shifted and something strange happened. On paper, it could sound like nerves and coincidence feeding each other. But memory does not work only on paper. The body remembers too. My body remembers the shock of that cold, the sound of everyone screaming, the panic of running to the door, and the image of that dark thing moving outside the windows with no sound at all. Those are not details that faded into something harmless for me. Even now, years later, I can still picture us on that couch. Too many girls trying to fit into one space because fear makes people want to be physically close. I can still picture the candle flames flicking at once. I can still hear the boom from the coat room. I can still see the shadow sliding past the windows of that wraparound porch. I can still remember the feeling of reaching the door and looking out, expecting to see someone and seeing nothing there. Those moments have stayed sharper than so many other memories from that age, and I think that says something on its own. What scares me most now is not only what happened, but how fast it happened. 1 second we were silly teenage girls playing a silly game. The next second the whole room felt wrong, and everything changed. That speed made it feel as though something had been waiting just outside the edge of normal, and only needed the smallest opening. Whether that opening was our attention, the candles, the game, or simply the right night in the right house, I do not know. But once it came through, the mood of that entire house changed in a way none of us could ignore. And maybe that is why it still scares me at 22 the same way it did when I was 14. Because it did not feel like a rumor. It did not feel like a story somebody told afterward. It felt like something stepped right up to the edge of us, made itself known, and then left just enough behind for us to never forget it. When I was very young, one of the best things in the world was waking up early on a Saturday morning for cartoons. Back then, Saturday mornings felt special in a way that is hard to explain unless you grew up with that same routine. There was something magical about knowing the rest of the house was still asleep while you had this quiet little window of time all to yourself. The world outside was still dark or barely waking up, the hallways in the house were quiet, and the television felt like a secret reward waiting just for you. As a child, that kind of thing mattered more than almost anything. It was not just about watching cartoons. It was about being the first one awake, sneaking out of bed, and sitting there in the early morning like you had discovered a private little world before the adults had even opened their eyes. At 6 o'clock every Saturday morning, the first thing that would come on was Mr. Peppermint. He had his puppet, Muffin, and the two of them would always start the morning off before the really exciting shows came on. After that, the good stuff would start. Cartoons like He-Man and Transformers. To me, that was the real prize. I was a child from the era of what I still think of as the good cartoons, before other shows came along and took over everything. Back then, those characters and those stories felt huge. Waiting for them all week made Saturday morning feel almost like a holiday. It gave the whole morning a purpose. Now, the child in me has always loved sleep, and that was true even when I actually was a child. I was not the kind of kid who usually wanted to get up early for no reason. But cartoons were different. Somehow, on Saturdays, I did not need an alarm clock. I would wake up on my own, almost like my body understood the schedule better than my mind did. Even at 5 or 6 years old, I knew exactly what was worth waking up for. No one had to shake me awake. No one had to remind me. I was ready because I did not want to miss a second of it. That is what makes this memory stand out so much. It began as one of those innocent, happy Saturday morning rituals that should have been simple and ordinary. But on one particular morning, that routine placed me in one of the strangest situations of my childhood. I ended up seeing something in the rear bedroom of our house, something I still cannot explain even after all these years. What happened that morning has stayed with me, not only because it frightened me, but because even now I cannot fully decide what I saw. It did not behave the way monsters do in stories. It did not seem evil or threatening. If anything, it seemed as startled by me as I was by it. That may actually be what has made the memory last so long. It was not simple fear. It was fear mixed with confusion, wonder, and a strange feeling that I had walked in on something I was not supposed to see. I was about 5 or 6 years old at the time. At that age, stealth was important. Getting up early on Saturday morning was not enough by itself. You had to be quiet too. If my mother or father woke up and realized I was out of bed that early, they would send me right back to my room. That meant missing part of my cartoons, and to a child that felt like a real tragedy. So even though I was young, I knew how to move carefully when it mattered. I remember climbing out of bed and creeping down the hallway toward the front room where the television was. I can still picture the feeling of the floor under my feet and the way the hallway looked in that early morning light, dim and quiet, with the whole house still sleeping. There is a very specific kind of silence inside a house before everyone wakes up. It is not the same as nighttime silence. At night, a house feels dark and closed, with everyone settled into sleep. Early in the morning, especially on a weekend, the silence feels thinner somehow, almost expectant. It is the silence of a house that is still asleep but close to waking. I remember moving through that silence carefully, trying not to make a sound, trying not to step too hard, trying not to bump into anything that would give me away. My whole focus was on getting to that television, turning it on, finding the right channel, and beginning my Saturday properly. When I reached the front room, I turned on the television and found the channel where Mr. Peppermint was already doing his thing. I settled in and started watching. I do not remember exactly which part of the show was on, but I do remember him and Muffin arguing or talking back and forth for a few minutes. It all felt normal. It felt exactly like what I had gotten out of bed for. There was nothing strange about the room, nothing strange about the television, nothing strange about the morning. If the memory ended there, it would have been like so many other Saturdays from my childhood, small and happy and half forgotten. But it did not end there. While I was watching, I heard a soft noise coming from the rear of the house. Even now, I cannot say exactly why I reacted the way I did. Children hear things in houses all the time. Pipes settle, doors shift, pets move around, people make noises in their sleep. Normally, I could have ignored it and kept watching television. That would have been the smartest thing to do, especially since cartoons were the whole reason I had gotten up in the first place. But for some reason, I did not ignore it. Something about the sound caught my attention strongly enough that I got up and moved back down the hallway toward my bedroom. I do not remember the exact nature of the noise. It was not loud. It was not a crash or a scream or anything dramatic like that. It was softer, more like movement. The kind of sound that makes you think something or someone is in another room shifting around quietly. At that age, and with the kind of imagination children naturally have, even a small noise can become important. Still, I think there was another reason I reacted. I had a small dog named Phoenix, and my first thought was that maybe the dog had gotten into the unused bedroom at the end of the hall. That explanation made enough sense to me at the time. If I thought something was moving in there, it was easier to assume it was the dog than to imagine anything stranger. So I went down the hall and looked farther toward that unused bedroom at the very end. That bedroom was not a room we really used in any normal way. At the time, my brother and I were still young enough to share a room, so my parents used this other bedroom mostly for storage. That alone gave it a different feeling from the rest of the house. Rooms people do not actively live in always feel a little strange, especially to children. They become quiet, still spaces filled with furniture and things that do not seem fully claimed by everyday life. To a child, a storage room is not just a storage room. It is a dark place where old things sit, and where imagination has more room to work. I thought I heard something moving in there, so I kept going. Again, I assumed maybe Phoenix had wandered in. That thought made me brave enough to continue even though the room was dark. If you think you are only checking on a dog, it does not seem like such a big deal. But when I stepped into that darkened room and looked in, I saw something that stopped me cold. Floating above the furniture in the room was a bright green mass with a face. That is still the clearest and strangest description I can give, even now. It was not a person standing there normally. It was not a reflection or some odd shape cast by the light. It was a bright green mass, and it had a face. The face turned toward me. That part one remembers so clearly, because it was the moment when the sight stopped being something vague or dreamlike and became something direct. It noticed me. It looked at me. And on that face, I could see an expression that seemed startled, as if I had walked in on it unexpectedly, and scared it just as much as it had scared me. The brightness of it is one of the details that always comes back strongest when I think about that morning. The room itself was dark. It was not brightly lit at all. That is part of why the green color stood out so sharply. It seemed to glow, or at least hold its own brightness in a way that made it impossible to miss. I do not mean that it was lighting up the whole room like a lamp. It was more that it looked vivid and unnatural against the darkness around it. The green was wrong for anything ordinary. It was not the green of sunlight filtered through trees, not the green of painted furniture, not the green of anything that belonged in a quiet storage room in the back of a family house. It was simply there, floating above the furniture, impossible to place into any normal category. The face is harder to describe in detail now because so many years have passed. I remember enough to know that it had one, but not enough to recreate it perfectly. I assumed from the face that it was male, but even that is more of an impression than a certainty. I do not remember exact features clearly anymore. What I remember most is the expression. It looked surprised, almost caught off guard. That is such a strange thing to say about something so frightening, but it is true. I was horrified when I saw it, but it did not look angry or aggressive. It looked startled, as though I had interrupted it. At that age, I did not stay around to analyze anything. The moment I saw that green floating mass with a face, I reacted the way any terrified child would react. I ran. I turned and ran straight back toward my bedroom as fast as I could. I did not stop to look behind me. I did not call for my parents. I did not try to tell myself it was a trick of the light. I simply fled. My body made the decision before my mind could do anything else. Fear does that, especially in children. You do not stop to weigh possibilities when you are 5 or 6 years old, and you have just seen something impossible floating in a dark room. I made it back to bed and did what little kids always do when they are terrified. I pulled the covers over my head. There is a whole child logic to that act that adults understand only because they remember once believing it too. When you are small, hiding under the blanket feels like real protection. It becomes a kind of shield. In my mind, it was the blanky force field. If the covers were over my head, then monsters could not touch me. They could be in the room, they could be nearby, but they could not get through that barrier. It did not matter that, logically, a blanket is only a blanket. To a frightened child, it is safety itself. So I stayed there under the covers, hidden away in that tiny world of darkness and cloth, convinced that as long as I stayed there, nothing could get me. I remained like that for hours. That detail is important because it tells you how deeply that sight shook me. I did not peek out after a minute or two and decide I had overreacted. I did not get curious and go back to look. I stayed under those covers until I heard my parents wake up and start moving around. In my memory, it feels like a very long time. The television in the front room was still on all that while. I had left it there when I ran. That matters later, because it became one of the reasons I know I really did get up that morning and was not only dreaming the whole thing from bed. At some point after my parents got up, they noticed the television. They asked me if I had turned it on, because it was still on in the living room. That question became the little solid fact that anchored the whole event in reality for me. If I had only dreamed getting up, creeping down the hall, and watching cartoons, then the television would not have been on. But it was. My parents noticed it. They asked me about it. That means I really did leave my bed that morning. I really did go into the front room. I really did turn on the television. And if all of that part was real, then the rest of what happened on that path between the front room and the rear bedroom becomes much harder for me to dismiss as only a dream. That is not absolute proof of what I saw, of course, but it is enough to keep me from ever comfortably writing it off. Over the years, I have thought about that moment many times. I have gone back over it in my head, trying to decide if there was any normal explanation. Could the green mass have been some reflection? Could it have been light from the television somehow reaching into the room and creating a shape on the furniture? Could my child mind have turned some ordinary sight into something frightening because the room was dark and I was alone? I have asked myself all of those questions. But none of them fully satisfy me, because the memory does not feel like I saw some odd shape and interpreted it as a face. It feels like I saw something with presence, something that turned toward me and reacted to seeing me. That is the part one cannot get past. It had an expression. It seemed startled. And that is one of the strangest things about the whole experience. Usually when people talk about seeing something paranormal, the story is built around the fear of being watched or pursued or threatened. My memory has fear in it, yes, very strong fear, but it also has this strange second layer, the feeling that whatever I saw was not threatening me at all. In fact, it seemed almost as surprised by me as I was by it. If anything, it looked caught. That detail changes the emotional weight of the story for me. It was terrifying, but not in the same way that a violent or malevolent presence would be terrifying. It was more like I had stepped into a room and accidentally seen something that did not expect to be seen. That idea has stayed with me because it makes the whole event feel more mysterious than sinister. I do not believe what I saw that morning was mean or dangerous. I was certainly scared of it in the moment, but fear and danger are not always the same thing. Sometimes fear comes from encountering something that simply does not fit into your understanding of the world. When you are a child, that can be even more overwhelming because you do not have the words or experience to separate one kind of fear from another. I think I was scared not because it was trying to hurt me, but because it should not have existed there at all, at least not according to everything I understood about the world. The room itself probably added to that feeling. As I said, my parents were using it for storage at the time. That meant it was not a bright, lived-in, ordinary room. It was full of furniture and stored things, and that creates its own atmosphere. A child walking into a dark storage room in the back of the house is already entering a place where imagination has more power. Furniture covered in shadow can look strange. Stacked belongings can create unusual shapes. The air in such rooms always feels stiller, older somehow. Maybe that is why, even now, I try to be fair with myself about the environment. I know the room was dark. I know I was young. I know it would be easy for some adult looking at the story from the outside to say that I simply frightened myself. But if that were all it was, I do not think the memory would have stayed so strong for so long. There are many childhood fears that fade as you get older. You stop being afraid of the dark corner, the coat hanging on the chair, the tree branch scratching the window, because eventually you understand what those things really were. But this memory never quite faded that way. It softened around the edges as the years passed, yes. I no longer remember every detail of the face. I no longer remember exactly how the furniture looked beneath it or precisely where in the room it hovered. But the core of it stayed fixed. I walked into the room. I saw a bright green floating mass with a face. It turned toward me with a startled expression, and I ran. Sometimes I think about what would have happened if I had not run. Of course, at that age, there was no chance I would have stayed. Running was the only possible reaction for me then. But now, as an adult looking back, part of me wonders what it might have done if I had stayed in the doorway for another few seconds. Would it have moved closer? Would it have stayed where it was? Would it have disappeared the way strange things sometimes do in stories, just fading out or vanishing when truly looked at? Or would it simply have continued staring at me with that same surprised expression? I do not know, and I never will. Childhood terror cut that encounter short, and maybe that was for the best. I also think about my dog Phoenix from time to time when I remember that morning. My original thought was that maybe Phoenix was in the room making the noise I heard. That is what drew me back there in the first place. I do not remember seeing the dog in the room. I do not remember hearing him again once I saw the green mass. That detail leaves me with another question. Did I only imagine it was the dog because that was the easiest explanation my mind could reach for? Or was there really some small movement or sound in that room before I entered, something that made me think an animal was there? If the green thing was already in the room, had it made that noise? That thought is unsettling because it means the thing might not only have been visible. It might have been moving around before I ever stepped into the doorway. There is also something very childlike about the sequence of the whole event that makes it feel more believable to me, not less. It begins with cartoons, secrecy, early morning excitement, and a little boy trying not to get caught by his parents. It moves through a hallway, a dark room, a frightening sight, and then straight back to bed under the covers. There is no big dramatic conclusion. No adults rushing in. No long speech. No attempt even to tell my parents right then what had happened. It simply ended in the way many real childhood fears end, hiding under the covers until the safety of the adult morning world returns. That structure feels true to how children experience terror. It is simple, immediate, and complete in its own little logic. Even the television matters emotionally in the story, because it was the reason I was out of bed in the first place. If it had not been Saturday, if it had not been Mr. Peppermint at 6 o'clock, if I had not loved cartoons enough to wake early and sneak to the front room, none of it would have happened. I would have stayed asleep. I would never have heard the noise, never gone back down the hall, and never seen whatever it was in that storage room. That gives the whole memory a strange accidental quality. It does not feel like I was meant to see something hidden. It feels more like I happened to be awake and moving through the house at a time I normally would not have been, and because of that I crossed paths with something that was simply there. That possibility fascinates me almost as much as it frightens me. What if some strange things exist all around us in quiet moments, unnoticed only because we are not usually awake or paying attention at the right times? What if, on that particular morning, I just happened to be in the wrong place or the right place, depending on how you look at it? The green mass did not seem prepared for me. It did not seem like it had been waiting for me. If anything, it looked surprised. That always made me feel as though I had briefly looked behind the normal surface of the world and seen something that usually stays hidden. I know that sounds dramatic, but it is honestly the feeling the memory leaves me with. Not a feeling of being targeted. Not a feeling of surviving an attack. More the feeling of accidental discovery. As the years have passed, I have become less afraid of the memory and more curious about it, though the fear has never fully vanished. If I picture it too clearly, the child's terror comes back for a moment. The dark room. The floating green form. The sudden turning of its face toward me. Those things still have power. But along with that fear is a grown person's curiosity. What was it? Why green? Why in that room? Why did it seem almost startled? Why was it floating above the furniture? Why did I hear something before I saw it? And why, out of all the strange childhood memories that have faded, did this one remain? I have never had another experience exactly like that one. That matters too. If I had a long history of seeing bright floating faces in different houses, that would turn the story into something else entirely. But this memory stands mostly alone. That makes it harder for me to place. It was not part of a regular pattern. It was not something that happened every week. It was one early morning encounter in a storage room, and then life moved on. Maybe that singularity is why it stayed so strong. One strange event can loom larger than many smaller ones because there is nothing else to blend it with. The age I was at the time matters as well. 5 or 6 is old enough to remember something clearly in emotional terms, but still young enough that the world is full of unexplained possibilities. At that age, you do not yet have all the adult habits of denial and rationalization. You see something, and you respond directly. There is no long argument in your head about whether it fits into your worldview, because your worldview is still simple and open enough to include monsters, cartoons, dogs, dark rooms, and strange floating things without forcing them into perfect categories. That honesty of childhood is one reason I trust the emotional truth of the memory, even if I cannot prove every detail objectively. When I look back now, I smile a little at the part where I hid under the blanket because of the blanky force field. That is such a child's answer to terror, and yet it feels deeply human too. When we are frightened, we all create our own force fields, even as adults. Some of us use logic, some use denial, some use prayer, some use routines. A child uses a blanket. The principle is not so different. You find something that feels like safety and hide behind it until the danger passes, or until morning makes the fear less powerful. In that sense, The image of myself under those covers may be the most universal part of the story. And still, beneath all of that tenderness and nostalgia, there is this one impossible image that remains unchanged. A bright green mass floating above the furniture in a dark and used bedroom. A face turning toward me. A startled expression. And a little boy running away. That is the memory as it lives in me now. I do not know what I saw that morning. I cannot tell you it was definitely a ghost or a spirit or some strange energy. I cannot tell you it was only a trick of the light either, because that does not feel honest to the experience. What I can say is that it did not feel mean. It did not feel dangerous in the way truly threatening things do. It felt present. It felt real in the moment. And it felt, oddly enough, afraid of me, or at least startled by my sudden appearance. That last part changes everything. If it had seemed hostile, I might remember the story only as a childhood haunting. But because it seemed surprised, the encounter has always felt more complicated than that. Maybe that is why the memory still lingers with me. It was not a clear monster story. It was not a clear dream. It was not a clear haunting. It was a collision between a child sneaking out for cartoons and something strange existing quietly in a room at the back of the house. For one brief moment, we saw each other. Then I ran, hid under the covers, and waited for the adults and the daylight to make the world feel normal again. But even though the day went on and the cartoons ended and life moved forward, some part of me has always remembered that room differently after that. And some part of me has always wondered what, exactly, had been floating there before I walked in. My family bought a middle-class home in Arvada, Colorado, sometime in the mid-1970s. It was the kind of house that looked completely normal from the outside and felt normal on the inside too. There was nothing about it that made people stop and stare, and there was nothing about it that suggested anything strange had ever happened there. It was just a regular family home in a regular neighborhood, the kind of place where people expected to build a life, raise children, and go through the usual changes that come with time. For many years, that is exactly what it seemed to be. Nothing about the house felt haunted or unusual in the beginning. There were no strange voices, no shadows in the hallway, no objects moving, and no stories from neighbors about anything dark in the property's past. It just felt like home. As far as I can remember, the house stayed that way through most of our childhood. Things did not start changing until my sister and I became teenagers in the mid-1980s. Looking back now, I still wonder whether that timing mattered more than I realized then. That was also around the same time our parents got divorced, which changed the whole atmosphere in the house in ways that had nothing to do with ghosts or anything supernatural. Divorce affects the family deeply, even when people do not say much about it out loud. It changes the energy in a home. There is more tension, more sadness, more confusion, and more emotional strain than anyone wants to admit. In our case, it was a hard time. We were old enough to understand what was happening, but still young enough that we did not know how to deal with it in any healthy way. Maybe that is one reason we started getting interested in things we should have stayed away from. Around that time, my sister and I became curious about Ouija boards. At first, it did not feel serious. It felt more like the kind of thing teenagers get interested in because it is creepy, forbidden, and exciting. We had heard stories like everyone else had. Some people said it was only a game. Others said it could open doors that should stay closed. There were always rumors, always stories, always people claiming something strange had happened after they used one. But for us, in the beginning, it was mostly curiosity. We wanted to know if it was fake or real. We wanted to see if anything would really happen or if it was all just people moving the pointer without admitting it. We were skeptical, maybe even a little mocking, but underneath that skepticism was the same dangerous curiosity that gets a lot of people into trouble. Once you start wanting proof, you can talk yourself into doing things you otherwise would not. One summer night in 1985, my sister and I decided to invite some friends over and use the Ouija board ourselves. We wanted to test it. We wanted to settle the question in our own minds. Was it just a silly game people scared themselves with, or was there actually something to it? We were not approaching it with respect or caution. We were approaching it like kids who thought they were smarter than the stories. We believed that if the board moved, it would only be because one of us was pushing it. In our minds, there had to be a simple explanation. We figured the only way the pointer could move was if someone at the table was moving it, either on purpose or without admitting it. None of us really believed, not at first. So we all sat down around the board and tried it. At the beginning, nothing happened. That only seemed to confirm what we already thought. We asked questions, waited, watched, and got no response at all. The pointer did not move. The room stayed ordinary. The board looked like what it was, just a board sitting under our hands. I remember us getting impatient. We had expected that if anything was going to happen, it would happen quickly. When it did not, the mood started to shift from nervous curiosity to boredom. People started losing focus. We were young, restless, and not especially committed to sitting there forever with nothing happening. After a while, we almost gave up completely. In fact, most of us had already started standing up and walking away when it finally happened. The pointer moved. And it did not move in a way that felt easy to laugh off. My sister's friend was the only one still sitting by it when it happened, and the second it started moving on its own, she let out a loud scream. The scream got all of our attention immediately. It was not a playful scream, not the kind girls let out when they want to act dramatic for fun. It was the kind of scream that comes from being genuinely startled. She told all of us to come back and sit down before it stopped. That was enough to pull everyone right back in. Whatever boredom or disbelief had settled over the room disappeared instantly. We rushed back because now the board was doing the one thing we had all been waiting for and not really expecting. Once we sat back down, the answers kept coming. That was the part that changed everything. At first, we had only wanted one sign, one movement, one small piece of proof that the board was doing something. But after that first movement, it was as if something had started and did not want to stop. We began asking questions and getting answers. Not every answer was clear, and I cannot remember every single thing that was asked now, but I do remember the feeling in the room. It had changed completely. We were not mocking it anymore. We were not casually rolling our eyes and acting like it was all fake. The pointer had moved, and it kept moving. Every answer made it harder to hold on to the idea that it was nothing. At the same time, because we were still young and foolish, we did not really know how to handle the fact that something was responding. That was when my sister's friend started asking stupid questions. Even now, that is the best way I can describe it. She was acting careless, almost like she wanted to challenge whatever was speaking to us. Some people get nervous and back away when something strange happens. Others get reckless. She became reckless. Instead of treating the situation seriously, she started trying to provoke it. It was like she wanted to test whether whatever was responding could really do anything at all. Maybe she thought if she pushed it far enough, she would prove it was fake. Maybe she wanted attention. Maybe she was frightened and handled it by becoming aggressive. I cannot say exactly why she did it. I only know that the questions she started asking were not smart, and they were not respectful. Then she asked the last question. She asked if, to prove he really existed, he would rape her that night. Even writing those words years later feels awful. At the time, she did not truly believe it was real. That is the only reason I can imagine anyone saying something so reckless and horrible out loud in that situation. She thought she was pushing against a game, a trick, some invisible joke. She was trying to force a reaction because deep down she still did not believe there would be a real one. But once the words were said, they could not be taken back. The room changed after that in a way that is hard to explain. Whether it was silence, tension, or just the feeling that something had gone too far, I remember that everything felt wrong. It felt like a line had been crossed. That night, after she left our house and started walking home, something happened to her. She said that someone or something jumped out of the bushes, threw her to the ground, held her down, ripped her clothes off, and raped her. There is no simple way to tell that part of the story. It is ugly, horrifying, and still hard to think about. At the time, none of us knew what was happening while she was walking home. We were at home, probably still shaken from the board, trying to act normal, maybe trying to laugh off what had happened because accepting it would have been too frightening. But somewhere out there in the dark, she was attacked. Whether it was a man, something not human, or something that cannot be explained at all, what happened to her was real and violent and devastating. The next morning, the phone rang. That is how we found out. We woke up to the phone ringing with the news that she was in the hospital. She had been beaten almost to death. I remember the shock of that moment. There are some pieces of terrible news that change the emotional temperature of a room instantly, and that was one of them. 1 second it was just another morning, and the next everything was wrong. We were told that she was in bad shape. The attack had not just happened. It had been brutal. The reality of it hit us hard, because the last time we had seen her she had been sitting there mocking the board and daring something to prove itself. The doctors did a rape kit on her. They confirmed that she had been raped. But then things became even stranger and more disturbing. According to what we were told, they were not sure by what. That part has haunted me for years. The doctors said there was evidence that she had been raped, but there was no normal evidence left behind. No explanation that fit what had happened. It did not seem like a typical rape case. There was no clear physical evidence in the way they expected. They could not explain it in ordinary terms. I am not a doctor, and I cannot speak to every detail of what they did or did not find. I only know what we were told afterward, and what we were told was that the doctors were confused. The case did not look normal to them. It did not fit the kind of assault they were used to seeing. The only thing she ever really said about it afterward was that it was a figure. She could not see a face. She could not really even make out a proper form. That detail stayed with me because it sounded so close to the kind of thing people say after seeing something inhuman or unnatural. Not a man with a face she could describe. Not someone she recognized. Not even someone whose shape stayed clear in her memory. Just a figure. Something there, something violent, something impossible to understand clearly even while it was happening. She never said much more than that. Maybe she could not. Maybe she did not want to relive it. Maybe the whole experience was too terrible and too unreal for her to put into words. Whatever the reason, that was all we ever really got. After that night, our house changed. Or maybe it would be more accurate to say that after that night, something in or around us changed and the house became the place where it showed itself. From then on, strange occurrences happened every single day until we moved out about 8 years later. That is not an exaggeration. It became a constant part of life. Once the board had been used that night, and once that attack happened, normal life in the house seemed to end. Strange things became part of our routine. There were noises, movements, feelings, presences, and incidents that were impossible to explain in ordinary ways. It was not one single haunting moment, or one dramatic event every few months. It was daily. That is what wore us down more than anything else. If something awful happens once, you can try to isolate it in your mind. But if something strange happens every day, then your entire idea of home changes. You stop thinking of the house as safe or predictable. You start living on edge. I cannot even list every strange occurrence now, because there were so many over those years that some of them blur together. What I remember most is the constant feeling that something was there, and that it was not going away. Doors would seem wrong. Rooms would feel heavy. You would hear things when there should have been silence. There were moments when the air in the house felt tense for no reason at all, the kind of tension that made your stomach tighten before anything even happened. Sometimes there were sounds. Sometimes it was movement. Sometimes it was just the overwhelming feeling of being watched, or of not being alone even when you knew you were. The atmosphere of the house changed completely. What had once been an ordinary home became a place where we expected something strange to happen every day. Living that way for years changes you. People sometimes imagine hauntings as dramatic, exciting, or even interesting from the outside. But there is nothing glamorous about waking up each day already wondering what is going to happen next. There is nothing exciting about being unable to relax in your own home because you never know when the next unexplained thing will happen. After a while, the fear turns into exhaustion. You still get scared, but you also get tired. Tired of being on guard. Tired of trying to explain things. Tired of knowing that something feels wrong and not being able to stop it. That was what those years felt like for us. Not one dramatic horror story on repeat, but a long, grinding strain of living with something that did not belong and did not leave. What made it even stranger was that whatever it was seemed tied specifically to us. Years later, after we finally moved out, we talked to the new neighbors, and they had not experienced anything there at all. Nothing. No voices. No activity. No sense of the house being wrong. It was as if whatever had been in that house during those 8 years had either vanished when we left, or had never really belonged to the building itself in the first place. That has always been one of the parts one have been least able to explain. If the house had been haunted in the ordinary sense people talk about, then why would it stop the moment we moved? Why would the new people living there have no trouble at all? Why would all the activity seem to belong only to our time there, and then disappear? That makes me think, even now, that it may not have been the house. It may have been us. Or more specifically, it may have been something that attached itself to our family, our energy, or our situation. I still do not know exactly what that means, but I cannot ignore the timing. The house had been normal before. Nothing happened for years. Then our parents divorced. My sister and I became teenagers. We got involved with Ouija boards. We invited friends over. We opened ourselves up to something without understanding what we were doing. One of our friends mocked it, challenged it, and asked something unspeakably reckless. That same night she was attacked. After that, the house became a daily place of activity for years. Then we moved, and the new people living there experienced nothing. It is hard to line those facts up and not feel that whatever entered our lives that summer was connected more to us than to the property itself. When I think back on that night in 1985, I often wonder if there was a moment when everything could have gone differently. Maybe if we had never taken the board out. Maybe if we had gotten bored and stopped before it moved. Maybe if we had never invited people over that night. Maybe if no one had asked stupid questions. Maybe if that last question had never been said. It is easy to torture yourself with those thoughts, because once something terrible happens, the mind wants to go backward and find the point where it could have been prevented. But the truth is that we were young, foolish, curious, and stupid in the careless way teenagers often are when they do not think consequences apply to them. We were not prepared for the possibility that anything real would answer us. I also think a lot about my sister's friend and what happened to her. That part of the story overshadows everything else, and it should. Long after the strange activity in the house became part of our daily lives, what happened to her remained the clearest proof in my mind that something real and dark had been set in motion that night. The house was terrifying, yes. The years of activity changed all of us, yes. But she was the one who paid the immediate physical price for the recklessness of what we had done. She mocked something she did not believe in, demanded proof, and then suffered something brutal that no one could explain properly. Whether it was human, paranormal, or something in between, the fact remains that she was attacked, almost killed, and left with a memory too horrible and unclear to fully describe. That does something to the rest of the story. It takes it out of the category of harmless teenage ghost story material. It makes everything heavier. Much heavier. Because from that point on, none of us could honestly say anymore that the board was just a game. Once that first movement happened, part of us already knew something was wrong. But after what happened to her, any chance to pretend it was all coincidence or imagination became much harder to hold on to. Some people could still try, of course. Some could say she was attacked by a human stranger, and that the timing was a nightmare coincidence. Some could say the years of house activity were the result of stress, fear, and trauma after such an awful event. I understand why people would reach for those explanations. On paper, they sound more acceptable than admitting that something dark may have responded to a Ouija board and attached itself to a family for years. But when you were there, when you lived through it, When you watched how one thing seemed to flow into the next, ordinary explanations start to feel incomplete. And yet I am still careful about how I think about it. Because the truth is, I cannot prove exactly what happened. I know what we did. I know what the board did. I know what question was asked. I know what happened to her that same night. I know the doctors said they could not explain the assault in a typical way. I know she described a figure with no clear face or form. I know the house changed after that, and stayed changed until we moved. I know the next owners had no experiences at all. All of that is true as far as what I lived and what I was told. But what I cannot do is name the thing that entered our lives. I cannot say with certainty whether it was one spirit, one entity, something demonic, something drawn in by the board, or simply some dark force that found an opening because of our emotional state and our recklessness. I do not know. I only know it was there. Sometimes I wonder if the divorce in our family created the conditions for it. That may sound strange, but when I say energy, I do not mean it in some vague, fashionable way. I mean the emotional and spiritual condition of a home. A family under stress, teenagers in pain or confusion, a house full of fear, anger, and sadness, curiosity aimed at the wrong kind of thing. Maybe all of that matters. Maybe it made us vulnerable. Maybe the board was only the tool that opened the door, and what came through found a family already weakened in ways it could use. That has always made sense to me more than the idea that the house itself was inherently haunted. The house had been quiet for years. It became active when we were at our most unstable, and it became quiet again when we were gone. That pattern does not feel random. Even now, after all these years, there are parts of the story that I still cannot think about without feeling cold. The image of us all standing up, laughing and ready to leave because nothing had happened, only for the pointer to move when almost everyone had given up. The scream of my sister's friend when she saw it move. The shift in the atmosphere after that. The recklessness in the questions. The horror of the call the next morning. The knowledge that for 8 years after that, there was no peace in the house. Those memories do not age the way ordinary ones do. They stay sharp in places. They stay ugly. And perhaps the ugliest part is how ordinary the beginning was. A middle-class home in Arvada, Colorado. A family house. Teenagers in the 1980s. A summer night with friends. A Ouija board taken out to settle whether it was fake. That is such a normal beginning to what became something far from normal. It reminds me that dark things do not always announce themselves with warning signs. Sometimes they begin in the most ordinary room, with the most ordinary people, doing something they think is just a game. That thought has stayed with me because it makes the line between ordinary life and something much darker feel thinner than I ever wanted it to feel. The older I get, the more I realize that what happened that summer did not only haunt the house. It haunted memory. It haunted the way I think about curiosity. It haunted the way I think about spiritual things, about disrespect, about grief, and about opening yourself up to what you do not understand. Before that, I could have laughed at stories and said people scared themselves. After that, I could not laugh so easily anymore. I had seen what happened when we treated something serious like a toy. I still come back to the question of why the new neighbors experienced nothing. That detail refuses to leave me alone because it turns the whole story in a different direction. If the house had remained active for them, it would fit the usual haunted house pattern people expect. But it did not. The activity ended when we left. That means the thing that stayed with us for 8 years either left with us, lost interest when we were gone, or had never belonged to the physical house in the way we assumed. It is possible that the house was only the stage where it acted because that was where we were. Maybe it was drawn to the emotions in our family. Maybe it was attached to the board, or to one of us, or to the event that happened that night. Maybe the house was only the container for something that used us as its real anchor. That is the part one have never been able to explain. I know some people would want a simple ending to a story like this. A priest, a cleansing, a blessing, some final showdown, some explanation that wraps it all up neatly. But life is not always like that, and this story certainly was not. There was no neat conclusion. There was only years of daily strange activity, and then eventually moving away. There was no single answer waiting for us at the end. There was only the realization that the house became quiet once we were gone, and the life we had lived there remained with us as memory and question. If I have learned anything from it, it is this: some things are not games, even when people treat them like games. Some doors should not be opened casually. Some questions should never be asked in mockery. And some experiences do not stay in the room where they begin. They spread into lives, into families, into years. That summer night in 1985 began with curiosity. It ended with violence. And what followed lasted 8 years. I still do not know exactly what answered us through that board. I still do not know what attacked my sister's friend on her walk home. I still do not know why the house became active only for us, and then normal again for the people who came after. I only know that before that night, our home felt like an ordinary home, and after that night, it never felt ordinary again. That is the truth as I have lived with it. And that is why, even now, I cannot hear people talk lightly about Ouija boards without remembering exactly what happened when we decided to find out for ourselves whether one was just a game. Because for us, it was not. My family moved into a house only 2 blocks from Riverside Park in Wausau, Wisconsin, in 1989, the summer before I was supposed to start 2nd grade. At that age, 2 blocks felt like nothing at all. It meant the park was basically part of our everyday life. For a kid, that kind of thing was perfect. The park was close enough to walk to, ride a bike to, run to with friends, and spend whole afternoons in without even thinking about the distance home. That first summer in the neighborhood, the park quickly became the center of everything. The neighborhood kids and I spent most of our vacation there. We played tag until we were sweaty and out of breath, rode our bikes around the paths, and fished whenever we got bored and wanted to do something quieter. It was the kind of place that looked normal enough in daylight, but even as a child I understood that it also carried a darker reputation. Riverside Park had one area that stood apart from the rest. A bridge connected the main park to another section called Ferns Island. The name came from the fact that the area was surrounded by water. On paper, it should have sounded peaceful, maybe even pretty, but that was not how the older kids or the neighborhood talked about it. The water around it always looked wrong to me. It was so dark that black feels like the only honest word for it. It looked like the kind of water that hides too much. Maybe it was polluted. Maybe it only looked that way because of the depth and the shadows and the way the trees hung over it. But as kids, we never thought in practical terms first. To us, that water looked either polluted or evil, and there was almost no middle ground between those two ideas. I know that sounds dramatic now, but that is honestly how it felt back then. Even in daylight, the river around that section of the park looked like it held secrets. The other kids refused to go to Ferns Island. That was the part of the park everyone said was the most haunted. When you are little, stories like that spread through a neighborhood in a very specific way. Nobody ever tells them like a complete history lesson. You hear pieces from one kid, more pieces from another, and then older cousins or older siblings add details that make the whole thing feel even worse. Pretty soon the story becomes less like a rumor and more like a fact everyone accepts. That was how Ferns Island felt to us. Nobody wanted to be the one to test whether the stories were true because no one wanted to risk proving they were. The story, as I heard it, was that hundreds of years earlier a witch had lived in that park area. I do not know where the story started, and even now I cannot say whether any part of it was based on real local history or if it was only one of those legends that grows around dark places until everybody treats it like truth. But this was the version we all knew. Supposedly, a boy had once been fishing in the area and fallen into the river, where he drowned. The townspeople blamed the witch for his death. Maybe they said she cursed the river, maybe they said she lured him in, maybe they only needed someone to blame. However the story went exactly, the result was the same. The townspeople burned down her tiny hut. But the story did not stop there. According to what we were told, a bloody battle followed between the witch and the townspeople. Bodies of those townspeople were thrown into the river. The image of that always stayed with me because it made the river feel even darker. It was not just dirty water anymore in our minds. It was water that had swallowed bodies. Water that had seen violence. Water that kept the memory of it. In the end, when the battle was over, the dead were buried and the area was left behind. The witch disappeared, but her spirit remained and still roamed the park. That was the story. I never went digging into old records or library archives to see whether it had any truth to it. At that age, I did not need proof. The story felt real because the place felt real, and sometimes that is enough when you are a kid. Even though I never investigated the legend for myself, I heard enough stories from people I knew to make the fear of Riverside Park feel personal instead of just local gossip. One of the stories that stuck with me most came from my cousins. They had their own experience there one night, and when they told it later, it became one of those stories our family never quite laughed off. According to them, they were hanging out with some friends in the parking lot near the park one night. They were doing the kind of thing people do when they are young and have nowhere better to be, standing around outside the cars, talking, killing time, staying out late because being together mattered more than what they were actually doing. The only real light came from the cars themselves. The park lights were dead. That detail matters because it made the whole place feel even more abandoned than usual. At one time, gang members had apparently started using the park, and the city more or less gave up trying to keep it cleaned up or properly lit. That meant large parts of the park were just dark. Not dim, not softly lit, but properly dark in the kind of way that makes every shape near the river look suspicious. While my cousins and their friends were standing around talking, they started hearing slurping sounds and splashing water. At first, maybe it was easy to think it could be an animal. Parks near rivers always have sounds at night. But when they looked toward the riverbank, they saw something much stranger. There was a dark figure hunched near the water as if it was peeling and eating something. The image alone is enough to make anyone uneasy. It was not just standing there. It was crouched over, busy with something, moving in a way that made it seem almost human but not fully. Then it turned around. When it did, a pair of red eyes stared back at them. That part was always the piece that made everyone listening go quiet. A dark figure by the river is one thing. Red eyes in the dark are another. They said that as the figure started coming closer, that was enough for the whole group. Nobody stayed to investigate. Nobody tried to be brave. They jumped into their cars and drove off without looking back. I do not blame them. There are moments when fear takes over so completely that the only sane choice is to leave. That was one of those moments. They later told the story to my father. My father, being the kind of person who wanted to see things for himself, went out there the next morning to investigate. That part of the story has always interested me too, because it adds a little balance to the fear. He did not go expecting to find a monster or a witch. He went expecting to find signs of something real and ordinary. What he came back with was not proof of anything supernatural, but it was not nothing either. He reported that there were open crayfish shells and a decaying fish on the riverbank. That could explain at least part of the slurping sounds and maybe the hunched movement in the dark. But it did not explain the eyes. It did not explain the shape and the way they described it. It did not explain why the whole group reacted as strongly as they did. So his investigation answered some things and left others completely open. Still, for me, the story that stayed with me the most did not come from my cousins. It came from my older brother CK. CK worked second shift at the time, which meant he got off work around midnight. Anyone who has worked a schedule like that knows how strange it can be. Your life moves a little differently from everyone else's. While most people are winding down and going home for the night, your free time is just starting. Because of his work hours, he had not seen much of his friends for weeks. Their schedules did not line up well, and after a while that starts to wear on you. So one night during one of his breaks, he called his buddies and made plans to hang out after work. They decided to meet at Riverside because it was close to where the friends lived and also close to his workplace. On the surface, it was just a practical choice. A place to meet, park, drink, and talk. But with Riverside, nothing ever felt completely neutral. After CK got off work that night, He drove along his usual way and passed the IGA's supermarket. As he went by, he saw his buddies there in the parking lot loading beer into the trunk of their car. He recognized them clearly enough to wave, and they waved back. That detail becomes important later, and it is one of the things that gives his story that wrong, impossible feeling. At the time, though, it would have seemed completely ordinary. He saw his friends. They acknowledged him. He kept driving. Nothing strange yet. He continued on to Riverside to wait for them. He parked near the riverbank, rolled down the driver's side window about an inch, leaned his seat back, and lay there looking up at the night sky from inside the car. That detail always makes the scene feel so vivid to me. Midnight, a parked car, the river nearby, the slight opening in the window letting in the night air, and my brother lying there looking upward while he waited. It sounds almost peaceful until you remember where he was. Riverside at night had a different feeling from Riverside in the daytime. In the day, it was a place for kids, bikes, paths, and summer fun. At night it felt emptied out and watchful, with too much darkness around the water and too many stories attached to the trees. Then all at once he saw a woman with long blonde hair running past his car. That was the first jolt. A lone woman running through the park at that hour was strange enough on its own. But before he could really figure out what he was seeing, she came straight up to his window and tapped on it. He sat up and asked what she wanted. At first, his assumption was a practical one. He thought maybe she had been attacked, maybe she was a rape victim, because her clothes were ripped and her hair looked wild and distressed. She looked like someone who had been through something terrible. That kind of appearance naturally triggers the instinct to help, even when the setting is creepy and the timing is bad. She was crying and hysterical. She slid her fingers through the 1-inch opening at the driver's side window and told him, "Everyone's dying, you have to help me. An old witch is down there, she's killing everyone, she killed my family, it's so bloody down there." Then she wiggled her fingers toward him. That detail with the fingers is what has always made the whole scene feel especially wrong to me. Not just the words, which were already wild enough, but the way she inserted her fingers through the small opening and moved them toward him. It made the whole encounter feel too close and too unsettling. It was not only a frightened woman asking for help. It was something pushing itself into his space, speaking in panic about a witch, blood, and everyone dying. In another setting maybe you could dismiss it as a mentally unstable person. But in Riverside, in the middle of the night, beside that black water and all those stories, the words landed differently. CK decided she was crazy and shut the window quickly. The second he did, she jumped back. Then he began backing out of the parking lot. I cannot blame him for that either. Even if part of you thinks someone might need help, another part knows when a situation feels too far gone, too strange, too unsafe. He was alone, in the dark, in a place with a bad reputation, and a hysterical woman had just told him an old witch was killing people down by the river. Most people would leave too. But as he was backing out, his friends drove into the lot. At that exact moment, the woman walked between the two vehicles while they were passing each other. That should have solved the whole mystery in 1 second. If she was a normal person, then his friends would have seen her clearly as she crossed between the cars. He pulled over, jumped out, and ran to them, asking in shock if they had seen her. He was almost desperate about it. "Did you see her? Tell me you saw her," he asked. And their answer was simple. "Who?" They had not seen anyone. He insisted. He said the woman had just walked between their cars as they came in. They repeated that they had not seen anyone at all. That was the first part of the story that knocked the air out of him. The woman had been real enough to touch his car window, speak to him, and back away when he shut it. She had been visible enough for him to watch her move between the vehicles. And yet the people in the other car saw nothing. Then the story got even stranger. CK asked them what had taken them so long. He told them he had just seen them at IGA, and it only takes about 2 minutes to get from there to Riverside. The friends looked confused. They asked what he was talking about. He said he had literally just passed them in the supermarket parking lot, loading beer into the trunk, and they had waved to each other. Their response was that they had never been at IGA. They had come from the east side instead. They had stopped at a friend's house to pick up some stuff before heading to Riverside. That detail is one of the most unsettling parts of the whole account, because it means CK had seen something that looked exactly like his friends doing something they never did. He did not just mistake random people for them at a distance. He waved. They waved back. That kind of moment should be ordinary and reliable. Yet according to his friends, it never happened. They were somewhere else entirely. So either he somehow imagined or misidentified a whole scene in the IGA parking lot, or something else was already beginning before he ever got to Riverside. After that, CK and his friends looked at each other, understood on some level that the night had become something they wanted no part of, and they left. They never met up at Riverside again. I do not think anyone blamed them. What makes Riverside such a strange place in my memory is not just one story or one local legend. It is the way different stories around it seem to feed each other. You have the old witch legend attached to Fern's Island, with its drowned boy, burned hut, bloody battle, and bodies supposedly thrown into the river. You have the black water that already looks wrong before anyone says a word about it. You have the fact that kids refuse to go to the island even in daylight. Then you have my cousin seeing a hunched figure by the riverbank with red eyes, hearing those wet, tearing sounds in the dark. Then my father finding crayfish shells and a dead fish but nothing more, enough to make the story only partly explainable. And then you have CK's experience, which is even harder to explain because it mixes something that looks like a victim, something that talks about an old witch, something that disappears from other people's sight, and something that mimics his own friends before he even gets to the park. Taken separately, maybe each story can be challenged. Put together, they create a place that feels loaded with the wrong kind of history. As a kid, I did not need hard evidence to stay away from Fern's Island. The stories themselves did enough. But what unsettled me more as I got older was the possibility that some places develop a kind of identity from all the fear and stories poured into them. Maybe the witch story was old nonsense. Maybe somebody made it up years ago, and it grew because children like scary legends. But if enough people carry fear into a place, and enough strange things really do happen there, then the place itself starts to feel like it participates in the story. Riverside had that feeling. It never seemed completely clean in a spiritual sense. Even when the sun was out and kids were running around, there was a part of the place that seemed to watch from the edges. I remember the bridge to Fern's Island especially. In daylight, it was just a bridge. But because of what everyone said about that section of the park, crossing it in your imagination felt like crossing from one kind of place into another. The main park still belonged to the world of families, bikes, fishing poles, and picnic weather. The island belonged to the story. It belonged to the witch, the river, the dead, and the things people claim to see at night. That kind of emotional map matters, especially to children. It gives places invisible boundaries long before you understand history or psychology or local folklore. We knew where not to go, not because of signs or rules, but because the fear of that side of the park had already been passed down. The river was always at the center of it. Everyone came back to the water eventually. The drowned boy. The bodies thrown in. The hunched thing eating near the bank. The black surface around Fern's Island. The blood the blonde woman described. The feeling that the river did not just run past the park but held it together somehow, like the water itself was the memory. I know that sounds dramatic, but the river is what gave the stories their power. A haunted field is one thing. A haunted riverbank is another. Water keeps secrets in a way open ground does not. It swallows evidence, reflects light strangely, and turns depth into darkness. For children and for adults, that alone is enough to make a place more frightening. I also think a lot about the blonde woman from CK's story. If she was only an apparition, why appear in that specific form? Why look like a victim? Why cry about an old witch killing everyone? Why say her family was dead? Those are not random lines. They sound like fragments from a larger story, one no one fully gets to hear. Maybe she was tied to the witch legend itself. Maybe she was only a spirit replaying some trauma or speaking from some old fear attached to the place. Or maybe she was not a spirit at all and only some form the place itself used to lure or confuse. I do not know. But the way she pressed her fingers through the window opening always felt especially real and especially wrong. That physical detail makes it harder for me to push the story into the category of pure illusion. Then there is the matter of CK seeing his friends at IGA when they were never there. That part feels almost separate from the woman, but maybe it is not. Maybe whatever was happening had already started shaping the night before he even reached the park. It is as if the edges of reality around Riverside were already slipping. He sees his friends somewhere they were not. He goes to wait for them in a place already loaded with stories. Then a woman appears who no one else sees. If I try to read the whole story as one event instead of separate moments, it feels like he entered a zone where ordinary certainty stopped working properly. That is maybe the most unsettling thing about some hauntings or local legends, not the direct scare, but the loss of reliable reality. If a monster jumps out, at least the event is simple. It is terrifying, but simple. With Riverside, things seem more layered than that. People see something partly explainable and partly not. They hear stories that may be invented but match the mood of the place too well. They encounter figures that speak in half history and then vanish. They see familiar people in familiar places only to learn those people were never there. It is the blurring that makes it frightening. As for me, even though my own story is more about the stories I inherited than one direct encounter of my own, those stories were enough to shape the way I felt about Riverside Park for a long time. Places pick up reputations, yes, but sometimes those reputations are fed by enough odd experiences that they begin to feel earned. I cannot prove the witch story. I cannot prove what my cousin saw by the riverbank. I cannot prove what CK saw and what he did not. But I can say that the people telling those stories were not random strangers trying to impress anyone. They were family. They told those stories because something about that place stayed with them too. And maybe that is what fascinates me most now when I think back on it. Not whether every detail can be historically verified, but why certain places keep attracting stories that all move around the same dark center. Riverside had beauty, fun, summer memories, and neighborhood life. But it also had that other side, Fern's Island, the black water, the dead lights, the dark shapes, the witch, the blood, and the feeling that some part of the park belonged to something older and less welcoming than the city built around it. Even today, if I imagine standing at that bridge again and looking toward Fern's Island, I do not think first of fishing or bike riding. I think of hesitation. I think of the water looking too dark. I think of children refusing to cross over. I think of red eyes near the riverbank and a blonde woman saying an old witch was killing everyone below. I think of CK asking his friends if they saw her, and them answering, "Who?" I think of him insisting he had just seen them at IGA, and them saying they had never been there at all. That is the kind of thing that lingers with you. Not one clean ghost story, but a whole place threaded through with half-seen things, bad history, and moments that refuse to fit together in an ordinary way. So whether the Witch of Riverside Park was ever real in a historical sense, I cannot say. Whether the black river water was only polluted or something darker in people's minds, I cannot say. Whether the figures seen there were spirits, animals, criminals, tricks of light, or something else entirely, I cannot say. But what I can say is that Riverside had a presence in the imagination of everyone who grew up around it. And sometimes places earn that kind of reputation because, story by story, they give people too many reasons not to dismiss them. That is why nobody wanted to go to Fern's Island. And that is why, after what happened to CK, no one in my family ever treated Riverside at night like an ordinary park again. I always believed ghosts existed, but I never wanted to see one for myself. Believing in something from a distance is very different from actually coming face to face with it. I could listen to other people's stories, think about haunted places, and wonder what might be real, but deep down I always hoped nothing like that would ever happen to me. I was scared of what I might do if I ever really saw something. I used to think I would get so frightened that my heart would stop or I would pass out or lose my mind. That fear stayed with me for a long time, and because of that, what happened later felt even worse. It was not just that something strange happened. It was that it happened during a time in my life when I was already overwhelmed, exhausted, emotional, and trying to survive one day at a time. This happened when I was living with my son's dad. Our baby had only been born a couple of months earlier, so we were both under a lot of stress. We were very young parents, still trying to figure out life, trying to figure out each other, and trying to care for a newborn without much rest. Anyone who has ever had a baby in the house knows how heavy those early months can feel. You love your child more than anything, but you are also tired all the time, worried all the time, and trying to adjust to a whole new kind of responsibility. Every little thing feels bigger when you are sleep deprived. Every cry gets your full attention. Every night feels long. At that point in my life, I was already stretched thin emotionally, and I think that matters when I look back on the strange things that happened. The place where we were living at the time was a house divided into 3 separate parts. One person lived beside us, and another person lived upstairs. It was not a large private house where everything was only ours. It was the kind of place where you could sometimes hear small noises from neighboring spaces, footsteps in the wrong place, doors shutting, and sounds that made you wonder who they belonged to. Even in a normal situation, those kinds of houses can make you feel a little more alert, especially at night. But because I had a newborn, I was already hyper-aware of everything. Every sound mattered to me. Every noise made me listen. Every movement in the night made me think first about my baby. At that time, I did not have a crib yet for my son. We were doing the best we could with what we had. Since we had no crib, I let him sleep in the living room on the couch because that was the closest thing we had to a safe bed for him besides our own bed. It was not perfect, but it was what we could manage then. We placed a baby monitor right next to him in the living room so we could hear him cry from our bedroom. Our room happened to be the farthest one from the living room, so we depended on that monitor a lot. It gave me at least a little peace of mind. Even if I could not see him from where I slept, I believed I would hear him right away if he needed me. And because I was his mother, I always did hear him. That is what made the first experience so strange. One night, we woke up because we heard what sounded like my baby crying through the monitor. It was not a soft sound or something far away. It sounded exactly like what I would expect to hear if my son had woken up and needed me. So I did what I always did. I rushed into the living room as fast as I could, ready to pick him up, comfort him, feed him, or whatever else he needed. That reaction had already become automatic in me. When you have a newborn, your body responds before your mind fully catches up. You hear your baby cry and you move. But when I got to the living room, he was fast asleep. That stopped me for a second. I stood there looking at him, confused, because I knew I had heard a baby crying. I had not imagined that I was hearing something. It had been clear enough to wake me up and pull me out of bed. Yet there he was, sleeping peacefully, not restless, not fussing, not half awake, just fully asleep. The room was quiet too. The crying had stopped. I remember feeling confused, but not terrified. At first, I did what most people do when something odd happens in the middle of the night. I tried to brush it off. I thought maybe I had heard him just as he settled back down. Maybe he had made one crying sound and then gone right back to sleep. Maybe I had reacted so fast that by the time I reached him, whatever it was had already passed. It felt strange, yes, but not impossible. So I returned to my room without thinking too deeply about it. I climbed back into bed next to Bobby, my son's dad, still a little confused but trying to let it go. Then we heard the crying again. This time, he heard it too, and that changed the feeling immediately. It was no longer just something I could keep to myself and question in my own tired mind. We both heard it. The cry came again through the monitor, and it sounded like a baby crying in the living room where our son was sleeping. Bobby told me to go check on the baby while he stayed in the room and listen carefully to figure out where the cry was coming from. That seemed reasonable. I got up again and went back to the living room. And once again, my son was asleep. Peacefully asleep. Quiet. Not moving. Not crying. The room itself was quiet too. I stood there a moment longer this time, listening harder, waiting to see if I would hear it again while looking right at him. But there was nothing. I went back to the bedroom, and Bobby and I both listened to the monitor together. That was when we realized the sound was not right. It sounded like a baby crying, but not in a normal way. The best way I could describe it then, and still now, is that it sounded mechanical. It was like the same baby cry repeated over and over again in the exact same tone. Real crying changes. It rises and falls. It catches in the throat. It shifts when a baby breathes or moves. But this cry kept repeating itself almost too perfectly. It had this sad, heartbreaking baby sound to it, but the pattern was wrong. It repeated and repeated with the same tone, almost like a loop. It was not natural. The more we listened, the more disturbing it became. It sounded like something imitating a baby rather than an actual baby crying. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. The silence afterward felt heavy. We climbed back into bed, but neither of us felt normal about what had just happened. We started trying to explain it. That is what people do when something strange happens. You reach for every explanation you can think of, even the weird ones, because having an explanation feels better than not having one. Bobby had a few ideas. He said maybe someone was outside the living room window with some kind of mechanical baby sound, trying to lure us out there. That sounded terrifying in a very human way. Then he said maybe it was a baby ghost spirit. That possibility made my whole body react instantly. He also mentioned that maybe our monitor was picking up someone else's frequency, like it was crossing with another monitor or another device somewhere nearby. That was the most normal explanation, and I wanted badly to believe that was it. But the strange quality of the crying made it hard to settle on any one answer. When he said the ghost part out loud, my heart started pounding. I remember that clearly because my body went into panic faster than my mind did. I started sweating. My chest felt tight. I was suddenly so afraid that I became convinced a ghost was going to appear right in front of me if I looked the wrong way or thought too much about it. That is the kind of fear I had always dreaded. I was not seeing anything yet, but just the idea that a ghost might be near me or that the crying might belong to something not human made me feel like I was losing control. Bobby told me not to be scared because otherwise I would see the ghost. I do not know if he said that jokingly or seriously, but hearing those words did not help me at all. If anything, it made me even more terrified. When you are already scared, being told that fear itself might let something appear makes you watch every corner and every shadow twice as hard. After that night, I got my son a crib and moved him into the other room across from us. I also never used that baby monitor again. I did not care if there was some practical explanation for what we had heard. I did not want to hear that sound through that monitor ever again. Whether it had been interference, something paranormal, or something else entirely, it had frightened me enough that I was done with it. I did not trust it anymore. Once something becomes tied to fear like that, it changes in your mind. It is no longer just a baby monitor. It becomes the thing that let that crying into your room in the middle of the night. So I stopped using it completely. For a while after that, I tried to just move on. I had a baby to care for. I had daily stress. I had my relationship. I had bills and exhaustion and all the normal pressures of that stage of life. It is strange how life can force you to keep going even after something disturbing happens. You do not always get time to sit down and process it properly. You just keep moving, keep caring for your child, keep cleaning, cooking, surviving, arguing, loving, worrying, and getting through the days. But the fear of that night stayed with me. It sat in the back of my mind quietly. Once in a while I would think about it, and feel my body tense all over again. Then, a couple of months later, something else happened. This time it began as a dream. I had a scary dream one night, though I do not even remember every detail of the dream itself now. I only remember that it was frightening enough that I wanted badly to wake up from it. That feeling is very specific. When a dream is bad enough, there comes a point where inside the dream you know you need to open your eyes and return to the real world. I remember struggling to wake myself up. I tried to open my eyes from inside the dream, and after what felt like effort, I finally did. I sat up. The room was dark, but the kitchen light was on, and the bedroom door was open. That part made sense because Bobby liked to stay up late playing video games in the living room, and light from the kitchen often reached part of the room when the door was left open. So at first, nothing about the setting itself seemed impossible. It looked like my real room. It looked like exactly what I would expect if I had just woken up at night while he was still out there. I got out of bed and started walking toward the open door. Then I realized something was wrong with me. My head was tilted to the side, and I could not straighten it. That detail is what turned the whole thing from a bad dream into a nightmare in a different way. It was like my neck was broken. I was walking, but my head hung sideways in this horrible, unnatural position. I could feel it, and I could not fix it. There was something deeply wrong with the way my body was moving. The image is still disturbing to me now because it felt so corpse-like I was walking around with the body of something dead rather than my own. I was terrified. In that moment, I realized I still had to be dreaming, because nothing else made sense. No matter how real the room looked, no matter how familiar the open door and kitchen light seemed, something about my body told me this could not be reality. So again I tried to wake up. I forced myself to open my eyes one more time, and this time it worked. I woke up for real. But when I did, the room looked exactly like it had in the dream. The bedroom door was open. The kitchen light was on. Everything matched. That is what made it so frightening. It was not like waking from a dream into a completely different reality where you can easily separate one from the other. I woke into the same setting I had just been moving through in the dream. The line between dream and waking felt too thin. I panicked and ran into the living room just to make sure Bobby was really there. I needed to see him, to hear him, to anchor myself in something living and ordinary. When I found him, I told him what had happened. That should have been the worst of it, but it was not. The next morning, I woke up again to something even more terrifying. When I opened my eyes, it looked like Bobby was sitting on top of me. At first, maybe it should have felt comforting, because seeing someone you know beside you in bed is not unusual. But the instant I looked at him, I knew something was wrong. I could not move. I could not speak. My body would not respond. I was trapped there beneath him, looking up at what appeared to be Bobby sitting over me and staring down. But even though he looked like Bobby, I knew it was not him. The reason I knew is hard to explain in simple words. But I knew because behind his eyes there was nothing. There was no soul there. That is honestly the only way I can describe it. It looked like him on the outside, but inside there was nothing alive behind the eyes. When you know someone, you know their face, but you also know the feeling of them. This thing had his shape, but none of his presence. It was like something had put on his appearance without understanding what makes a person real. That made it worse than if I had seen a shadow or a stranger. A stranger would have been frightening, but at least clearly separate from the person I loved. This was something pretending to be familiar and failing in a way I could feel instantly. I struggled. I tried to move. I fought hard to break whatever held me still. Finally, I woke up. Again, just like with the dream before, everything looked exactly as it had while I was trapped in it. That sameness between the dream state and the waking state is what made those experiences so disturbing. If things had changed a lot when I woke, maybe I could have comforted myself more easily. But instead, the world I woke into matched the world I had just seen in that terrifying state. It made me question where dreaming ended and waking began. It made me afraid to fall asleep because I did not trust what I would see next, and I did not trust my own body to wake me properly. Looking back now, I know that during all of those experiences I was under a huge amount of stress. I had a new baby. I was tired. I was anxious. My relationship was not simple. We were young. We were struggling. My emotions were already strained, and my sleep was broken all the time. I know stress can do strange things to the mind and body. I know lack of sleep can make dreams feel stronger, blur the edges between sleeping and waking, and cause all kinds of terrifying sleep experiences. I understand that much better now than I did then. So part of me has often wondered if that was the real cause. Maybe stress triggered everything. Maybe the crying on the monitor was some weird interference that happened at the worst possible time, and then the rest of the experiences came from exhaustion, fear, and my already overloaded mind. But even if that is true, it does not make those moments feel less real in memory. Fear leaves a mark whether the cause is supernatural or not. When I think back on that time, I do not only remember being tired and stressed. I remember what it felt like to hear a baby cry when my baby was asleep. I remember how wrong that cry sounded, like something trying too hard to imitate sadness. I remember sweating in bed after Bobby said maybe it was a baby ghost spirit. I remember refusing to ever use that monitor again. I remember the horrible feeling of getting out of bed with my head hanging sideways like my neck was broken. I remember waking and seeing everything exactly as it had been in the dream. And most of all, I remember looking into the face of something that looked like Bobby and knowing with complete certainty that whatever sat there was not him. That certainty is what has stayed with me the longest. There is a specific kind of terror in recognizing that something familiar is empty. It is not just fear of the unknown. It is fear of the almost known, the nearly familiar, the thing that looks close enough to real but feels completely wrong. That is what that morning felt like. It was not a normal nightmare monster. It was worse because it borrowed a face I loved and removed whatever made it human. I think that is one reason it still unsettles me more than many other ghost stories I have heard. It was personal in a way shadows and footsteps are not. At the same time, I have also thought about how vulnerable I was then. New motherhood already strips you down emotionally. You become sensitive to every small thing because your baby depends on you. Sleep deprivation changes your reactions, your patience, your dreams, your body, and your sense of safety. Add relationship stress, financial stress, and the pressure of being young and trying to raise a child before you are fully ready, and you create the perfect conditions for fear to grow. Maybe that is why all of this happened during that part of my life and not before or after. Maybe my body and mind were simply overwhelmed. Maybe the fear of ghosts that I had carried for years found a way into my sleep during a time when I was already close to my limit. And yet part of me still wonders. Because while stress might explain the dreams or the waking paralysis, it does not so easily explain the crying both Bobby and I heard through the monitor while our baby slept soundly. That is the one piece that keeps the whole experience from fitting neatly into one explanation for me. If it had only been me, only dreams, only that feeling of waking up trapped and frightened, I might have settled more comfortably on stress and sleep. But Bobby heard that crying too. We both listened to it. We both knew it sounded wrong. That shared experience makes me pause every time I try to close the story with a simple answer. Maybe the monitor really was crossing with someone else's. Maybe there was some toy nearby or another device in one of the other units of the house that created the sound. Maybe something mechanical really was causing it. That explanation is possible. But what made it so disturbing in the moment was not only hearing it. It was hearing it while my baby slept, and hearing it repeat in that same sad, unnatural tone again and again. It felt like something calling, and that is why it frightened me so deeply. For a long time after that period of my life, I was scared of my own fear as much as I was scared of anything supernatural. I became afraid that if I thought too much about ghosts, then I would see them. I became afraid that being afraid itself would make things happen. That is a difficult way to live because it makes your own mind feel dangerous. If fear invites strange things in, then how do you stop being afraid once you already are? That kind of thinking traps you. I do not know if Bobby meant it seriously when he told me not to be scared or I would see the ghost, but I believed it enough in the moment for it to sink into me. For a while, it made every dark room feel worse. The strangest part is that I have never had an experience like that again since then. No more crying on the monitor. No more waking dreams with my head twisted like a corpse. No more seeing someone I loved with nothing behind the eyes. That whole stretch of fear and strange experiences seemed tied to that particular time in my life. Once I got through it, once life changed, once I was no longer in that exact stressful place emotionally and physically, the experiences stopped. That is one reason I keep coming back to stress as part of the explanation. Maybe whatever happened, whether spiritual or psychological, found its opening in that period of exhaustion and fear and then left when that stage of life ended. But I still remember it very clearly. I remember being a young mother in a small divided house, trying my best with too little sleep and too much worry. I remember depending on a baby monitor and then being terrified by it. I remember how helpless fear can make you feel when you already think you are near your limit. I remember the confusion of not knowing whether something came from outside you or from within you. And I remember how real everything felt while it was happening, no matter what explanation I tried to give it now. If I had to be honest about how I see it today, I would say this. I do not know exactly what happened, but I know that my fear was real, the crying was real to both of us, and the dreams or waking visions felt real enough to leave a deep mark on me. Maybe stress opened some strange doorway in my mind. Maybe it only made me more sensitive. Maybe the house itself had something strange in it. Maybe the monitor picked up something it should not have. Maybe some experiences belong partly to the mind and partly to something else we do not understand. I do not know. What I do know is that at that time in my life, everything felt thin. The line between sleeping and waking felt thin. The line between normal explanations and supernatural fear felt thin. The line between comfort and panic felt thin. And when you are living in that kind of emotional state, even one strange sound in the night can grow into something that stays with you for years. I always believed ghosts existed. I just never wanted to see one. And during that period of my life, whether I truly encountered something paranormal, or only the darkest edges of stress and exhaustion, I came close enough to that fear to know I never wanted to be near it again. It happened not long after my grandmother died. At the time, I was very young, only about 5 or 6 years old, so I did not understand death the way older people do. I only knew that someone I loved had been there, and then suddenly she was gone. Adults explain things in ways that children do not always fully understand, and I remember people saying she had died after eating ice cream. They said she got stomach freeze instead of brain freeze. Even now, that sounds strange, but when you are little, you do not question everything adults tell you. You just accept it the best way you can, even if it does not fully make sense in your mind. What I understood most clearly was that my grandma had died. We had gone to her funeral on Saturday, and after that, nothing felt normal anymore. In the days after the funeral, strange things started happening in our house. At first, it was the kind of stuff people might try to ignore. There were odd noises late at night, little sounds that did not seem to come from any clear place. Sometimes it felt like someone was moving around when everyone should have been asleep. Sometimes it was only a feeling, like the house was not as empty as it should have been. I was very young, so I could not explain any of it properly, but I remember that uneasy feeling clearly. It was the kind of feeling that makes you stay close to your family without really knowing why. No one wanted to be alone for too long. Even if we did not all say it the same way, I think everyone could feel that something had changed after my grandma passed away. One night, my whole family was together in the kitchen watching television. It was around 10:30 at night, which already felt late to me because I was just a little kid. At that age, anything after a certain hour feels heavy and sleepy and strange. The house was quieter at night, and when everyone gathered in one room, it felt safer somehow. That night, we were all there together, my sisters, my brother, my parents, and me. We were sitting around, watching TV, trying to relax like normal, but looking back now, I think we were all also trying to stay close without admitting we were uncomfortable. After a while, my dad said it was late and told us all to go to bed. That was normal. He always wanted us to settle down at night, especially if we were still awake and noisy. My dad had this habit of shaking his keychain to scare my little brother into going to sleep. It was one of those little family things that becomes routine. He knew the sound would get his attention, and it usually worked. So when we heard keys jingling that night, at first it did not seem strange at all. It sounded like something familiar, something we had heard many times before. Before bed, me and my sisters were joking around and laughing. I remember that clearly because it makes everything that happened after feel even stranger. We were just little girls being silly, cracking jokes, laughing at things that probably were not even that funny, enjoying ourselves the way sisters do when they are supposed to be settling down but are still too awake to stop talking. My dad shook his keys the first time, and my little brother got scared and went to sleep right away. That part was completely normal. No one thought anything of it because it was exactly the kind of thing my dad did all the time. Our sleeping arrangement was also normal for us back then. My mom, my sisters, my little brother, and I all slept together on a king-size mattress. My dad slept on a single bed because he said he did not want to be distracted. At that age, I did not think too much about it. It was just the way things were. Everyone had their place. Everyone knew where to sleep. And at night, once we were all settled in, the room would slowly go quiet one by one. That night, after the joking and laughing stopped, people started falling asleep. My mom fell asleep. My younger sisters fell asleep. My little brother fell asleep. Even my older sister was drifting off. I was the last one awake, just like I always am, even now. Some people fall asleep fast, but I never did. I would lie there listening to the room, listening to other people breathing, shifting, snoring, settling. I would stare into the dark and wait for sleep to come. That has always been me. I was lying there trying to get comfortable, just about to close my eyes, when I heard the keys jingling again. This time it sounded clearer because the room had gone quiet. Everyone was asleep, or at least I thought they were. At first I assumed it was my dad again, even though it made no sense for him to be doing it because there was no one left awake except me. Still, since the sound was familiar, my mind went to the most familiar explanation first. I could hear my dad snoring, but I still asked him to stop shaking his keys because everyone was already asleep. That was when he answered me and said, "I'm not shaking my keys." I remember that response very clearly because it immediately made the sound feel different. If he had just laughed or told me to go to sleep, maybe I would have thought he was teasing me. But he said he was not doing it. I thought maybe he was joking, so I asked him again. I was still trying to force it into something normal. Kids do that too. You want the strange thing to become ordinary again, so you keep asking the question as if the answer will change. But he gave me the same reply. He said again that he was not shaking his keys. That was when I started feeling scared. It was not full panic yet, but it was enough to make my stomach feel tight. The room was dark. Everyone else seemed asleep. My dad said he was not making the noise. But the keys were still jingling. It was such a small sound in one way, but in that moment it felt huge because there was no good reason for it to be happening. The familiar sound had turned unfamiliar without changing at all, and that is one of the creepiest things in the world. When something ordinary becomes wrong, it feels worse than when something is strange from the beginning. I woke up my older sister and told her about it. She said she had been asleep, but even she could still hear the keys jingling. That made me even more frightened because now it was not only in my head. She heard it too. I was not imagining it. The sound was real. The room stayed dark and cold and quiet, except for that little noise that should not have been there. It felt like something was in the room with us, doing something small on purpose just to let us know it was there. At some point, even with all that fear, I finally fell asleep. I do not know how long it took or exactly when it happened, but I must have drifted off because the next part of the story came mostly from my older sister and from what I remember waking into afterward. Once I fell asleep, my older sister stayed awake. She was lying there under the window with me. The window was open, and it was cold, so she pulled the blanket over our feet to keep us warm. That was normal. When you are lying in bed and your feet get cold, you pull the blanket tighter without even thinking about it. But then, all of a sudden, the blanket lifted up off our feet. Not slipped off. Not got pushed down slowly. It went up, like something pulled it away from us. That alone would have been enough to frighten anyone, especially kids already unsettled by strange noises in the night. My sister covered our feet again, probably trying to tell herself there had to be some normal reason for it. Maybe the blanket shifted. Maybe we moved. Maybe it only felt strange because it was dark and we were already nervous. But this time, instead of the blanket moving away again, something started tickling our feet. That detail still scares me when I think about it. There is something especially awful about being in bed at night, under the covers, thinking you are safe, and then feeling hands or fingers or something like them touching your feet when no one should be there. It is such a childish kind of terror and such a deep one too, because your feet under the blanket feel protected. When something touches them anyway, it feels like your little safe space has been broken into. My sister and I both thought it must be our dad. That was the only explanation we could reach for in that moment. We asked him to stop. But again, he answered from across the room and said, "I'm not tickling your feet, I'm sleeping all the way over here." That was when the fear became real panic. Me and my sister were terrified. Not just a little scared, not just nervous, but truly scared to death. The keys had already been bad enough. Now something unseen was touching us, and our father was not even near us. There is a kind of fear that makes you feel frozen, like your body wants to run but has nowhere to go. That is what it felt like. I was too scared to sit up, too scared to look, too scared to move the wrong way. Every dark corner in the room suddenly felt dangerous. I did the only thing I could think of. I pulled the blanket over myself and curled up underneath it. That is what little kids do when they are terrified. You hide under the covers because part of you still believes that if you cannot see the scary thing, then maybe it cannot get to you. Maybe it sounds silly to adults, but when you are a child, the blanket really does feel like protection. It becomes your tiny wall against whatever is in the room. So I stayed under there, shaking and scared, while my older sister did something much braver. She sat up and looked around the room. At first, she did not see anything. That short moment probably made her think maybe it was over, or maybe there was still some explanation we had not thought of. But then, just as she was about to lie back down, she saw it. It was standing at the end of the mattress. She said it was there smiling and waving at her. That image has stayed with me even though I did not see it myself in the same way she did. Just hearing her describe it later was enough to put it into my mind forever. She said the figure was wearing monk clothes, a traditional outfit like the kind worn for New Year and also when people die. That detail matters so much because it tied what she saw directly to our family and our culture. It was not just some random dark shape in a room. It looked like someone connected to us, someone who belonged to our world and our traditions. But the rest of what she saw was horrible. She said there was blood dripping from one side of the figure's mouth, and the teeth were red. Her hair was long and black and messy. The image sounded half like a person and half like something terrible. It was not only a smiling grandmother coming for a gentle visit. There was something deeply wrong in the way it looked. Blood, red teeth, that unsettling smile, the waving hand, all of it together made the figure feel both familiar and frightening in the worst way. Then my sister said the ghost started climbing onto the bed. That was when she screamed. She screamed loud enough to wake everyone up. The whole room exploded into noise and panic after that. My younger sisters started crying. My little brother cried. I cried too. Everyone was awake now, frightened and confused, trying to understand what had just happened. When fear like that spreads to a room full of children, it becomes chaos very quickly. There is no quiet way through it. Once one child screams in true terror, the others feel it immediately. That is what happened to us. The whole room turned from sleepy darkness into crying, shouting, fear, and adults trying to make sense of it all. We told our parents what had happened. Or at least we tried to, through crying and fear and confusion. We told them about the keys jingling even though no one was doing it. We told them about the blanket being pulled away. We told them about something tickling our feet. My sister told them what she saw at the end of the mattress, smiling and waving, dressed in monk clothes, with blood on one side of the mouth and red teeth, climbing onto the bed. I do not know exactly what my parents felt in that moment. Part of me thinks they must have been frightened too, even if they tried not to show it. Adults often try to act calm when children are scared, even when they themselves are unsettled. But the fact that my parents took what happened seriously says a lot to me now. They did not only laugh it off or scold us for making up stories. Instead, they went to their house and asked Grandpa to take a look. That detail has always mattered to me, because it shows that in our family, this was not treated like nonsense. There was an understanding that the dead can return, that spirits can visit, that some things are not easily explained away. So my parents went to Grandpa for help and for understanding. And Grandpa said that Grandma had come to visit because she missed us. That was his explanation. In one way, it made the whole thing less terrifying. It gave the night a meaning beyond random fear. It suggested that what happened was not some evil spirit attacking us for no reason, but our grandmother returning because she loved us and missed us after death. That explanation brought comfort to the adults, I think, and maybe some comfort to us too. But at the same time, it did not erase what my sister had seen or how terrifying it had been. Because if that really was Grandma, why did she look like that? Why the blood? Why the red teeth? Why the smiling and waving in the dark? Why the keys, the tickling, the climbing onto the bed? Love may explain why she came, but it did not explain why the visit felt so frightening. As a child, I did not know how to hold both of those ideas at once. I loved my grandma. I missed her. If she really came because she missed us too, that should have been sweet. But what happened that night did not feel sweet. It felt terrifying. That is the part that stayed inside me for a long time. How can something be both a visit from someone who loves you and one of the scariest nights of your life? At that age, I could not answer that. Even now, I am not sure I fully can. I have thought about that night many times since then. The details never fully leave. The image of all of us together in the kitchen before bed. My dad shaking his keychain like he always did. My little brother getting scared and falling asleep. Me and my sisters laughing and joking like normal children. Then slowly, one by one, the room changing. The keys jingling when no one touched them. My father saying it was not him. My older sister waking and hearing it too. The blanket lifting off our feet. The tickling. The answer from across the room that it was not our dad. The fear building until it felt too big for the room. My sister sitting up. The ghost at the end of the bed. The screaming. The crying. Grandpa later saying Grandma had only come because she missed us. When I think about it as an adult, I can see how grief and fear were tied together in that house after the funeral. We had just buried someone close to us. Everyone was already emotional. Death had entered the family in a way that made the world feel less safe and less ordinary. Sometimes after someone dies, every little thing feels loaded with meaning. A sound in the night does not feel like only a sound anymore. A dream does not feel like only a dream. A shadow does not feel empty. In those days after the funeral, our minds and hearts were already turned toward death, loss, and the possibility that the dead do not always stay fully gone. That changes how a family experiences the dark. Still, what happened that night was too specific for me to dismiss easily. If it had only been the keys, maybe someone could say it was imagination or a sound from somewhere else in the house. If it had only been the blanket moving, maybe it could be explained away. If it had only been a child claiming to see something at the end of the bed, maybe adults would call it fear or half-sleep or grief. But all of it happened together. That is what makes the story stay powerful. It was not one small strange thing. It was a sequence. Each event built on the one before it until fear took over the whole room. The keys always stand out to me because they started the whole shift. That sound had been part of normal family life. It was my dad's way of getting us quiet. So when the same sound came again without him making it, it felt like something in the room was copying him. There is something deeply unsettling about that, the way a familiar household sound can become something else without changing at all. It is almost like the house itself, or the spirit in it, knew our habits and used them. The blanket and the tickling are even worse in a different way because they were physical. Sounds can be questioned. Sights can be doubted. But feeling something touch you under the blanket while you lie frozen in bed is harder to explain away. That kind of contact makes fear immediate. It is not happening in the hallway or at a window or in another room. It is happening right where you are, in the place where you should feel safest. It crosses into your own body and your own space. And then there is what my sister saw. That vision shaped the whole night because it gave the fear a face and a form. Without her seeing that figure at the end of the bed, the story might have remained only about noises and strange sensations. But once she described the smiling, waving woman in monk clothes with blood on her mouth and red teeth, everything changed. Suddenly the fear had an image everyone could hold in their minds. It gave the night something to center around. And because of the clothes, because of the connection to death and tradition, it also made Grandpa's explanation seem believable in a way it might not otherwise have. I still think about the fact that she was waving. That detail makes the whole thing even stranger. Waving is usually a friendly gesture. Smiling and waving should feel warm and human. But in the wrong context, those same actions can become terrifying. A figure standing at the end of a child's bed in the dark, smiling and waving, is one of the most unnatural and horrible things I can imagine. It takes something ordinary and makes it wrong. In some ways, that is more disturbing than if the figure had just stood there looking angry. Anger is simple. A smile in the dark can mean too many things. The monk clothes matter deeply too. They make the whole experience feel cultural, personal, and tied to family instead of random. This was not just some faceless ghost story that could happen anywhere to anyone. It was rooted in who we were. The clothing, the explanation from Grandpa, the belief that Grandma came because she missed us, all of that placed the event within our family's way of understanding death and spirits. That is why the story stayed powerful inside me. It was not only frightening. It was meaningful in a way I did not fully understand then and still struggle to explain now. Part of me wonders if my grandma really did come to see us and whether the frightening appearance was simply because death had changed her in ways that looked terrible to the living. Maybe spirits do not always appear softly and gently the way people hope they will. Maybe if someone dies painfully or suddenly, something of that pain clings to the way they appear. I do not know. Maybe the blood on her mouth had something to do with the way she died, or maybe it was only how a child's mind or a frightened spirit's image made itself known. I cannot say for sure. But the idea that she came because she missed us has always stayed with me too. That explanation gives the night a sadness beneath the fear. A grandmother gone only a week, returning to the family because she cannot bear to be away yet. A house full of children she loved. A family still grieving. A spirit moving through familiar spaces, shaking keys, tugging blankets, reaching toward the bed, not to hurt but to be near. If I think about it that way, the story becomes heartbreaking instead of only horrifying. But because I lived it as a child, the terror came first. For children, love and fear can get tangled together very easily when the dead are involved. Even now, I remember the crying afterward. The way all of us children reacted once my sister screamed. Fear is contagious, especially in a room full of brothers and sisters sleeping close together. Once one child truly believes something evil or impossible is in the room, the others feel it immediately. My younger siblings cried, I cried, and the whole room became a storm of panic. That emotional wave is part of the memory as much as the ghost itself. It was not only about seeing something. It was about the way the whole family was shaken by it. After that night, I do not think any of us looked at the room in quite the same way again. Once something terrifying happens in a sleeping space, it changes the meaning of the room. The mattress becomes the place where the ghost came. The window becomes the window over the bed where something stood nearby. The darkness at the end of the mattress becomes the darkness where a smiling figure once waved. Even if no one said it every night, I am sure the memory stayed there for all of us. What makes the story remain with me the most is that it happened so close to the funeral. Grief was still fresh. Nothing had settled yet. My grandma had only just died. Her absence was new. We were still in that stage where death feels close enough to touch, where the person's name is still spoken in the present tense by mistake, where you still expect to see them in familiar places. Then, in the middle of that, something came into our room at night and forced us to think about her not only as gone, but as possibly still near. That is a lot for adults to process. For children, it is overwhelming. I still do not know exactly what I believe about that night. I know what I heard. I know what I felt. I know what my sister said she saw. I know what Grandpa said. I know the fear was real. I know the house felt different after Grandma died. Whether it was truly her spirit visiting us, whether grief made everything more intense, or whether something else came wearing a shape that felt familiar, I cannot fully say. But I know that night happened, and I know it changed the way I thought about the dead for a long time. Before that, death was mostly an idea adults explained. After that, it felt close and active and not entirely finished. Sometimes I think the most frightening part was not the ghost itself, but the possibility that love can still reach you after death in forms that do not look gentle anymore. That maybe the dead come back not to harm, but because they cannot let go right away. If that is true, then the world is sadder and stranger than we like to think. It means the dead may still linger around their families, still moving through familiar houses, still trying to be near the ones they miss, even if their presence frightens more than it comforts. And maybe that is why Grandpa's explanation stayed with us. He did not say we were cursed. He did not say some demon came into the room. He said Grandma had come because she missed us. In those words, he turned the fear into something almost tender, even if the memory itself remained terrifying. He gave us a way to hold the event without feeling only horror. He gave us the idea that maybe, underneath the blood and the red teeth and the frightening smile, there was still love. I do not know if that is true. But I do know that ever since that night, I have never forgotten the sound of those keys jingling in the dark when no one was touching them, or the feeling of something lifting the blanket from our feet, or the terror in my sister's scream when she saw what was waiting at the end of the mattress. And I have never forgotten that the first explanation my family accepted was not that something evil had come for us. It was that Grandma missed us enough to come back. This happened about 3 years ago, and even now, I still get uncomfortable when I think about it for too long. Some stories scare you in the moment, and then slowly fade over time. This was not like that. This stayed with me. Even after the shock passed, even after life moved on, the memory of that night never really loosened its grip. There was something about the way it unfolded, the way it dragged ordinary people into something that felt deeply wrong, that made it impossible to file away as just a strange misunderstanding. I can still remember the cold, the panic in my cousin's voice, the look on everyone's faces, and the feeling that something in that house did not belong there and did not want to be disturbed. At the time, my teenage son was having a sleepover with my cousin's son, who was about the same age. Those boys were close, and they spent a lot of time together. There were also 2 other boys in their usual group, and the 4 of them would often get together on nights when there was no school the next day. They were not bad kids. They were not troublemakers. They were not the type to break things or chase danger just to seem tough, and they were not known for making up wild stories for attention. They were normal boys who liked doing normal things. They would stay up late watching movies, eating junk food, and playing video games until they were too tired to keep their eyes open. It was the kind of thing teenagers do all the time, and usually there was nothing at all unusual about it. That night, I was at home, settled in and staying warm. It was bitterly cold outside, the kind of cold that makes you dread even the idea of opening the front door. The temperature was around 8 below zero Fahrenheit. That kind of weather changes the whole feeling of a night. It makes everything quieter, harsher, and more closed in. People stay indoors. The roads feel longer. Even short drives feel like a nuisance because your car never really gets warm. I remember being comfortable enough at home, not expecting anything unusual, when the phone rang at around 9:30 p.m. It was my cousin. The moment I answered, I knew something was wrong. She was frantic. Not mildly upset, not nervous, not worked up over something small. She sounded completely panicked. I could barely understand her at first because she was talking so fast and breathing hard between words. Her voice had that cracked, desperate sound people get when they are truly frightened and trying to get a message out before fear takes over again. Behind her, I could hear the boys too. They were loud, talking over one another, the kind of loud that comes from stress and adrenaline, not from fun. The whole call felt chaotic. Through all of that, I managed to make out the one clear thing she wanted me to understand. She needed me to come over right away. I asked what was wrong, but she could not explain it properly over the phone. She just kept repeating that I needed to get there immediately. Her fear was so obvious that I stopped asking questions after a point. Whatever it was serious enough that she could not calm down long enough to describe it. So even though it was freezing outside and I absolutely was not in the mood to leave the house, I threw on warm clothes as fast as I could, bundled up, and headed out. The drive to her house only took about 5 minutes, but that night it felt strange from the beginning. My car never even had time to warm up. The heater was barely doing anything by the time I got there. The cold outside felt sharp and hostile, and that somehow matched the tension already building in me from the call. When I pulled into the duplex where she lived, I immediately saw that something was very wrong. My sister's car was there. 2 other cousins' cars were there. The people who rented the other side of the duplex were outside too. There were too many people for this to be a simple family argument, or a small household problem. Seeing all those cars and all those people gathered outside, my mind instantly jumped to the most practical fear. I thought there must have been a fire. I thought maybe something had happened in the house and everyone had rushed out. That was the first real explanation my brain grabbed onto. My first thought was, oh no, a fire. I hope nobody was hurt. I did not even pause for long after parking. I jumped out of the truck and ran up the stairs. The air outside hit hard, but I'd barely noticed it because the fear in the situation had already taken over. When I got to my cousin, she was white as a sheet. I had never seen her look like that before. She was not crying by then, but she looked like someone who had already cried until she could not anymore. Her face was pale, her eyes were wide, and she kept pointing toward the basement stairs. She kept saying, "It's down there! It's down there!" I asked what was down there. She would not answer. That made the whole thing worse. If she had said she saw a burglar, or an animal, or even some shadow she could not explain, at least I would have had something to hold on to. But she just kept pointing and repeating the same words. It was like she could not even force herself to say what she thought was there. That kind of fear spreads quickly in a room. Once you see someone that shaken, your own mind starts racing too. Since the boys were the ones who had supposedly seen whatever started this, I had them take me downstairs and explain exactly what had happened. I needed to hear it clearly and in order. Kids can get worked up and feed off each other's fear, so I wanted details, not just screams and panic. The boys told me they had been downstairs playing video games. They had recently put a rocking chair in that room, and while they were playing, they kept hearing whispering. At first, they ignored it because each of them assumed the others were doing it. That made sense. A group of boys messing around in a basement at night is exactly the sort of situation where someone might be whispering as a joke to distract the others. So at first they let it continue. But the whispering did not stop. After a while, one of the boys got irritated because it kept breaking his concentration. He thought the others were messing with him. He turned around to tell them to shut up, and that was when he saw it. There was a figure sitting in the rocking chair. He described it as dark, more like a shape than a clearly visible person, but with a red-tinged glow around the chair itself. That detail stayed with me because it is such a strange combination. Darkness and red light together give the image an unnatural feel immediately. It was not just a shadow in a chair. It was something seated there with a glow around it, as if the air around the chair itself had changed. My nephew gasped when he saw it, and that made all the other boys turn too. Once they all looked, they all saw the same thing. There sat this being in the chair, facing them, the part of its face turned toward the boys. Then it leaned forward. And it hissed, "Get out!" The boys said it was not a normal human voice. It was a hiss more than regular speech, but the words were clear. That is the detail that always gets me. It did not mumble. It did not groan. It did not whisper nonsense. It gave a direct command. Get out. Those are simple words, but in that setting, coming from something dark sitting in a rocking chair in a basement room, they become terrifying in a way that is hard to explain. The boys said they all jumped up at once and ran. That alone would have been enough to scare them badly. But as they fled the room, they looked back and saw the thing rise from the chair. It did not just stand. It jumped out of the chair and hovered about an inch below the ceiling. That was enough for them. They got out of the basement as fast as they could. When they came upstairs screaming about what they had seen, my cousin went down to check. I think part of her probably hoped it was just the boys scaring one another. Adults want that explanation. You want kids to be exaggerating because the other possibility is too disturbing. But when she got into the basement, she had her own experience. She said that as soon as she came down there, the same entity jumped out at her and hissed, "Get out!" She came back up the stairs faster than she thought possible. She later said she felt like her feet did not even touch the steps. By the time I arrived, that was the story everyone was trying to hold together. The boys had seen it. My cousin had seen it. Nobody wanted to go back down there. The fear in that house had become heavy enough that even the people from next door were outside. A family friend had also come over by then, and this is where the situation took a turn I still wish had never happened. That person brought an Ouija board. Up until that point, I had never used one myself and did not know much about them beyond the usual stories people tell. Honestly, I thought they were nonsense. Hogwash. Something people used to scare themselves or play games with. So when the board appeared, part of me still believed that maybe using it would prove nothing at all. Maybe it would settle nerves, or maybe it would just show that the whole basement thing had been mass fear feeding mass fear. So a group of us went downstairs. The boys would not go. They wanted nothing to do with that basement anymore, and I do not blame them. The adults and older family members were the ones who went in with the Ouija board. Looking back now, I think that was a terrible idea. If there was really something in that basement, inviting more contact was the last thing we should have done. But fear and curiosity are a dangerous combination. People want answers almost as badly as they want safety. We sat down in that basement and began using the board. We asked if we were alone. It said no. That answer alone shifted the room. Even if part of everyone still wanted to dismiss the board as silly, seeing a response in that basement, after what the boys and my cousin had just experienced, made everything feel heavier. We asked if the spirit wanted to communicate with us. It said no. That answer frightened me more than the first one. If something is there and does not even want to talk, then what exactly are you dealing with? It is one thing to imagine a restless spirit that wants attention or wants to say something. It is another to feel that whatever is there has no desire for conversation at all. Then we asked what it wanted from us. Very plainly, it spelled out the word, die. Right after that, the pointer began spinning. It did not just slide calmly from letter to letter. It started spinning in a way that felt frantic and wrong. That was enough. There was no bravado left after that. We all bolted for the stairs. Everyone who had gone down there rushed back up as fast as they could. I happened to be the last one coming up, and because of that, I turned and looked back down. Near the rocking chair, I saw it. What I saw looked like a shadow in human shape, but it was hunched over in a way that was not natural. It had greenish pointed teeth and orange eyes. That image is still burned into my mind. Those teeth and those eyes were enough to turn a shape into something far worse. It was no longer just a dark presence or an odd shadow. It had features, and those features were not human. It began moving toward the stairs, and I do not think I have ever moved faster in my life. I took the last 4 steps in one leap. Then, from the top of the stairs, I screamed down into the basement. I told it that it was not welcome in that house, and in the name of God and all that is holy, it had to go back where it came from. I remember shouting that if it could not return, then in the name of God it must not pass that door. I do not know where exactly those words came from in me, only that fear can make people reach for what they believe in most deeply. In that moment, I was not trying to be dramatic. I was trying to put every bit of authority and faith I had into words because it felt like the only weapon left. By then it was around 2 a.m. My cousin and her family left with me and came to my house for the night. We did not stay there. We did not try to calm down and sleep in that duplex after everything that had happened. They came and slept on the hide-a-bed and on air mattresses at my place. Before leaving, we shut the basement door and latched it firmly. Not casually. Firmly. Everyone wanted that door sealed behind us. The next morning, we went to my cousin's church and asked to speak with a priest. At that point, no one was joking anymore. No one was pretending it was all in our heads. Whatever had happened in that basement had shaken too many people, and too many of them had seen things independently. The priest listened and said he would meet us at the house in an hour. That hour felt long. We fed the kids, kept them at my house, and then my cousin and I picked up our husbands and headed back to her duplex. We did not go inside while we waited. Even standing outside the house felt tense. My husband thought the whole thing was ridiculous, at least at first. He was not the type to believe in this kind of thing easily. When the priest arrived, we went in. The moment we stepped inside, we knew the house had not stayed still during the night. The Ouija board we had left in the locked basement was now in the middle of the living room floor. The pointer sat dead center on it. The basement door, which we had latched tightly before leaving, was standing wide open. Several kitchen drawers and cabinet doors were open too. The television was on. The shower in the bathroom was running. That scene was so wrong it almost felt unreal. The house looked as if something had been moving from room to room using whatever it pleased. Nothing violent in a movie-like way, but everything arranged just enough to send a message. The board upstairs. The basement open. The kitchen disturbed. The television on. The shower running. It felt almost mocking. Like the thing in the house wanted us to know it had free movement and complete control over the space. The priest, trying to break the tension, made a joke. He said, "Well, at least it's a clean evil. It took a shower." Nobody laughed. The joke fell dead in the room because there was nothing funny about any of it. By then, all of us were too shaken to appreciate any attempt at humor. After that, my cousin and I went outside. I did not stay inside for what happened next. I am still not completely sure whether what the priest performed would be called an exorcism, or a blessing or some other kind of rite. My husband stayed in the house with the priest, and so did my cousin's husband. They were inside for about half an hour. We stayed outside because none of us wanted to be in there unless absolutely necessary. When they came out, they took the Ouija board, the pointer, and the box it came in, put them into a metal trash can behind the house, and burned them. That felt right to me. By then, the board had become part of everything wrong with that night. Whether it caused anything or only gave something an opening, I wanted it gone. As the board burned, the priest sprinkled holy water on the ashes. Even after the board had burned down, the ashes hissed and sputtered in a way that felt unnatural to me. Maybe some people could say it was only heat. Maybe. But standing there with everything else that had happened, it did not feel like only heat. The priest said he had done what he could. Then he said that now might be a good time to relocate and find a different house. That was enough for my cousin. They moved out 2 days later. They spent those 2 nights at my house, because there was no way they were sleeping in that duplex again after what had happened. When they went back only to move things, they found something else that chilled me. The basement door had deep gashes in it, both inside and outside, from top to bottom. I saw them. They were real. Not little scratches that could be brushed aside as damage from years of use. They were long, deliberate-looking marks, as if something had clawed or raked at the door with force. If the story had ended there, it would already have been one of the most disturbing things I had ever witnessed. But it did not end there. As my cousins were moving into the new house, the rocking chair from the basement had been placed in the garage for the time being. They had not decided yet where they wanted to put it. During the move, I happened to walk by the garage and glanced over at the chair. Sitting in it was a man. He was tall and lean. He wore a faded red t-shirt, jeans, and a black ball cap. He looked so ordinary at first glance that I assumed he must be one of my cousin's friends who had come by to help with the move and was taking a break. He was just sitting there rocking in that chair. I did not stop and stare for too long because, again, my mind gave me an easy explanation. Of course it was a helper. So I went inside and asked my cousin who he was. She told me that no one else had come to help except family. That was when the cold feeling returned all over again. There had been no friend. No helper. No man in a red shirt taking a break in the garage. Which meant whatever I saw rocking in that chair should not have been there. That chair had come from the house. From the basement. From the room where the entity first appeared to the boys. The connection was too direct to ignore. My cousins did not keep the chair. They gave it to her sister, who thought the whole story was exaggerated and basically a hoax. She did not believe any of us. She thought people had scared themselves and built a ghost story around it. But on the third day after taking the chair, she walked past her sitting room and saw a young man in it, rocking. She described him exactly the way I had seen him: tall, lean, faded red t-shirt, black ball cap, jeans. That was enough for her. The chair was burned that same night, again in the metal trash can, and this time they sprinkled some of the holy water the priest had left behind over it for good measure. Again, there was that same hissing and sputtering while it burned. Maybe heat, maybe not. By then none of us were in a mood to tell ourselves it meant nothing. As for my husband, all he has ever really said about the time he spent inside that house with the priest is that there were actions and sounds coming from everywhere, but you could not pin down a location because the source kept shifting. One moment it sounded like it came from one side of the house, then another, then above, then somewhere else entirely. He said there was something, not human, in that house, and whatever it was not at all happy about being interrupted. That is his phrase, not mine. Something not human. Coming from him, a man who had walked into the situation thinking it was ridiculous, that meant a lot. He will not say much more than that. I asked him once if he thought it left after what the priest did. He told me he was not sure, and that he had no interest in going back to find out. After that, he stopped talking about it. He still does not like discussing it. I think that tells me as much as words ever could. What has stayed with me most over the years is how quickly that night moved from ordinary to impossible. It started with boys in a basement playing video games at a harmless sleepover. It turned into whispering, then a figure in a rocking chair, then a hissing command, then an entity hovering near the ceiling, then an Ouija board spelling, "Die!" Then orange eyes and greenish teeth moving toward the stairs. Then came the priest, the open basement, the moved board, the running shower, the torn-up door, and finally the man in the chair even after the family relocated. There was never one clean moment where you could stop and say, "This is the answer." Instead, it kept unfolding in layers, each one making the last one harder to dismiss. I also think often about the rocking chair itself. That chair became like a focal point, almost a doorway or an anchor. The boys saw the entity there first. The shadow I saw was near it. The man I later saw in the garage was sitting in it. Then my cousin's sister saw the same man in the same chair. It is hard not to feel that something had attached itself to that object in some way. Maybe it had always been there. Maybe the chair had a history of its own we never knew. Or maybe once that basement encounter happened, the chair became tied to it because that was where it first chose to appear. And then there is the Ouija board. I had thought it was nonsense before that night. I do not anymore. Whether the board opened something, attracted something, or simply gave something away to answer us, I can never look at one casually after what happened. The way it spelled, "die," and then spun, the way it somehow ended up upstairs in the living room after being left in the basement, the fact that it seemed to become part of the whole pattern of activity, none of that felt like harmless game behavior. Once something in that house responded the way it did, the board stopped being an object and became part of the threat. If I had not seen parts of it myself, I might have doubted more. If only the boys had seen the figure, maybe I could have questioned group fear. If only my cousin had run from the basement, maybe I could have thought panic took over. But too many separate people saw too many separate pieces. And the aftermath in the house gave physical shape to what otherwise might have been written off. The open door, The board upstairs, the drawers, the shower, the scratches in the basement door, the chair later carrying the same figure to a new place. Those things built a case that felt hard to argue away. I do not know exactly what was in that house. I do not know if it was what people would call a demon, an attachment, an evil spirit, or something else that does not fit neatly into words. I only know it did not feel human. Not in the way it moved, not in the way it spoke, not in the way it seemed to occupy the space. Even the word entity feels more accurate than ghost to me because this thing did not feel like a dead person simply lingering. It felt aggressive, aware, and hostile in a more direct way. And maybe what troubles me most is that I am still not certain it left. The priest did what he could. The family moved. The chair was burned. The board was burned. Holy water was used. The house was left behind. Maybe that ended it. Maybe it did not. My husband's refusal to speak about it much leaves part of the story hanging for me. He was inside with the priest. He heard whatever he heard. He felt whatever he felt. And the fact that a man like him came out saying there was something not human in there, then refused to say much more, has always told me there are details he would rather keep to himself. I do not blame him. Some experiences feel wrong to repeat because speaking them aloud gives them shape again. That night was one of those. Even now, when I think back on it, I remember my cousin's voice on the phone first. Frantic, breaking apart, shouting for me to come. Then I remember the basement stairs, her pale face, the boys talking over one another, and the feeling that everyone in that duplex had already been dragged into something before I even arrived. After that, I remember the board's spelling. Die. The orange eyes, the last leap up the stairs, and the way the living room looked the next morning with the Ouija board laid out like some kind of challenge. There are stories people tell because they like the attention. This is not one of those. This is one I still do not like thinking about too late at night. It left too many marks behind, both in the house and in memory. And for all these years later, the words that still echo most clearly in my mind are the simplest ones spoken that night, in that basement, from the rocking chair. Get out. That thing meant it. And every part of what followed made it clear that we were not the ones in control. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. A few months ago, something happened to me that I still cannot explain, no matter how many times I go back over it in my mind. I have tried to be practical about it. I have tried to tell myself there must be a normal reason, some simple explanation I missed in the moment because I was startled. But every time I replay it, the same problem comes back. None of the small details fit together in a way that feels ordinary. And what makes it worse is that it did not end with one strange incident. It became a pattern. One thing happened, then another, and each one was unsettling in a different way. On their own, maybe each event could be brushed aside. But together, they have left me with a constant feeling that something around me is not quite right. The first thing happened on a completely normal day, in the middle of an ordinary routine. I was getting ready to take a shower, and there was nothing unusual about the moment at all. I was not thinking about ghosts, not nervous, not already upset, and not expecting anything strange to happen. I was just doing what anyone does during a normal day, getting cleaned up and moving through my routine without giving it much thought. As I was about to get into the shower, I realized I needed another bar of soap. So I went and grabbed a new bar out of the drawer. That part is important to me because I remember it clearly. It was a brand new bar. It was still in the box. I opened it myself. I pulled it out of the package and set it on the shelf in the shower where I always keep soap. There was nothing damaged about it. It had the normal clean shape of a fresh bar, smooth and firm the way new soap always is. I know that may sound like an unnecessary detail, but it matters because I want to be very clear that it was perfectly normal when I placed it there. Nobody else touched it. Nobody else was in the bathroom with me. I took it out, unwrapped it, and put it on the shelf. I got into the shower and went on with everything like usual. A little while later, after I had already been in there for a bit, I reached up to grab the soap. I was not paying special attention at first. It was just one of those automatic movements you make while showering. But the moment I pulled it down from the shelf, something felt wrong. At first it was only a strange sense that the shape in my hand was not what I expected. The bar did not feel firm and neat the way a new bar should feel. So I looked at it more closely. And when I really saw it, I froze. The bar of soap was no longer in the shape it had been in when I opened it. It looked crushed. Not softened a little from water. Not worn down from use. Not chipped or cracked. It looked as if some large hand had grabbed that brand new bar and squeezed it as hard as possible. The shape had changed in a very specific way. It looked like fingers had pressed into it. It looked gripped. Not just damaged, but held and crushed. It was so badly smashed that it did not even look like the same fresh bar I had taken out of the box minutes earlier. I remember staring at it, trying to understand what I was seeing, and feeling this horrible cold fear begin to spread through me. I freaked out. There is no better way to put it. I did not stand there calmly thinking through possible causes. I did not react in a reasonable, measured way. I was in the shower, alone, holding a bar of soap that looked as though something with a hand larger than mine had been touching it while I stood there. I started crying. I felt completely panicked and deeply unsettled. The bathroom suddenly did not feel safe anymore. The whole room felt wrong. The idea that I had just been standing there alone while something invisible could have reached for that soap made my skin crawl. I kept staring at it because I could not make the sight fit into anything normal. The more I looked, the worse it felt. I knew I had not done that. A person knows how much pressure they are putting on an object in their own hand. I had only reached up and taken it off the shelf. I had not squeezed it that way. And it was too marked, too clearly misshapen, to feel like some small accident. It did not look melted. It did not look softened naturally. It looked pressed and crushed by something strong. And because I had placed it there just a little while earlier, untouched and new, I could not explain how it could have changed like that without something happening in between. As soon as I got the chance, I called my husband and told him what had happened. I needed someone else to hear it because I was so shaken that I almost needed another voice to tell me whether I was overreacting or not. At first, he laughed it off. That part did not surprise me. If someone tells you over the phone that a bar of soap in the shower looked like a giant hand squeezed it, it sounds ridiculous. It sounds like the kind of thing stress or imagination might exaggerate. He probably thought I was startled by something that had a simple explanation and had let my fear run away with me. But when he got home and actually looked at the soap, his reaction changed. He examined it himself, and then even he stopped laughing. What bothered him most was that the handprint shape looked larger than his own hand. That detail mattered because it meant this was not just me being dramatic over a weird dent in a bar of soap. The shape of it looked like something large had gripped it. Bigger than him. Bigger than any reasonable accident. Once he saw it in person, he could not dismiss it as easily. He may not have said everything he was thinking out loud, but I could tell he no longer found it funny. I ended up throwing the soap away. I did not want it in the house. I did not want to look at it. I did not want it sitting in the trash where I might see it again and feel that same rush of fear. I just wanted it gone. At the time, I told myself that maybe removing it would help me stop thinking about it. Maybe once the object itself was gone, the fear would settle down and I could return to normal. Sometimes when something strange happens, getting rid of the physical reminder feels like a way of taking back control. So that was what I did. I threw it away and tried to forget about it. For a couple of days, I honestly tried not to dwell on it. I told myself maybe there had to be some explanation I simply did not understand. Maybe the heat and moisture in the shower had softened it more quickly than I realized. Maybe I had gripped it harder than I thought, and then panicked when I noticed the strange shape. Maybe the bar had some flaw in it from being packaged. I reached for every small normal explanation I could find, because the alternative was too unsettling. The alternative was that something unseen had touched something right there beside me while I was showering. I did not want to live with that thought. Then, a couple of days later, something else happened. Again, I was in the shower. That detail alone was enough to put me on edge the second time, because after the soap incident, the bathroom already felt different to me. I was trying not to let that fear take over, though. I had the radio in the bathroom with me, and I had the volume turned up loud enough that I could hear it over the shower. That is something I often do. Music or radio in the bathroom makes everything feel less quiet and less lonely. It fills the room and keeps your mind occupied. On that day, I think it also probably helped me feel more normal, more grounded, after what had happened with the soap. At some point while I was in the shower, my phone rang. I reached out to grab it, probably thinking it might be important, or at least not wanting to miss the call. Right before I answered it, the radio suddenly turned itself all the way down. Not down a little. Not fuzzier or quieter in the way electronics sometimes act up. It turned all the way down. The volume changed on its own, and it did it at the exact moment I was reaching for the phone. That timing made the whole thing feel deliberate, like something had noticed what I was doing and responded to it. If it had happened at some random point, maybe I could have blamed a faulty button or some weird electronic problem. But the fact that it happened right as I reached for the phone made it feel personal in a way I did not like at all. I stood there staring at it, drenched, already unsettled by the earlier incident, and felt that same wave of fear come back. I had no explanation for it. Again, there was no one else in the bathroom. No one else in the house messing with me. No hidden person reaching over to turn the radio down. It just changed by itself. And when you already have one strange event sitting in your mind, the second one hits harder because it no longer feels isolated. It starts to feel like a pattern. That is when real unease begins to grow. One weird thing can be denied. Two weird things start making your mind connect them whether you want it to or not. After that, I went through a stretch of time where nothing obvious happened. A few months passed with no new incident, and little by little, I started to breathe easier. That is one of the strangest parts of experiences like this. If too much time goes by without anything happening, you begin to doubt yourself. You start to wonder if maybe you really did overreact. Maybe the soap was some bizarre accident. Maybe the radio had some electronic issue. Maybe I was tying together unrelated moments only because the first one frightened me so badly. I wanted to believe that. I really did. Then another thing happened, and all of that doubt came crashing down again. One night, I was in the kitchen making dinner. It was a simple ordinary evening, just like the day with the soap had been. Nothing about the house felt especially strange before it happened. I remember putting dinner in the oven and setting the timer for about an hour. That is another detail I am very sure about. I know I turned the oven on. I know I set it. I know what I did, because cooking is one of those routine things that follows a clear order. You put the food in, turn on the oven, set the time, and walk away to wait. That is exactly what I did. I left the kitchen and got on the computer while I waited. I was doing what anyone does while food cooks, just passing the time. About an hour later, the timer went off. Nothing about that seemed strange. I took that sound as the signal that dinner should be ready or close to ready, so I got up and walked back into the kitchen. I opened the oven door expecting heat and cooking food. Instead, I found that the oven had been shut off. I know for a fact that I did not touch it after I turned it on. That is what bothered me most then, and still bothers me now. There was nobody else in the house with me. No one came into the kitchen and turned the dial. No one bumped it by accident. No child wandered by. No husband played a prank. I was alone. The oven had been on when I walked away. The timer had gone off an hour later, but the oven itself was off. The dial had somehow turned off all by itself. That should not happen. Ovens do not just change their own settings. They do not decide to stop cooking, especially not in a house with no one else there. Standing there in the kitchen, staring at that dial, I felt the same kind of fear I had felt with the soap and the radio, but mixed now with anger and disbelief. It is one thing to have something weird happen in a bathroom, where you already feel a little exposed and alone. It is another thing to have something interfere with an oven while you are cooking in the middle of your house. That made it feel like whatever this was, it was not tied to one room. It could move through my normal life. It could touch ordinary things and make them wrong. And that brings me to the most recent thing that happened, which in some ways frightened me more than the others because it involved someone I loved and someone who had been dead for years. It was about 7 o'clock in the morning. I was lying in bed not wanting to get up. That part is very easy to picture because it is such a familiar moment. I had my alarm set, and every time it went off, I hit snooze and stayed where I was. I think almost everybody knows that feeling. You know you should get up. You know you need to get ready for work. But your bed feels too warm and your body feels too heavy, and you keep bargaining with yourself for 5 more minutes. That was what I was doing that morning. I had already done it several times. About an hour had gone by like that, and by then I knew I was pushing it. If I stayed in bed any longer, I was going to end up late. I remember closing my eyes for just a minute. Then all of a sudden, I heard the voice of my uncle. At the exact same moment, I felt someone smack me on the forehead. It was not a gentle touch. It was a sharp enough smack that it snapped me fully awake in an instant. My eyes flew open. I sat up and looked around, expecting to see someone there. But there was nobody. The room was empty. No one stood beside the bed. No one had reached over me. No one had touched me in any ordinary way. And the truly crazy part was this. My uncle had been dead for 10 years. That is what made the whole thing hit in such a powerful way. It was not only that I heard a voice and felt a smack. It was that the voice I heard was his. That voice belonged to someone gone for a decade. And it sounded familiar enough that I knew it immediately. There was no mistaking it. It was not some vague sound my mind later turned into his voice because of fear. In that moment, I knew exactly whose voice it was. Then came the smack on the forehead, like someone impatiently telling me to stop lying there and get up already. Needless to say, I got out of bed after that. There was no more hitting snooze. No more laying there pretending I would get up in a minute. I got up immediately because whatever happened scared me enough that staying in bed no longer felt like an option. At the same time, though, I have to admit something strange about that final incident. It did frighten me, yes, but it also did not feel exactly like the other ones. The soap felt invasive. The radio felt unnerving. The oven felt disturbing and wrong. But the forehead smack in my uncle's voice felt almost purposeful in a familiar way. Sudden, yes. Strange, yes. Impossible, yes. But not evil in the same way the earlier things felt. That is one of the reasons I keep turning the whole situation over in my head. Are all of these things connected? Is one force behind all of them? Or were some of them one kind of presence, and the last one something entirely different? I do not know. What I do know is that after the soap, I became more aware of everything. After the radio, I became more suspicious of ordinary objects acting strangely. After the oven, I stopped feeling comfortable alone in the house in the same way. And after hearing my uncle's voice that morning, I could no longer fully separate the fear of something threatening from the possibility that maybe at least one part of what happened was protective or personal. That is what makes the whole thing so complicated in my mind. If it were just a dark haunting, maybe I would tell myself that one angry or mischievous presence was moving through the house, touching things, getting my attention, and trying to unsettle me. That would at least be a clean theory. But my uncle's voice does not fit neatly into that. A dead relative waking me up by smacking my forehead because I was going to be late feels almost like the kind of thing a living relative might have done. It feels familiar. Annoying maybe, but familiar. And that changes the emotional tone of the story even though it does not make it any easier to explain. Sometimes I have wondered whether I was being watched over and bothered at the same time by different presences. Maybe something in the house was responsible for the more unsettling physical incidents, and my uncle's voice was something else entirely. Or maybe my mind, already unsettled by months of strange experiences, heard what it needed to hear in that final moment because I was drifting between sleep and waking. I tried to be honest with myself about that possibility too. The early morning state between sleep and full wakefulness can be strange. But the feeling of that smack was real. The voice felt real. And if it were only a dream, it was a powerful one. I have also thought a lot about how ordinary all these moments were before they turned strange. That might be what makes them stick in my mind more than anything else. I was not walking through a graveyard at midnight. I was not trying to contact spirits. I was not playing with an Ouija board or visiting some famously haunted place. I was showering, cooking, lying in bed on a work morning. The most routine parts of life became the stage for these things, and that made them harder to escape mentally. If something strange happens in an obviously creepy situation, you can tell yourself to stay away from that kind of setting. But if it happens in your shower, your kitchen, and your bedroom, where are you supposed to go? That is what left me feeling so uneasy for so long. My own house stopped feeling fully ordinary. The bathroom became the place where the soap changed shape and the radio turned itself down. The kitchen became the place where the oven somehow shut itself off. The bedroom became the place where I heard a dead man's voice and felt a hand slap my forehead. Once those things happen, the rooms carry the memory. Even when nothing else is happening, you remember? You stand in the same place later and think about what happened there before. A house becomes full of invisible reminders. And yet I do not think whatever this was wanted to hurt me. That may sound odd after everything I have described, but it is true. The soap incident terrified me, but it did not injure me. The radio turning down was unsettling, but it did not threaten me. The oven turning off was disturbing and dangerous in its own way because it could have ruined dinner or caused confusion, but it still felt more like interference than attack. And the final event with my uncle's voice definitely did not feel evil. Shocking, yes. Impossible, yes. But not hateful. More like forceful concern. That leaves me in a strange place when I think about it all now. I am still frightened by it. I still do not want unexplained things touching my belongings or controlling things in my house. I still do not like the idea of something unseen squeezing a bar of soap with a hand larger than my husband's. But I also do not feel like I was under direct attack. It felt more like I was being made aware that something was there. Something strong enough to affect the physical world in small but undeniable ways. Something that could touch, adjust, turn, interrupt, and wake me. And because the tone of the incidents varied so much, I still cannot decide whether I was dealing with one presence or several. I know some people would say I should have gotten rid of it all from my mind, stopped dwelling on it, and moved on. In some ways, I tried. After each incident, I wanted normalcy back. I wanted to tell myself it was over. But then the next thing would happen, and the question would open up again. What was it? Why me? Why these objects? Why these moments? Why my uncle's voice after 10 years? If I am being completely honest, the uncle part stays with me most. Not because it was the scariest, but because it was the hardest to fit into the rest. I can almost imagine some restless energy in a house fooling with objects, changing the atmosphere, making everyday things strange. But hearing the voice of someone I knew in life, and feeling that forehead smack as clearly as I did, adds an emotional layer the other incidents do not have. It turns the whole story away from being only about fear and into something more complicated. Something that brushes against grief, memory, family, and whatever remains after people die. Maybe my uncle really did wake me up. Maybe he was the only one in all of this who actually meant me well. Or maybe my own sleepy mind reached for a familiar voice in a strange moment because that voice would get me out of bed faster than anything else. I do not know. All I know is that the soap was crushed, the radio turned itself down, the oven shut off when no one else was home, and 10 years after his death, I heard my uncle's voice and felt a hand smack my forehead hard enough to make my eyes fly open. That is a hard set of things to forget. And that is why, even now, whenever something ordinary in my house behaves in a way it should not, I stop for a second and pay attention. Because once you have lived through a handful of moments like that, you never fully go back to assuming everything strange has an easy explanation.